Let us get this party going. Well, here I am. I said I'd probably maybe do an evening stream tonight, and lo and behold. So, welcome. Open panel, open topics, open minds, hopefully. Open hearts, those of you that still have them. Other than that, I just checked the news. Apparently, Biden's doing something with student loans, and everybody's up in arms about. Hey, Daniel, what is up? We're expanding into the evening stream realm, so you might see us more at night. I would love to do this full time. I noticed Flo is streaming tonight, so at some point we're all gonna end up having to compete with each other. But he does a specific style of stream, and I think I do a different style, so I think it's good. Choice is good, and it gives people a variety. And I have no problem if people want to hop in and out of different streams throughout the night and make the rounds. It's all cool. I think that strengthens community. So there's that. Other than that, I did have some Twitter. I still call it Twitter. X is not that. What a dumb concept. That's never took off. But I have some of those tweets. I went through some today. Oh yeah, I wanted to show this one about. Well, I'll read the tweet and then I'll show the chart. The U.S. native-born working-age population has been shrinking since 2015. Oh, I didn't realize it was shrinking that much. Folks that complain about all net job growth going to immigrants will be able to continue their faux outrage, but miss the point. It's all driven by demographics, and we need immigrants. And then Matthew Iglesias adds, I want to be fair to restrictionists. We don't need immigrants. We're just going to be poorer without them. It's a choice to make. So I know the immigration issue comes up here sometimes. So I want to add that to the conversation. And then here's the graph. Without future immigrants, working age population would decrease by 2035. This is with what the population is going to do with immigration and what the population is going to do without immigration. This is Pew, so they probably have their methodology and everything on their site. I find them generally reputable, but it doesn't hurt to stay in the practice of examining each individual study. So there you go. That's all for the immigration issue. All right, let's see what other tweets. Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, let me focus. Oh yeah, I don't think I want to show that one. Let's see. Oh yeah, this one I definitely want to show. Okay, I'm just gonna show the video, and then we can add context or discuss it more later. 1 second. Raptured? Oh, by the eclipse. You think they're gonna rapture me? What are they gonna rapture? But no, but that growing up, they had us scared of the rapture. My mom used to. She had this coworker that was really into that stuff, and the coworker was having a thing at her church one night. So we drove to the next town to this coworker's church, and inside the church, it was not a Catholic church, like a Protestant looking church. So inside the church, like where the altar is, they had a projector set up, and we sat in the pews and we watched all 3 of the Thief in the Night series. And if you don't know what that is, look it up. It's these really awful if you want to do some like mystery science theater laughing, watch these movies. They're so bad. But as a kid, you don't have that like critical taste built yet to know what a really bad movie looks like. So and it's all about the rapture and the end of the world. And at the beginning, like all the people get raptured, and it's about the people that are left behind, and they have to get the mark of the beast. And it was so scary as a kid. I could not believe that I got taken to this thing, like talked into going through this thing and sitting through it. So the rapture had always been like stuck in my head as a kid, like as a thing that's going to happen and maybe in our lifetimes. And what is that going to look like? And then I remember I was somewhere at some point, I don't remember where, but there was a painting on display of the rapture with the like the cars on the highway all crashed into each other on fire, and the souls floating up into heaven. And that's what I had always thought about the rapture, is that all of a sudden some of the cars drivers are going to disappear, and that's going to be the first sign. And then all of a sudden cars are going to crash each other. And that was the rapture to me, is like, what's going to happen if they take some of the people, and we need those people to like keep society going? What's going to happen to the rest of society and the rest of us? And what is it going to look like the day of rapture when some people disappear and others don't? Like, that seems like it's going to be such a momentous, chaotic, life-altering day. And so I always thought about that kind of stuff as a kid. That's funny. I was listening to Debbie Harry tonight, and the other day I was listening to Rapture. That's a good one for the chat. Hey, everybody, weigh in on this if you want. Because you're asking the wrong, like, I wasn't a big, what is it, No Doubt fan. That was like the generation after me. So for me, definitely Debbie Harry. Like, that is my scene. CBGB, New York City, late 70s, early 80s, Debbie Harry, Talking Heads, television, Richard Hale, Lou Reed was kind of stirred it up his own way back then. All those bands. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really know how to weigh in there. I mean, they both look similar to me. Isn't Gwen Stefani part Asian? Let me look her up. And then y'all are gonna have to remind me what I was working on before this. I was gonna show this video, yeah. Okay. I love how Wikipedia starts telling you their ethnicities now. I guess if they want you to. They're leaving hers out. Oh no, Italian American, Irish American. Okay, ignore that misinformation, ignorance. She's European. All right, so this video, let's see. Oh wait, hang on. This thing.
Final question to you, Professor Wolf.
Here, let me back.
Final question to you, Professor Wolf. Under your system of worker cooperatives, would I still get my PlayStation 5?
Absolutely. You'd have to struggle.
Oh, let me set up the video a little bit. This is a professor talking about socialism and communism. So this is under communism and or socialism. Kind of like some of the utopias that some of the people that hang out here talk about. So it's how do you get like what happens to your PlayStation 5 when you want one underneath that system?
Under your system of worker cooperatives, would I still get my PlayStation 5?
Absolutely. You'd have to struggle a little bit for it. You'd have to talk to your fellow workers. You'd have to talk about the distribution of income. You'd have to compare your desire for PlayStation against all the other interests of all the other people. It wouldn't be something you worked out on your own with your particular boss. In any way. It would have to be a democratic decision. You'd have to come to terms with that, the way you do with democratic decisions now in our society, to the extent that we have them.
No. He says democratic. That's collectivism. He means collectivism. That is, I've talked about collectivism a little bit before because I've encountered it up here. Like where I am now, Washington State, I find it to be a very collectivist culture. And it is kind of what he described. Like you're expected to check in with everybody around you to make sure you're not having an impact on some before you make a decision. You don't have the autonomy to just decide on your own. That's going against the collective. And in some of the groups I've been a part of that in the last few years, I've found them to be kind of collectivist. So I've kind of talked about collectivism before, and the experience I've had with it is what he describes in this video under communism and socialism to get you PlayStation. No, hell no. I'm not. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to. I want to have to go through as many people as possible to execute my will. I think as adult, sovereign, free Americans, that's a basic expectation. I do too, Joe. It have you lived around it before? It's kind of creepy. It's a little, it feels a little communist. You know what fascinates me and kind of creeps me out and disturbs, I find it disturbing at the same time, but is communist art, like architecture in like the communist countries, North Korea, Hungary, some of the Eastern European countries, Russia. If you Google communist art or totalitarian art or something, it's very bizarre. Like, and it leaves me with a certain feeling, like kind of sci-fi, kind of dystopia, but there's nothing about the art itself that you can pinpoint of why you have that feeling around it. And that's the feeling I get when I'm around collectivists. That same feeling I get from looking at communist art, architecture and sculpture and stuff. we oh, you're in Canada. Oh my God. Every single person in Canada that I know is trying to get out and escape, and has been for a few years. And every time I talk to them, they're like getting more and more desperate and motivated. I wish there was a way to like do a refugee program, for like a political refugee program, and then we can get all of our Canadian friends down here and start something. Yeah, it's a kind of lowest common denominator ideology or worldview. I don't know if I'm going to repost this chart. I've posted it before. Let me figure out how to pull it up. It's a chart a friend of mine made, and it shows different levels of like autonomy, self-sufficiency, individuality, and let me figure out where it is. I can never find the folder that it's in. Hang on. And that's what collectivism reminds me of. It meets the needs of people at the lower end of this spectrum, but people that are more self-sufficient and like self-functioning, I think collectivism, it doesn't serve them. They need creative freedom. They need autonomy. They need affiliation with their like-minded peers, people that are at their same level of development. And I'm not talking about like intellectual, moral, anything. I'm talking about personal growth, like like developing the ability to master and control and direct your life as an adult to the extent that you're able, according to your vision for your life. That kind of development. All right, I found it. Let's see. There's actually, see, he made several. One is the individual level, and then one is the community level, because communities have their own Like they also serve, like you can have communities that are more collectivist oriented, communities that are designed more to support autonomy, which is the kind that I try to create. And then he had a third one on programs like nonprofits and social service programs, and the populations that they're designed to meet, and the differences between the ones that serve, which there's really not many of, if any, the people at the higher level. Anyway, let me show the chart and then we can continue the discussion if there's potential. Window. Okay, I don't know if y'all can see this or if I need to blow it up. You have this threshold of independence here in the middle, and once you cross it, see, as people move towards the end, their position stabilizes and the natural forces push more intensively upward once you have the right support to cross this threshold of independence. But down here, people close to the bottom have likely been affected by long-term damage, making them the most difficult people to help. People here are more likely to damage the quality and foundation of programs they're accepted to. People further below this threshold are more challenging to support and resource consuming. It can take exponentially more advanced programs to push upward, et cetera, et cetera. Empowerment programs are often placed far below this zone where they would be more effective. And I think collectivism could be a potential, like, attractive solution to this problem, like to serve these people at the lower end and kind of spread the load. I can see a collectivist solution being appealed, but I don't. It's definitely not for people like this. And I definitely, like, the people I work with, like, in fact, some of the work I do is trying to help people get across this threshold, or if they are across, help them to figure out how to further develop and give them that support to keep them going upward. So I'm much more better at serving this level, but I have worked in these levels, and I found this chart to be pretty much true. Hey, Jack Slaw. I don't. Oh, after you left, it got really gossipy. Like, I think we covered every single person we could possibly gossip about, and I let it go today. I don't want it to be a regular thing, but I think it's actually healthy for a community to come and openly kind of compare notes and lay everything on the table and just be transparent. And it's all on the stream. And if anybody objects or has a problem with anything that was said, they can come and give their side or perspective or challenge it. And I think that's the healthy type of constructive dialogue and debate that the free and open liberal society supports. Are you talking about collectivism squashes the soul? Yeah, I can't. I feel suffocated when I'm around it. It feels like I'm in an occupied state or territory. It doesn't feel like I'm in the U.S. anymore. It feels like I've crossed some kind of invisible border, and I'm in some totalitarian or communist country, and everybody just seems so defeated. I don't know. I don't know what another word for it would be. Like just compliant. Like in 1984, whatever they do to get people to not like break their soul, but I think some of it, from what I can glean from this culture, is like childhood, the way they're raised. They're raised from, like, we were pretty much left alone to develop, however. But it seemed like they were raised at a very early, like toddler age, to suppress their natural impulses for the greater good or the people around them. And so they're very skilled at suppressing what they need to suppress to stay aligned with their peer group. And it just seems sad and unhealthy to me to not have been able to express those natural impulses as a kid, to like be that straight-jacketed that young. But it's just different parenting style, because for that culture, that probably is what it probably helps them gain the skills they need to survive in this culture. But I couldn't do it. And that goes back to nature, nurture. Like, that makes it seem like nurture is really, really significant.
Howdy.
Because you can have people of similar natures from different parts of the country that are completely different, just from having grown up in different cultures with different environmental factors and pressures.
How's it going?
Are you talking about me, Joe? Hey, Busker. What's up?
I want to know right away, are you hearing that weird rattle that I had earlier?
I didn't hear it earlier. Somebody else had pointed that out. But for some reason, StreamYard keeps changing all my settings. I moved to Seattle about 15 years ago, and in Seattle, especially like the progressive neighborhoods that I ended up living in Seattle, the whole environment, the whole like just everything from ordering coffee at Starbucks to walking outside your house to grocery shopping, it's just in the air. And it's like this pressure to conform and not stand out, don't draw a lot of attention to yourself, very high protocol, high etiquette, high nonverbal rules that you have to be aware of and adjust to and follow. And then in certain work settings within those cultures, and then recently, the last few years, certain like self-development groups and support groups and mental health, etc. groups that I was part of kind of are moving to this, or I don't think they're moving to it. I think they developed within those collectivist cultures for the needs of collectivists, and they're just not made for me. Oh, hey Joe. Okay, we can. That makes it easier. A laugh track. I probably should have one. I tell you what I do want. I've always is a pimp band, like they have in the movies. Follow me around. Hey, should we just call you Joe?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm so clumsy typing into the chat, and it autocorrects. Some of my most profound thoughts have been altered by auto.
Yeah, man, I
By
hate
the
that.
machine.
I can't tell you, and then it changes. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just asking you to expound on your experiences with collectivism.
Yeah. No, you didn't. I prioritize conversation over me just rambling about things. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to bring up back when I was a kid, like in the picture there, I was about 15 or 16 playing punk rock music. And in the punk scene in Baltimore, and I think a lot of places, there was this sect of punk that was like all these crusty dudes who called themselves the Crass Hole Collective. And Crass is a band. I don't know if you know that band, but they're really political, like leftists, I believe.
A lot of punk is very leftist.
Oh yeah, totally. I was always about party punk, like that was my thing. So that the political shit. But anyway, so the Crass Hole Collective, it was in Baltimore, and there was these little fucking, they were punks, but they were hippies, but they were also just like, you know, leeching off of everybody. And I don't know, that was my experience with a collective, quote unquote.
Oh, with the crusties.
Yeah, Crass Hole.
Yeah, a lot of I've heard that before from like like the people that little anarch collectives that live on the street or squat, and they form kind of these little street families that it is kind of a collectivist. And it's odd because they call it democratic too.
Right.
Do you know Dangerous Pies?
Is it a band?
I don't know.
Oh, no, I don't know. I've heard of that. Oh, I've heard of. Well, there's a. Oh, that's in Baltimore. Dangerously Delicious Pies, I believe, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming up with too. And mid bro, you can come up too if you want. Johnny
I played a mini gig there one time. Long time ago.
Oh. Welcome back.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah.
Right.
So what's have you experienced collectivism yourself?
Yes, I have. But I want to be really careful about the conversation and where it goes, because I have a bunch of things to ask you about your experience with collectivism, but I really don't want to derail the stream and start talking about things that might not be of interest to whoever else you have watching. What you were saying.
How do you predict that? I never know what's of interest or who's watching. Really. I just kind of let it go, let the stream go where it goes.
Yeah, I've kind of gotten a feel for what people like to talk about and what people don't like to talk about after having been involved in so many political rants. And in some cases, when you wander off into a certain territory, people as a whole tend to disengage. So I'll tell you what kind of was on my mind when you were talking about your experience with collectivism is it seems to me like I can ask one question of people, and based on the answer to that question, I can almost always predict whether they're collectivist by their nature, how they vote on issues like abortion, gun control, things like that. And I'm wondering why. I'm wondering how such a simple thought process can lead to so many predictable decisions that should be complex. Does that make sense?
It does make sense so far. What is the question?
The question is this, and if people think about it for a while and give you an honest answer, I'll tell you what side of the alley they usually fall on. Do you believe that reality is objective or subjective? Now, you don't have to answer the question. I'll tell you how, in my experience, almost always where they fall politically. If somebody knows and understands that question properly and knows exactly what I'm asking, if they don't understand it, then it's not reliable. But if somebody understands the question and they answer that reality is subjective, they're almost always pro-choice. They're almost always left-leaning. They're almost always collectivists, at least in part. And they're more susceptible to views like Marxism, those kind of things.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why. And if somebody says, okay, there is a objective reality that we're bound to, we don't have any control over it, then they're almost always right wing. They tend to vote more conservative. That kind of thing, you know.
I think that might have been less true in previous decades, but do you consider the religious right objective and not subjective?
It depends on who you're talking about, and some of the religious right that we've discussed before are highly objective, and in that case, I think sometimes it leads them to some wrong decisions. So let's say we were talking about like the Orthodox people that we always speak about, right? Like Jim Bob. Yes, I would not say, I would say they would believe in an objective reality and they would call that reality God. That's how those people would react. Does that make sense?
I've asked this before, and if you assume a God, is it something external? Is it like a being out there, or is God do you access it internally? Because that would affect my answer, I think, is
I agree.
God.
And so the religious people that I've spoken to that are familiar with their scripture, I'm not as familiar with the scripture as I should be. But the religious people that are familiar with scripture will answer it's most definitely external. Not only is it external, but it's also a person, a personality. That would be their answer. Whereas I believe some of the Eastern religions, and whoever's out there that knows more than me can correct me on this, will say it's more of an internal. God can be found within yourself. Like if I go to some Christians and say, God can be found within yourself, they really object to that statement.
Really? I would think they would understand that more than non-religious or non-Christian people.
I think a lot of Pentecostals would, they would object to that. I'm sure, like at least Pentecostals, because I knew them.
Yeah, and I could, like, I don't, there are so many denominations out there that I don't want to speak for all of them. I know that the Christians that I've asked that question have heard it before, and from obviously from somebody other than me. And they were very clear. No, God's not in you. God is an external person to whom you're subservient.
Exactly. Yeah, they say that. I've heard that over and over when I was a kid.
Fatty, come up and school us on it.
I can tell.
I mean, I think
Fatty
God is
exactly. I can-
man-made myself, so I think it's all internal and subject. Like I think some things are like some things are. We as humans are always going to be limited, so we're not. I don't know if we're going to ever like. If objective reality exists, it almost doesn't matter because we as humans are never going to have direct access to it. But we have science to approximate it as close to as we can get right now for that kind of stuff, for like physical natural reality. But I think things like human reality, aesthetics, ethics, stuff like that, there may not be objective. That may all be subjective or intersubjective.
Yeah, and this is the uncle, or is it Uncle Fatty? Is that what he calls himself?
Yeah.
Okay. He asks a great question, and it is about perspective. And the reason that's important is because of the limitations of our ability to perceive reality. We have to operate from our perspective. The big question that you get when you swing over into the left is whether there is an objective reality or not. There's two different questions. Is there an objective reality, and can we perceive it? Right? And some people say there's no objective reality. You make your own world. A popular
or it's
film
the simulacrum. I think the postmoderns don't acknowledge an objective reality.
That's exactly right. And some of the film and the art on the left, you'll find out. Look up a film. What the bleep do we know? It talks about.
I saw. Yeah, that was the was it the Scientologists who. Which group put that up? The Mormons?
I forget what it is, but it's embraced by the academic left. It was suggested to me by one of my professors, and they talk about.
Wait, what? It's embraced by academia. Hang on.
some of them. Okay, so if I made a statement like, if I'm going to create, you can see the language. It's coded language. If you sit down amongst intellectuals, they will often talk about your truth and my truth, but they won't talk about the truth. And the reason is they may not even understand it, but they're hedging towards a subjective world, not an objective one that we're bound to.
Because I think we live in both, and I think there are both types of truth.
Yeah, for us there is. But my position, and this is one that I can't prove, my position is there is only one truth. And I don't come from a theistic perspective. Any differences we see in that truth are only a matter of the fact that we don't have accurate enough sensory equipment or a developed enough intellect to determine what that truth is. A good example would be justice. Try and define the word justice. What does that mean? Right? We can't even really conceptualize it. One guy's justice is different than another person's justice. I'll give you another example. My young daughter, who's 7 months old, she loves to pull hair hard, and she can pull hard and she can hurt. Now, she doesn't know that hurts me. She has no conception of that. So it's not morally right for her to do that. But she doesn't know it yet. She will know when she knows more. So my question is how much more will we know 50,000 years, 100,000 years down the line if we're able to develop intellectually? What I'm asking, have you heard about the is and the ought dichotomy?
Yeah. Okay. We encounter that all the time out here. It comes up.
My position is this. Eventually, with some level of knowledge, the is and the ought will collapse. There will be no difference. That's my position.
Okay. That's an interesting position.
It's just that we can't see that right now. And that's what I used my daughter's example to illustrate. The is and the ought for her don't exist because she doesn't have enough knowledge. She doesn't know that she's hurting anybody, right? So it's a very simple example of an intellectual progression. And the way I see it is that we make errors in the environment in our assessment of the environment around us. Because like Fat Uncle or Fatty Uncle said, right now it's about observation. It's the only tool we have. But if you look at the scientific method, it starts out from a place of ignorance. It says, I am going to start out doing everything to disprove my own position. And if I can't disprove it, only then will I accept it. You have to look very carefully at the worldviews that operate in the different, in the opposite fashion, where they say, I have a position. Now, any evidence that I see coming into me, I'm going to bend to fit into that position. Does that make sense?
Say that last part again.
Okay, so I think the best way to try and observe objective truth is to start out from a position of ignorance and say, no matter what I'm looking at, there's a chance my eyes could be deceiving me. And I am going to seek the evidence that disproves what I believe as a way of testing my belief. This is the scientific method.
Yeah, I was about to say science does all that.
That's right. But you'll find a lot of worldviews that people subscribe to that do exactly the opposite, that take the evidence that they see and interpret it to fit the worldview that they already possess. You see religious people do it all the time.
Yes. Yes, that's beautifully put. I posted a link to an essay by Northrop Frye. I'm thinking about doing an entire stream series on it. But it talks about this, the two types of truth, the people that are oriented to the world as it is versus their truth that they're adjusting the world to, and the is-ought gap. So I think you might find it interesting.
Okay, so that's basically was my piece on the collectivism. The collectivists, I find, mostly subscribe, and once again, this is all generalizations. Just my opinion. I find they mostly subscribe to what's called an unconstrained worldview by my hero Thomas Sowell. They subscribe to the a lot of times to the fact that an objective reality may not exist, and if a reality exists, they can influence it by the power of their mind. Have you heard of The Secret?
Oh my God, I did. I have. We were on a camping trip and we rented it from the hotel, and oh my God, it was. We laughed. We laughed. We like purposely tried to make ourselves laugh through it because it was so bad. We had to do something to make it through. The bloopers at the end were hilarious. That was the only good part.
Can you give me a review of it, like kind of what the
Oh, it's like the power of positive thinking or creative visualization, whatever. It's the new agey thing repackaged. You create your own reality by what you imagine or envision or think about or attract to you. There's different variations of it.
So I've been in corporate offices where the CEOs had, tenets and posters from The Secret hanging up behind their desk. I've seen that.
Yeah, I can believe it. I mean, the people that it speaks to take it seriously, especially if it appears to work.
Yeah, I guess so. And that's that false pattern recognition thing, right? Where, okay, I did this, something else happened, therefore whatever I did must have caused it. And that's a mistake.
But we talked earlier today about like the concept of noble lies came up, but I think we're all doing that to an extent. We're all telling ourselves little white noble lies about reality, so we can I don't think we have the ability to perceive reality as it is because of our human limitation. But even if we could, I don't think we have the ability to function in actual stark raw reality. I think we have to falsify it a little bit just to function.
Well, there's excellent example. Like I've read a lot around this exact point you're making. So what would the world look like for me if, as a grown man, I were to wander around in society and never lie, express everything that was ever popped into my head, never tell a white lie to somebody to try and be polite? You can imagine what that would look like.
It would look like many autistic people.
And if I were to do that, I could very likely wind up, losing my employment, in jail,
Well, not that yet, but yes, that does happen to those people.
Yeah, well, and even like think of the social circumstances, you know, where you would get into.
I'm one of those people. I'm a horrible liar, and I'm really bad at masking. And there are social consequences. For
Would
sure.
would you say there are situations where you've had thoughts pop into your mind that you've been able to suppress? You knew you thought this, but it wasn't appropriate to express it.
Yes,
What is that? Is
they're
that
rare.
Tourette's?
I'm proud of myself when it happens, and sometimes impulsively it gets blurted out anyway under the right stimulus. But there are times when I know I'm like, don't say this. You know not to say this. Keep your mouth shut. So yes, it does happen on occasion.
Now, what is that? Is it Tourette's syndrome that people do that?
Just kind of blurt out random stuff. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's just ticks or noises too. Yeah, it's like an impulse control condition.
Okay.
You know, as a kid, I was diagnosed with Tourette's.
Really? What were the symptoms? What caught their attention?
Well, they noticed I was doing this weird thing where I was like, and just doing it uncontrollably, but also just like cursing out of the blue. Maybe
Were
not.
you aware that you were doing it?
I think I was. It was so long ago, but I think I probably was, and I think I was trying to be entertaining at the same time. But I still had this urge to do this kind of stuff, you know, like, and they put me on Ritalin, of course, and I started looking like, I was so skinny you could see right through my skin.
Oh Lord, did it help?
Well, I guess it did. I don't know. I mean, I can't. It was so long ago. I can't remember. But when I got off of it, I started getting fatter and fatter. That stuff was that. It's like the methamphetamine, or it's not meth. It's some sort of amphetamine, isn't it?
The Adderall, I think, is.
Yeah, Ritalin is kind of relative.
I'm not sure about Ritalin. I really don't know the medications because I don't use any of them.
Yeah, I would like take my lunch at the cafeteria and just throw it in the trash because I just never was hungry, and I don't know how I survived. But my mom was all about what all the doctors had to say and the fucking counselors at the school and this and that. And they diagnosed me with a slew of things, you know.
Yeah, I think they're getting a little better at it, but the system is still clunky, like the classification system, and even when they do know that there's something different there, they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, that's probably a lot of the time. That's definitely true. Thinking.
So I just jumped up and wanted to pick your brain a little bit about that collectivism piece, because I was actually just discussing it on another panel, collectivism and politically how it affects, you know, the development of certain, you know, political parties and worldviews. So it was really interesting to listen to your thoughts, because I think basically what it seems to me is that individual expression within the confines of some guideline and tradition, you can even use religion, seem to be almost a nursery for innovation. And if you suppress people and flatten them out too much, you lose a whole pile of human potential in that process.
I think so too. That's what it looks like to me. But so maybe they have a different purpose, like collectivists. Maybe maximizing their creative potential is not a high value for them or not their goal. But for me, it is, and it would definitely have an effect on that.
If you accelerate the timeline, now here's the criticism. I'm just citing others' criticism of collectivism. It always starts out, if you acknowledge individual freedom, you're going to get achievement gaps in all sorts of areas. You're going to get achievement gaps in education and wealth, all sorts of things like that. And that leads to a world that isn't fair. And collectivism at its core,
but fair is a specific concept that's kind of being imported into the discussion, because at first you're describing things objectively. It's going to lead to this, and this.
Yeah.
Yes, and then the concept of fairness comes in, but that's their concept and lens that they're seeing it through. It's not necessarily mine.
Exactly, and not mine either. I'm just talking. I'm paraphrasing the reading that I've done around the collectivists who use the word fair quite prominently. I don't even think they really know what it means, a lot of them, but that's their justification for imposing policies on a collective.
And the assumption, the like automatic assumption, is that things should be fair. That's just a basic condition of our stage of civilization, I guess.
That's exactly right. That assumption is made, and then the assumption is also made that those in authority should make things fair. It doesn't start out bad, but the problem is, what do you do if you disagree on fair, or what do you do with people that don't hold the same values? Well, you may censure them. You may try to encourage them at first, but eventually it winds up in a bad place. If somebody doesn't listen to what you have to say as the person in charge of the society, well, I'm just doing this for your good. What do you do with them? Well, we all know what you do with them in the end. They wind up in gulags or worse. So this is where why those societies wind up in that place. That's the criticism. That's the classic criticism that I've read, anyways, of collectivism.
Like the end result?
Well, the end result necessarily must lead to restricting some people's freedom of thought.
That flattening. There's no way to have both, like the individual achievement and the.
That's right. So what do you do with people that stick up above the crowd?
It's the tall poppy thing that gifted children get that they deal with in like growing up and even in the adult world. It's the tall poppy syndrome. What do you do with? You have to flatten. If to me, okay, like the individual collectivism I've experienced here, the personal type that I could have direct experience of, the root of it seems to be that every individual is accountable to every other part of every other individual in the collective. So nobody can act entirely on their own without taking into account the collective or each other and each individual that they have the potential to affect. And that's so foreign to me. Like, I come from a culture where everybody does what we do what we want. We don't have to get permission or check in or clear it with somebody else. And so it's very weird to me that I'm not free to just speak or act without taking this extra layer of considerations into account.
What you pointed to is exactly the issue that most people point to in collectivism, and that A, you can't act on your own. B, you've got to ask somebody's permission. Somebody has to approve your actions, and that slows them down by necessity. Take that and apply it to an economy on a nationwide scale, and just imagine how much you must slow things down when everybody has to appeal to a centralized government for their little flower shop or their little magazine store or their whatever they happen to run.
Like the inefficiency is another criticism.
Well, the cost, the waste, how it slows people down. You have to have giant bureaucracies monitoring everybody, and in the end, people don't really achieve their potential.
I saw where was it Austin or University of Texas or somewhere is like getting rid of their entire DEI department.
I heard something like that. Yeah,
eliminating all the positions.
What do you think of that?
I applaud it. I think some colleges did, but I think more colleges should. I think, well, it depends on the goal of the college, because what I learned is that university traditionally, as they develop in their modern form, actually have three different purposes, not just a single purpose, and they're not always in alignment with each other. One is to pass on tradition and values. The other is research and like study to try to figure out what reality in the objective world is. And the third is to help society and benefit society. And they've kind of shifted from that passing down of values and research to the helping society part. Like that goal of the university, whoever was using the university for that, seemed to have gotten the upper hand and shifted the modern universities toward this helping improve society mission.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to read some of the comments here. There's Jack. I just figured out how to read the comment.
Oh, the street. Yeah, I think they might. He and Fatty might be having a discussion, but I can't really tell.
I was trying to make sense of what he was saying, and Uncle Fatty had some excellent points too. Like one of the things that Uncle Fatty I see says in the comments is he says your confines are all perspective. Stop thinking about it so much and enjoy life.
We do.
Now,
Fatty, this is me enjoying life. I get so much dopamine rush out of having these conversations.
But it also sounds to me like Uncle Fatty may be more on that side where he believes that how we see the world impacts our actual.
He is a leftist. I wish he'd come up and.
So I would say this is how I've always responded to that. First of all, I wish I could just enjoy. That's excellent advice. I wish I could enjoy life more, and I wish I didn't think about these things so much. In fact, it's caused me a great deal of difficulty.
What keeps you?
What keeps me thinking about it?
From just enjoying.
Oh, well, let's say if I'm sitting here having a conversation like this, because I come onto YouTube and I see you talking about collectivism. Now, where I should be at is at the gym, right? I should be running laps around the track, but there's something addictive about the conversation, and that takes time away from stuff I should be doing. So that's my answer to that question.
Guilty. I think we all have some of that.
But
I'm trying to do it in as healthy a way as possible, if that is what it turns out to be.
But where I would disagree with Uncle Fatty is when he says your confines are all your perspective. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
That postmodernism.
Yes, I don't believe that's true. I've thought of a lot of examples.
Nietzsche also had a version of that. So it's not strictly postmodernism, but the postmodern version is the dominant version right now.
That's right. And I spent 10 years in university, so I got to see a lot of it, and it became more and more frustrating.
What years? What decades?
Oh, geez. Starting in the 90s, I guess, and then throughout the...
That's where I started seeing in the 90s. I was an English major originally, and I had to change my major because they didn't really want to teach Shakespeare and Milton, and because they were dead white European males. Mm-hmm. So they did have a class for it, but they were teaching it through a very biased lens, and they were like trying to shame and discourage people that were actually interested in studying it legitimately, because you shouldn't study dead white European males. It's bad for society. That's that shift from studying tradition. Tradition. That's Shakespeare and Milton are part of the tradition that's being transmitted through the universities, the intellectual Western tradition. The shift from that to helping society. If it turns out that mission is in conflict with helping society and has the potential to harm society, then it needs to be deprioritized, and the mission of helping society takes precedence. And that's what I noticed in the mid-90s, even in the English department. But I didn't know at the time it was called wokeness. I didn't know where it came from, and I had no idea that 30 or 40 years later, the entire society would be steeped. Like that would be the norm for society.
Yeah, and so what happens if your primary goal is to help society, but you're also mistaken in what that looks like? Then it's disaster.
To help society, you have to be able to discern what society is. What the problem that needs helping is, you need the ability to determine reality. So you can't it's not either or, it's mission. You need they need to work together.
That's right.
And one can't just hijack the university system.
That's right. And so what a lot of the thinkers that I respect will suggest on that topic is they will say you have to be very careful of the power of the human intellect. The two, like I mentioned before, the unconstrained view of the intellect and the constrained view. And the unconstrained says, as long as you think about a problem enough, if you're smart enough, you can solve it. The only problem is some people think they're smarter than others and might disagree, and we wind up back in that loop where we have to suppress people. If you say, okay, let's look at traditions that have survived over time and proven themselves to be effective, that's as close as we can get to that objective reality. This is why conservatives feel the way they do. And it's certainly not an easy topic, though, is it? And this is kind of where I get into in these discussions, which I don't think is probably the most productive for your YouTube channel.
Why not?
Well, I don't know how many of a broader audience, how many people would be interested in a discussion like that. I'm trying to kind of follow what Jack's saying, and he's saying some interesting stuff, but I can't kind of follow the theme. He's saying we only need enough to catch our breath. Now, is he talking about something unrelated, or is he talking about religion?
You know, I'm not sure. Jack, you can come up too if you want. I'm not sure because I don't remember the point of the conversation where that comment.
I think it might have been in regards to religion, but I could be misinterpreting it. But this is where I'm coming from in terms of faith and my own personal journey with, do I believe in God or not? Because we discussed this the first time I came up on your panel, and how this objective reality seems to reveal itself time and time and time again. And some people who are pretty high horsepowered intellectuals will say, you know what, this seems to have some sort of design behind it. I just can't escape that. So that's what's caused me to lean in that direction. We talked about thought and thought genesis and not understanding where it came from. And that's kind of why I've taken that position. Sort of. I'm not convinced.
So it is the appearance of design that's one of the like oh god, I lost it. What do I want to say? Do you see a design or think you see like, is that one of the things that, because I see pattern in the universe and stuff, but it doesn't lead me to conclude that it's necessarily an indication of any kind of design.
Okay, so what I think I see, and anybody that would come up to me and say you aren't proving anything to me would be right. But let me tell you what I think I see. I think I see some knowledge revealed in Scripture that should not have, that makes sense from a modern perspective, that those people should not have had access to when that stuff was written. I think if you look at, say, the Bible, and I'm not familiar with other religious texts, if you don't get bound into interpreting it as if it's 100% accurate, if you say, okay, this could be metaphorically true, and you look at some of the lessons or some of the tenets in there, they make a lot of sense even from a modern perspective, even from a theistic perspective, if you look at them that way. There are specific examples that I've come across. So that's kind of swayed me in that direction. There's no way.
What's one of the examples?
Okay, sure, I'll give you one. Is there any way you could look up a couple pictures for me and post and put them up on your stream?
Yep.
Okay, so I would like you, if you could, to imagine yourself holding a rock the size of a bowling ball and throwing it into the water as hard as you can.
Like with both hands?
With both hands. Yeah.
Okay.
You could even throw it from a bit of a bridge, and imagine the splash that would make.
Okay.
Now, I'll do this as quick as I can. Okay, now could you look up for me an image called Castle Bravo?
Castle Bravo?
Castle Bravo. You should see a bunch of, if you look under Google and see under images, you should see one come out. Yeah, Castle Bravo.
It's like a nuclear blast.
That's right. So there's one in particular. What I'm trying to do is give a little perspective.
You want me to share the image?
Yeah, just the image.
Okay. This is what it came up with.
It should be a water geyser.
A water geyser?
It should be an image of some ships. Okay, scroll down a little.
This?
No, let me find it here.
Okay. Yeah, if you're able to put it on your screen, I can share your screen too. Yeah, I don't know why the link is showing up in Chinese characters. That's weird. Would anybody know what that's about? Are the Chinese suddenly involved in this
It's
stream?
fucking weird,
Maybe they
man.
can get us some more viewers so we can get monetized.
It's bizarre.
China, if you're watching.
Shit, that's funny. Hey man, hey, I think I'm gonna hop off. Hey, thanks for having me up tonight.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
All right, take care, Jeff. See you.
You too. We'll see you later. Operation Crossroads. Ooh, wow. These GIFs are, I mean, these pictures are animated. All right, he's going to look for the picture. And I'm going to... What do you remember why we were... Oh, you were given an example of something in the Bible. Are you still there? We might have lost Joe. Yep, sure enough. We were looking at nuclear blast and poof, gone. He was about to tell some. It was like something like there were certain things in the Bible that stood out as significant. Well, I hope he comes back. That I would hate to end on that cliffhanger. Well, anyway, here he is. Looks like he's back.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm just going to try and describe it, but it's nowhere near as powerful without without the images. So if you look up the Baker explosion, what you'll see is one ship that's the size of a large cruise ship standing on its nose on the side of an explosion that engulfed an entire navy, basically. Now that explosion was produced by about the same amount of material that was in that bowling ball we referenced earlier. Now this one, I know that you're going to, so if there's that much energy in that small of a unit, then the last thing I'll look up, and then I'll make my point, because these are long points. Could you look up for me, please, on your computer, Jeff, the Hubble Deep Field Image?
Deep Field?
Hubble Deep Field Image is what it's called. And bring that
here it
picture up.
is.
There's no way we can get that one wrong. Now, while you're bringing it up, I'll just explain what it is. They took the Hubble telescope and focused on a tiny, tiny area of the sky.
Is it
About
like
the
this?
size of a drinking straw. That's what that is. That they focused on for a number of days because they couldn't see anything in there. It was black. They focused on the blackest area they could find. Yeah, pick any one of those. So that area, that image represents a tiny black area of the sky about the size of a drinking straw.
They add the color in, by the way. That's not what it really looks like out in space.
But what those every one of those lights is a galaxy in a tiny, tiny area. So if you imagine, and that's just one fraction of our sky. So
look how random it looks, though.
If you imagine the energy present in the universe, the energy present in creation. Now, when somebody in the Bible says God and God's power is beyond human comprehension, that starts to take on a real meaning. When you combine how much energy is in a small unit of atomic explosive material and then think how many times magnified over it is to be looking at what you're looking at. I understand that people will say you haven't proved anything, and I haven't. What I'm saying is the amount of power that we have not even started to comprehend makes sense when you take it from the perspective of what's written in the Bible. Am I making myself clear for my own personal spiritual perspective?
I think so. It seems like you're, because I can contemplate the awe and power of the energy in the universe and the majesty of the, without needing the concept of God. So are you just using it as an analogy or a placeholder to kind of express that experience of awe?
I am, but I'm also saying that there's fairly good research around what human minds are able to comprehend, even in terms of numbers. If we did a thought
So
experiment,
it looks to us as God, because with our limitations, we don't know what the full thing is. So as far as it's like the horizon of where we can get to it this way. And so we conceive of it as God, because that's as far as we've gotten as humans to comprehending it.
Well, I think our comprehension may be because we've seen images that are related to things that we can comprehend. Let me ask you something. Can you close your mind?
We go from the known to the unknown. We use the known.
Can you close your mind and picture 5 objects in front of you in your head?
Just any random 5 objects?
Just picture them. Encapsulate that mentally.
All right, let me try.
You can picture that in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Can you do 10? Can you look at 10 and see what it looks like?
Probably.
How about if I go up to 100?
I'd have to work harder at it, but I could probably get it done.
Okay, so we're looking at the limitation of our comprehension in reality. What we see in that picture is a representation of what all those galaxies look like, but we're not comprehending it for real. So my point is that when the Bible tells us we can't comprehend God and creation, it's accurate. I would agree with that statement. We don't have.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. So, like, facts of your own experience coincide with certain expressions in the Bible that speak to that experience, which I would say that's true of all good literature and art to begin with, and the Bible is just one example of that.
Yes,
but I understand it from that context.
Okay, so here's another thing. You just made a really important point for me. Now, have we lost like 90% of your audience by now?
No, but I want to ask real quick, Shelby, what she means by she's here. Where are you? Shelby's a friend of mine. I know her in person, and she shows up here now and then. So I want to see what she's offering with a view from the street. Okay, go ahead.
Is Shelby going to come up?
I don't know. I'll wait for her response. But we can keep going in the meantime. Oh, it's actually increased. Believe it or not, like originally I thought this whole channel was going to be these type of conversations and like a bunch of philosophy nerds. But it started drawing a completely different crowd. But there's definitely room on this channel for these types of conversations.
Okay,
so I audience for it.
I want to build off a point that you made, and then I think I'll let the discussion keep going. This is where I depart from those of the Christian faith. When you say good literature, there's parts of it that hold true. I agree. And I think those parts are parts that point to objective truth. We spoke about it before. When a mathematician comes up with a brilliant equation, a beautiful equation, and it proves true, I think that's that's another piece pointing to objective truth. It's another arrow pointing to what I would call God. Now, I don't know if that's...
So it's like one more data point in when you're trying to weigh.
Exactly. The more data points pointing in one direction. So put simply,
you have to be able to like filter out and be really discerning about what's confirmation bias, motivated reasoning, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. How would you do?
Because there's a selection element involved in selecting these data points.
Exactly. What would yours be? I know what mine is.
Hang on, here's Chevy. Hey, what's up? Oh, you were free. Can you hear us?
Hey, can you hear
Hey,
me?
what? Kinda. You're Are we coming in clear?
Yeah, am I making the echo?
No, we can hear you now. You were freezing
Okay.
up a little bit at the
Oh.
beginning.
Oh shit. I'm gonna go get. Yeah, but I'm gonna go get earphones.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll keep going. What would be my way of? I think two things. I think I do it naturally. Like even as a kid, I've always been kind of critical about my thinking and processing, and then I have training in philosophy, and I got formal training in it at a very early age. So I think a combination of that, I just kind of automatically do it. But if I had to sit down and think about it, I tend to use the scientific paradigm: observation, evidence, hypothesis, experiment, revise, conclusion, etc. And so I think I'm a natural skeptic, and if there's not really convincing evidence behind something, I'm okay with just leaving it undecided or leaving a question mark there. It doesn't like torment my brain or anything. And so I would do that. Like I would consider the evidence, like weigh the evidence behind it for that belief.
Yeah, and there's a couple really good comments and questions in the chat, but I think even that response, okay, I'm okay leaving it undecided. So I always try and pull my mind out of the time frame that I'm in, my narrow lifespan, and ask myself how these questions would have been answered. So let's say, for example, we had two cavemen that were arguing over what the cause of lightning was. And one said, well, it's because we didn't do the proper ritual. I have the answer and God's mad at us. And the other caveman said, you know what, I don't really know what causes that. Now, we know who's right, but whose argument would be more compelling to the people around them?
Right, exactly.
So it's very easy to get hung up in our own experience, in our own perspective. So Denizen asked a question that I want to answer. I want to make sure I get it right. So he said, God is objective. My position right now, this is my own position that I'm working from, is I believe God is represented by objective truth. The answer is yes. God is objective. And then
God is objective truth, or like they're identical, or our objective truth is God. Like ultimately turns out to be this being called God.
Yes, and now the being piece is where everybody gets the hang up, right? Because when I say this to people who are attending church, usually they'll say, "But hang on now, God is a person, right? God has to be a person," which I don't know.
Consciousness,
a consciousness. I don't know in the end if there will be a contradiction. In the end, that may resolve itself. And then the other thing that a fellow named Daniel Price, he seems to be quite a thoughtful fellow. I like his thoughts. He said the Bible said God created man, and he said earlier, it might have evaporated by now, something about the Bible wasn't written by God, it was dictated to man by God. If I'm recalling correctly, I don't think the chat appears. I think that's.
Is it the one I posted on the screen?
No, it was one before that's gone. I didn't address it in time. The Bible was not written by God. wasn't dictated to man by God. Judaism and Christianity plagiarized multiple pagan religions. So, even if this is true, where did that knowledge originate from? Just like our thoughts, right? So if you go from that perspective, because I don't think human beings are that good at creating stuff. Any musicians or any philosophers will acknowledge, if they're honest, that most of their thoughts, most of their music is recycled knowledge. And the fact is, generally, it doesn't come out of the ether. It comes out of as a combination of things that we've experienced in our past. If you're a lead guitarist, try inventing an entirely new style of guitar on the spot and see how that works. Most lead guitarists will tell you they're just putting together riffs that they've learned before. It's how they combine them and which ones survive and which ones don't that matter, right? So there's room for that stuff to be true, even if it was plagiarized. And I don't know whether it was or not. It may have been. My experience.
Yeah, I take an emergent view of a naturalistic emergent view of the universe. So that all makes sense to me, what you just said. That
my experience is that as a species, we're very bad at creating things, but we're good at learning and adapting things and modifying things that we've seen. I mean, there's evidence to suggest that we kept fires around.
Oh, like actual creation versus.
Let me give you an example. So, and people can disagree with me on the archaeology if they'd like, but from what I've read, we've been able to control fire as a species, whatever form we were in, for about 1 million years. Now, people can research this, and I suggest they do, and find out if I'm accurate. Control fire for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years, but we've only been able to create fire. The method for actually creating it is very young, 70, 80,000 years. So for all that time, people had to keep fires alive. There's hearth fires that were kept burning for 2,000 years, the archaeologists can tell, never extinguished, because if it went out, they didn't know how to relight them. Why did it take so long, even though we knew what fire was, to learn how to create it from scratch? Why did that process take so long? In my experience, it's usually a trial and error method. We stumble across this stuff. Mm-hmm. And then once we have, then it's the same way with little kids, right?
Yeah, that makes sense to me so far. All of that.
So what I'm saying is, if God exists, let's say God wanted to show his presence, or whatever term you want to use, in today's life, it might not be the best method to show up at the shopping mall and walk 3 feet across off the ground.
He's the one responsible for that. If that's not the best method, that's on him.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is the most effective method might be a more lasting presence through tradition, through art, through mathematics, through physics. That would be a better way.
I think I understand what you're saying, and if I do, it's not that different. I just don't understand the purpose of bringing in the word or concept of God, because everything you're talking about can be described secularly.
Okay, so Jeff, this is an excellent question, and this comes back to our struggle we had the first day around the concept of intelligent design. My leaning right now is that there is some sort of purpose and thought around the way that our existence functions. It does not appear to be random to me, which would,
like a non-human,
which would indicate some form of intelligence. I don't see how, if I had to guess, if I were at a crap table, or if I were at a blackjack table, I'm not saying I can prove it, but what I'm saying is, if I look at all the evidence around me and I've got to go on red for intelligent design or black for absolutely naturalistic, there is no intelligence behind creation, at this point, I would have to push my chips towards intelligent design. I'm not saying I'm convinced. I'm saying that's where I'm leaning.
There is intelligence. We have it.
Yeah, but I'm saying outside of us.
But how are we not just projecting what we experience as intelligent out into the universe, the cosmos?
Well, we could be, which brings us back to that. How would we assess, and what Uncle Fatty said? Am I just coming at this from my perspective, from my human perspective?
Yeah, I think we all are. Like you don't have any other way to come at it.
Well, you do if you utilize certain methods where you say, okay, like the scientific method is one example.
It's you're still coming at it, but not from your individual perspective anymore. You're consciously adopting a specific perspective.
You're coming at,
but you're still going to bring your individual perspective even to that.
You're coming at it from a perspective of ignorance. See, and this is the difference between my personal position, and that which I've seen in some organized religions, is they come at the problem from a position of knowing. I come at the problem from an issue of ignorance. I'm saying everything I say right now is in doubt.
So are you still in ignorance and it's just looking more likely to be God, or is something actually dispelling the ignorance that's convincing you, or that you're experiencing as God?
The more I think about it and the more evidence I seek, the more ignorance I see in myself, but the more it leads me towards intelligent design. Who was it that said vast oceans of truth lie undiscovered before me? I forget who that was, but it was another great thinker. And he came to the conclusion that intelligent design must be at work as well. A lot of them did. Isaac Newton said that. Well, then he's just of average intellect. I'll revise that. Was it him that said it?
I do not know what I may appear to the world, but to myself I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seashore and diverting myself, and now and then finding a smoother pebble or a prettier shell than ordinary, whilst the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me.
Okay, so that's very important, the words he uses. That's a very smart man, too. He says the ocean of truth lays undiscovered before him. I would argue that some might feel that truth needs to be invented instead of
and I keep going back to that two different types of truth. That's why I posted the link to that essay. There's the type of activity that's designed to try to understand the world as it is, and that's one type of truth, and we call that science currently. And there's another type that's kind of designed to organize society and keep humans together and provide a common narrative and story, and that's a different type of truth.
So you know what I think? There's a couple people I think that, I don't know if Denizen's still here, Daniel Price and Uncle Fatty.
And any of you are welcome to come up, by the way. Daniel, Fatty, Denizen.
Yeah, why don't they jump up and I'll jump down, and then you guys can banter.
We can have all of us participating.
Because there's some really interesting comments being made in the chat.
Yeah. Daniel, I like his contributions. He makes very thoughtful comments.
See, like here's a good example. Uncle Fatty says. Here's a good example. Uncle Fatty says, which God, does any God tell us the more we know, the more we seek truth? The more I know that I know nothing.
That's Socrates.
I think that's an excellent comment. Oh, that's not him. That's Socrates saying that, eh?
Well, I mean, Socrates he reached the same conclusion of ignorance being the foundation of, like, seeking ignorance as the foundation of truth.
I think that's an excellent. How long ago was Socrates around?
He about 300 BC.
He was the guy they poisoned. What didn't he get hemlock poisoned or something like that?
Yeah, he got sentenced to death for getting on everybody's nerves and asking too many questions and challenging the current status quo. And he willingly accepted the sentence. So his friends tried to help him escape and save him and rescue him, and he's like, no, I'm a part of this society. I agree to live by the rules of this society, so it's only fitting that I carry out the sentence that was imposed on me.
Didn't he describe the process of poisoning, how it felt from beginning until he couldn't anymore? I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly.
Well,
they used hemlock on him.
It's Plato's Apology. There's actually 3 of the dialogues that are kind of all related and centered around that time, the story of Socrates' death. So it's in one of those, probably the Apology.
Okay. Okay. So if I were asked to outline my position on God right now, that the short answer is I'd have to, if you forced me to push my chips one way or the other, I'm gonna have to at this time, not fully convinced, but I'm gonna have to go towards intelligent design. I can't shake that. I can't shake the fact that so many great thinkers did the same thing, and some of the stuff I see that I just simply can't ignore. So that's my place anyways.
That sounds intellectually honest so far.
But at the same time, I would never say, I would never make a statement such like I feel like you're going to be in purgatory or hell forever if you don't come to the same viewpoint as me. I think those statements might be motivated for a purpose, which I might understand, but I think they also have potential to. I don't even really know how to respond to that. I don't like them, and I can see why they exist. Why somebody would say you need me to save you, right? I can kind of see the motivation
Save
behind
from
that.
what? I never understood that. Even as a kid, I never understood the salvation thing.
Well, what if you looked at it this way? What if you looked at it like somebody who had lost their marbles and was going to jump off of a building because they believed they could fly?
Yeah.
Would you want to save them? Because that's
Yeah.
that's the position these people think they're in, right? Some of them anyways.
Yeah, but I'm not aware of being in anything analogous to that position that I need
But
saving from.
no, I don't think so either, but they will claim you are.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. They can claim
And
whatever.
yeah,
But
and they'll
I mean,
claim
I remember as a kid, we went to some Protestant church, and they did the thing where they call you up and you get saved and you confess to Jesus, and then they pronounce. And we did that. I remember all the kids got up and did that. So but I didn't feel any different. Like nothing happened after being saved.
Do you think any of them did?
I don't know. Whatever's supposed to happen during that ritual or ceremony, it addresses like the deeply subjective part of you, and it didn't. Nothing happened with mine. It didn't activate or speak to anything within me.
So would
So
you,
either I don't have that part to awaken, or it was not effective in awakening it.
or that let me put a third possibility in. A bunch of people were acting like they had that part.
Probably.
No, well, and maybe not. I could be wrong. And the people that would say that I'm need to be saved would say that you need to be saved. They'd say it about me too. But what I think there is value in is some of the traditions that are espoused by some of the traditions that the church want us to hold do keep us safe. And some of them have been cast off as of late, and I've seen it. And it's led to some really bad places. So whether it's about believing in God or not, it may in fact be about the behaviors that have proven themselves to be healthy over time.
I can be easily persuaded of that.
So
I think there is a role for something like religion in society, whether it's true or not.
So if it was me and I was trying to describe a God that was beyond my comprehension, I'd be looking at stuff like that and saying, when we see that, that's when we're looking at the face of God. I wouldn't point to a lightning bolt as you walked up to be saved in grade 7 or whatever. I think that kind of stuff is our perspective. I'm saying if we take it outside of our capabilities and say, how would it look if we tried for a second to glimpse it? Is that Shelby Smith? So how do you move forward without belief? I think Shelby Smith has an excellent question. And for me, let me take a second to answer this, because this is a super important question. I'm going to acknowledge right now that I would rather there was intelligent design. I would rather that I didn't die and get put in the ground. I would rather know there was a heaven for me to go to and my kids. I would rather say I got to meet my dad who passed away years ago. I'd get to see him and say hi again. And that very well could be clouding my judgment. So when you say, how do you exist without belief? The answer is, for me, I would rather believe, and I want to believe. And I'm very cognizant of that when I'm exploring this intellectually, asking myself, is my desire to believe, the question that you put up on the chat just now, is that coloring my impartial intellectual search for the truth? And I don't want to make the wrong decision or be.
What have you come up with so far, and how do you intend to determine whether it is or not?
So when it comes to emotion, when it comes to matters of faith, it's very difficult to tell whether what you're feeling is authentic or not. And I have not come up with a good answer. I feel authentic in that, detached from emotion. I'm seeing a lot of evidence for intelligent design. I'm really comfortable with that. But in terms of how do I live without faith, I really do believe that even those of us that say we don't have faith, whether we be atheistic or whether we subscribe to some sort of manifesto, we lead our lives in a faith-based fashion. The answer is we can't exist without faith. We all have it.
Hang on. I had a really good question. It was on the tip of my mind and it just evaporated. It's going to come back. I guess let's just keep going. Well, that's one of the things I found out about when I converted to Satanism, because I was an atheist for most of my life. When I converted, I discovered, and I tell people that I've been a Satanist my whole life. I just didn't know it was called Satan. I didn't know it was a thing and that it had this name. But I think I was religious my whole life. And I was thinking I was an atheist.
Yeah, and a lot of people are. And I want to address this. I'm going to give a coward's answer to a question I see or to a comment I see in the chat, but I know that what I'm saying is authentic. Daniel Price says, you don't need religion or a faith-based belief system to have a sense of right from wrong. Contribute something positive to the world and observe basic human decency on a daily basis. So Daniel, I'll just tell you, and you don't have to take it from me. If you get into some debates with some people who have thought about this very carefully, they're going to smoke you. It'll take them about 3 minutes, and you'll be bound into a place where you can't accept the fact that your belief system has to stem from some moral code that's arrived at outside of your own individuality. It's just unescapable. And I'm not claiming to be able to do that. I'm not the guy.
Why? How?
Well, let me take a little bit of a stab at it. What possible purpose could you have for saying something like, I'm going to stop my buddy from jumping off the building if he wants to? If you're coming only from your own personal perspective, why would you be able to stop your buddy from doing what he wants?
Honestly, instinct, because I was probably doing that as a kid. In fact, I'm sure I was. I was the oldest of siblings, and I was like the protective older brother. I just had this instinct to protect and save from harm, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think there would have been any kind of strong rationalization if I was. I think I would have just acted. So
so Denizen has just put in the chat probably the closest that any atheist has come to answering this question, but it still gets dismantled in interrogation. So what Denizen said is, because I like my buddy and I'm selfish. So if you come from an atheistic perspective, you can make the argument that you can develop a moral code based on the tenet of do unto others. In other words, how would a moral code evolve? It would evolve because people have not treated others in a way that they would not like to be treated themselves for fear that eventually it will be visited upon them. And that is the compelling argument, but I know that it's been pretty thoroughly reviewed. It's an excellent argument. It's the one I used to subscribe to. Like when Denizen says, I like my buddy and I'm selfish. Basically what he's saying is, it's in my own self-interest to act from a moral perspective. So that takes morality and throws it out the window, first of all. Even from that argument, which is the only one that works, let's take the moral code and throw it out. The only thing you can justify is you're acting in your own self-interest. And when you do good things, it's only because they're good for you yourself. If you don't subscribe to any moral code over and above yourself, then you can't argue anything else. Now, for me to sit here on the chat and try to carry out that argument, like, is not going to be as convincing. So I think that that people that want to explore that should look at some of the arguments, like go and look up some of the debates, because there are many that have happened, and see what they think of some of the opposing viewpoints, and maybe they disagree.
It seems like it's getting in semantic territory, because to me, it just every time this conversation comes up, I immediately think most people I know had this figured out by kindergarten, and morality was not that hard. How is it that people need to agonize and be so fastidious about this moral reasoning, when to me it's just it was so easy even as a kid. If it wasn't instinct, it was something very close to it. Like, don't hit people, don't lie, don't steal from people, don't steal candy from the if the cashier gives you the wrong change, go tell her about her mistake, give her the right change, don't walk off with money that you know is not yours, etc., etc. It was just so easy as a kid.
There's two ways to look at it.
Adults that complicate morality.
What would make more sense? That a moral code evolved over time as a species based on what behavior was more profitable to us and what was non-profitable, or that a moral code sprung from our minds based on our own intellectual processes by the time we were in kindergarten.
Are like the mammalian instinct of compassion and cooperative living too.
Do you
like
think
even I've seen dogs and cats like nurture and help each other when one needs it, just kind of out of instinct.
Do you think that their actions are guided by a moral code or some form of instinct, some form of selfish instinct?
I know when I'm doing it, it doesn't feel selfish. In fact, it probably feels the least selfish that of anything I do, and I get a pleasure from being able to help other people and be a benefit.
Okay, why would you say that wasn't God speaking to you at that moment?
Because this is weird. Like, what? That's a weird way to describe what I'm experiencing. It's like a chemical reaction in my body, and How
would you describe just neurons firing?
Yeah, neurons, chemicals, whatever causes affect.
What would be the purpose behind that?
The purpose of what?
Well, why would that particular chemical reaction be occurring in your brain?
I don't know. Maybe there could be evolutionary reasons that it's reinforcing that behavior because it's evolutionarily adaptive.
That's right. So in that case, it would be serving your evolutionary drive to survive, right? Basically.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Okay, yeah, and that's the position that the atheists hold, basically.
That's the what?
That's the non-theistic position, right?
That's it. It's not so much a position. I'm describing my experience with morality and why I don't struggle over it or have these conversations or need these conversations myself much, is because my morality seems to have just always been there. And it could be nurture. I mean, I was raised by people that taught me these values too, and I was Catholic, like catechism reinforced this, and classmates reinforced with each other, etc. So it could be, there could be some nurture to it as well. But however it got there, it seemed to always be there from a very early age.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep, I'm so glad I figured out how to read the chat here at the same time as talk. So Shelby Smith says, being good raises your community value, leading to more safety. Once again, a selfish argument, right? But accurate.
Well, you can see it that way and emphasize the self-assessment, but I don't think it can be reduced to selfishness.
Well, if you don't, then you got trouble.
What's the trouble?
What other reason would there be for
it? I'm stumbling over the word reason, because if it's just instinct, why does there need to be a reason? Or are you coming from the design perspective? Like
so let's say if we took, first of all, can I ask you how many people are still in here?
We have 10 on YouTube and 8 on Twitter.
So this is about the average size audience, I guess, eh?
More or less, yeah. Lately, it seems around more or less. We hover around 20.
It's very difficult to tell, and I just get this feeling like hearing crickets, you know.
Oh, that's subjective. It's I don't notice anything out of the ordinary at all. This seems like a normal panel to me.
Okay, I'm gonna
normal comment section.
And the fact that nobody else is jumping up, because I saw 8 people up here today.
Well, Denizen said he would, but he has this idea that you're going to jump off. Or
I'll sit here while he talks.
Something. Fatty, I don't know why Fatty's not up, and Shelby did try to come up, and Daniel is certainly welcome. He may not be.
Okay, I'm going to read Daniel's quotes. Here, a quote from a theist. It does me no injury for my neighbor to say there is one God. Hang on, it just jumped out of my 20 gods or no God. It neither breaks my leg nor picks my pocket. So what I'd like him to do is expand on how that applies to our discussion. It sounds interesting. If you can put that in the chat. What does elucidating mean? Is that a term of endearment? I hope I'm not.
No, you're illuminating all of this for us and explaining.
Elucidating, I think, might insinuate something else. See, that's what I'm worried about, right? Let me look at that.
No, it was nothing but a compliment. To make clear or plain, especially by explanation. You're explaining things in a very clear way. Bringing light, yes.
Let's go back to the morality without God piece. And that I think that's something, I don't think it's profitable to have somebody like me, who is not a theist and not an articulate theist, expressing the theistic perspective for why you need God for morality. I think there are other people that do that far better.
But you know why it's not convincing? Because I have direct personal experience, like a lifetime of it, to the contrary. So I can just ignore it. That's like people telling me there's aliens or lizard people. My whole entire life tells me otherwise, and I'm confident in it.
It may be that you may be making some presuppositions that aren't true,
like that I'm not actually moral, or that there is some kind of divine foundation to it.
I believe I've witnessed moments on your stream where you were acting selflessly for the protection of others. I believe I've seen that. So there must be a reason you were doing that, and I'm not sure that I can think of a real benefit to you from acting in that fashion.
Well, one reason is I'm trying to create a certain environment here, and it's to keep my stream. There's kind of an art to this too, so it's to keep my stream at the tone that I want it to be, and to protect my viewers, my guests, my participants.
Okay, but what if you, like I have seen on other streams, were willing to openly massage the egos of certain commenters or posters that you knew would drive viewership to your channel? What if that sacrifices you a few people that
I've done that all the time. I've lost viewers. I've done that. That has happened many times before, and it's even been suggested to me because there's certain other panels that let the trolls on, and sometimes you get viewer boosts because people come for the drama and they get a charge out of that. And we've played around with that a little bit, but it's not something I want for this. I want a very specific thing, and the more I do this, the more the vision becomes clear. And those kind of tactics to get viewers and growth in numbers are just not. It's not compatible with what I'm trying to do here. I'm not interested in growing that way.
So I think that it is just my feeling and prediction. When you say what you're trying to do here, if you broke that down and really look deeply at some of your motivation for doing what you're doing, some of it may not fit too well into
Well, I would love to be especially being a Satanist. I would love to find all of the secret, hidden, dark motivations that I'm really doing this for.
Well, I don't even know about dark. I think maybe dark is a misnomer. I think that there's a
and
moral
maybe
code
dark just as hidden from my own knowledge right now.
Like you said it by kindergarten, we know you basically had the moral piece figured out, what's good and bad. You knew not to hit some other kid. You knew if you did that, it was bad. You knew if you pulled somebody's hair, it was bad, right? Most of us do, right?
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
And when I was doing something bad, I knew I was doing something bad, and I knew if I got caught, there were consequences, and it's because I did this bad thing, and I knew all of that. I wasn't if I was doing something bad, I wasn't innocent doing it.
But did you feel bad though?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of the time, a lot of times. Sometimes I could rationalize it, but most of the time, yes.
As you became older, did the moral code become more or less clear for you?
Feels like it's been more or less the same, at least like the basic underpinnings of it. And then like each situation is going to have its own nuance, and especially like social situations. So you might have like a coworker situation. That's not something I encountered as a kid, but I encountered classmate situations that might have been similar that. So I'm not like starting from scratch. I still have some kind of basis to work off of.
Okay, so here's a fabulous question. Can you highlight Dahlia's question for me? It says, why should God get credit for Jeff being a good guy?
That is a good question. It should go to Satan.
Yeah, well, no. Hang on now. This is my answer to that question. If I have a son and I teach him the fundamentals of basketball, and then he goes out and wins the championship, should I, sitting in the stands, get credit, or should he?
Well, how much was innate talent and how much was your nurture and mentorship?
If I never put a basketball in his hand, what would be the chance that he would have won that championship? 0.
We don't know, because then we would know his true innate talent without any type of guidance or development whatsoever.
Yeah, just having played sports, though, I can tell you if a kid 15 years old walks onto a basketball court and you hand him a basketball and he plays against kids who have been taught the game, he doesn't stand a chance. So,
yeah, I think it's most likely and most probable that your influence did contribute to his skill.
Sure, but who should get the credit? Do I stand up and get the trophy?
No, he gets
does.
the trophy, and then he can thank you and whoever else he wants.
Sounds kind of like religion, doesn't it?
Not to me. I'm not making the parallel.
Okay, so if I were to say that I will, as a father, arm my son with skills that allow him to do something, as a good father, I may feel pride in that experience and I may share in that experience, but the poor fathers who we all recognize will take credit for that accomplishment. And that's not right. So,
well, you mean it's not morally right? How they feel, like the little subjective experience they're having as they watch their kid get the trophy, whether they feel pride or take credit, or I don't consider that a moral act at all. How
How would you consider it immoral if that father walked up and took that trophy from the kid in front of
Yeah,
everybody?
because that would be
instead of-
more of an act than just feeling or thinking something. That
Yeah,
would be an
if-
actual act that I could evaluate.
So would you think it was immoral for the father to think, hey, that should be my trophy, but clap
No,
for his
I
son
don't
instead?
think thoughts are necessarily moral or immoral.
Well,
If
once
the
again,
father thought, like, if he had a, because I don't think we're not necessarily even in control of what random thoughts pop into our head anyway. So if the father had this random thought, like, hey, that should be my trophy, I don't think any morally less of it for having that thought. Now, if he acted on it and went and did something to the trophy, I would.
see, this is why I like you stating these positions concretely. I myself think that dad should feel guilty for feeling that way.
See, that's what I would say. You sound like a moralist.
How would you define that?
Well, some people show up on these panels that are they have very strong opinions of how others should live and what they should try to. It reminds me of like Puritan culture, like very religious sense of self-righteousness, moral smugness, sanctimoniousness. And the reason it's so bizarre is because me in my own life, I have almost no opinion how anybody should be doing things. Like, that's something it's so sacred for them to figure out for themselves. Like, who am I to have an opinion on how somebody else should live? And so
Okay,
people that do.
So let's go back to the guy jumping off the building then. Would you stop him?
Yeah, like the extreme cases, of course. I don't think people should be murdering people or jumping off of buildings. But within that, like there's some broad latitude that I allow within that. And like, you have a strong opinion on what somebody should even be thinking. And if they think a certain thing, they should feel shame and guilt, which are consequences. They're like punitive emotions to condition you to socially conform to some acceptance.
I will confess to your audience that I think a father that feels jealous that his son is being given a trophy at 14, 15 years old and not him is thinking something that is a thought I feel he should feel guilty for thinking about. That particular one.
Is it a thought you've had?
No. But I'll give you a thought that would fall under. Let's think of another example. If I think, I got to be so careful. Okay, let me try and give you an example that I think falls into the category you're talking about. Let's say you have a man and a woman walking down the street together and they're married. And the man sees an attractive woman walk past him. And he has thoughts about that woman that are not necessarily that pure, but he doesn't act on it, he keeps going. Should that man be condemned, do you think?
No. This comes up in the pedophilia debate. If they don't act on it, should they be condemned? Since it's not their fault that they have those urges.
And I think there's a distinction. I used an example that I think is quite common in that I think that happens all the time.
I think, you know what, to me, it sounds completely normal for a father to have a flash of, hey, I had a contribution in that trophy. Some of that credit should be mine. It is completely normal for a guy to see an attractive woman walking down the street and have some freaky thought in his head as a result. Like, all of that sounds so normal and natural for the human as a species.
Yeah, and I can't relate to the first one. I can to the second, but not the first.
Well, you might not. It may not happen to you, or you may not be the type of father that it would happen to. But if it happens to some fathers, it's not that bizarre to me or out of the ordinary. Like, it's perfectly understandable to me.
Oh, it does
if
happen.
Some fathers do have a flash of that.
In fact, some of them have more than a flash of it. Some of them act upon it, and I'm not.
Yeah, well,
saying
that's where it can become pathological or like antisocial.
Yeah, well, that goes back to your position on free will, because that the origin of thoughts is not known to you as it isn't to me. It's how we act on them that we express our free will, right? So agreed. But in the one case, there are guys that have done things like that, and I think that the evil that comes out of that, behaving like that, is quite substantial. Which is why I think those kind of thoughts. Now, I'm not saying that guy should be.
So you think it's like prodromal to some kind of sociopathy?
I think if somebody's, I think a parent feeling jealous about their children's accomplishments is just the tip of the iceberg. And if those around them,
And that's an assumption to me, because I think in some cases it could be, but I don't think in most cases it would be. I think there's a range or a spectrum to feeling some little jealousy that's completely normal because we're monkeys, and like pathology and sociopathy. I don't think one's necessarily an indication of the other, but maybe it's something to look at and take note of in combination with a range of other traits and observations.
So just my own experience, and once again, that this could be coloring me. If I see my children accomplish something, I mean, it's almost like I'm not even in the room. I'm just so filled. If they accomplish a goal that they have been trying to accomplish and they've worked towards, I cannot relate to a feeling of jealousy at that moment. I really can't. Now, maybe that means
pride or happy for them or joy for them.
I'll admit to this. I do feel pride. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
That's not only does it seem it seems healthy.
And it also means that internally, I must be taking some credit, some piece of credit for my child's accomplishment. I have to be if I'm feeling pride. But what I'm not doing is feeling envy. Yeah. And I think, doesn't the Bible say pride and envy are both sinful? I'm really not up on the literature like I should be.
Well, they're both two of the 7 sins, but that's from Catholic doctrine later, like post-biblical.
So the answer is I would internally take credit for some of my child's accomplishment and feel pride at that, but I would feel no jealousy that they had accomplished.
Yeah, that sounds normal. Like, I think most parents are not jealous of their kid. Like, it would be kind of weird, but there's some dysfunctional or reasons some people might. And then some people can have a little bit of jealousy in some areas for their kid, but nothing to worry about. It's when it gets obsessive and pathological, but I also think those are edge cases.
So when we talk about rights and duties, I really strongly believe that any rights we talk about are basically phony, but duties are real. We have duties. One of my duties is to do the best thing I can for my children. And if I'm feeling jealous toward them, it just seems to me that any scenario where that's taking place is going to be damaging to that child in other ways. That's how I feel. That's why I would object so strongly to a father feeling jealousy towards a child.
The fathers can't control how they feel. He's not like choosing to feel the jealousy.
I wonder. That might be true. What I wonder is how much, if you are of the nature to be having those thoughts, how much control you will express over your actions.
I'm more trusting than you in that area when it comes to people.
Do you think,
based on my own experience?
Let me put the question to you this way.
I'm just not that cynical. That seems like a very...
Okay, let me ask you then. Do you think there's a lot of fathers who feel jealousy towards their children's accomplishments that then go home and are healthy, balanced fathers at home?
Possibly not.
So that's where my concern comes from.
But that's also possibly, like, it just depends on the degree of... A little flash of jealousy is not something I'm going to worry about. If they turn into Iago and it completely eats up their soul, and that's all they think about is getting revenge on their son, then I would worry about it.
I'm just sorry for pausing. I'm trying to read the chat again. It's funny how people's worldviews reveal themselves through the chat, eh? Like, I can tell Daniel Price has spent a lot of time refuting religion. I can just tell that by reading his chats, which is fair enough. So, Daniel, if I could ask you, are you an anti-theist or an atheist?
I heard the model I used was, let's see, most people are motivated either by fear. They're either fear based, shame based, or like anger based. And I'm anger based. A lot of the people up here seem fear anxiety based. I didn't grow up with a lot of shame. I'm Catholic, so I guess it'd be more guilt. Like I don't feel bad if I do something that someone else doesn't approve of. I only feel bad if I think I did something bad, and then it eats up my conscience. So that would be more like guilt.
Another thing that I notice in certain worldviews is that people hesitate to take a position. So basically, an anti-theist is someone that thinks religion shouldn't exist, that it's bad. And an atheist just says God doesn't exist, but they don't take a view on whether religion is good or bad.
New atheists do. They seem more anti-theist.
Yeah, well, Christopher Hitchens, if you ever heard of him, he was an anti-theist.
Yeah.
He argued vehemently that religion shouldn't exist.
Yeah, I have friends that are new atheists, and they're the same. They're as ideological as all the other group, the woke, and all those other groups.
But I would say that one of those, because if Daniel Price says he doesn't believe in God, maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe I should clarify that. Daniel, do you believe in God? Is that a question that you could answer a yes or no to? Or you could say like me, maybe.
That's interesting. You think it's pheromones, emotions? I know some people are better at tuning in to the emotions of people around them than others at like a very minute, sensitive level. Yeah,
it would be great.
I'm temperamentally, like, I was not a bad child. I never had the impulse to be bad or do evil or be mischievous. I could be a little mischievous, but not bad or evil. And so people that struggle with that stuff, that's just always been foreign to me. I've never wanted to be evil or like
Joe Cool says made a really good comment. So I'm going to support Denizen's request for Daniel to come up on panel. He puts his hands together and prays. So do I. Come on up,
well,
Daniel.
Denizen, lead the way.
You're very well spoken. Joe Cool says, can you believe in God and still be against religion? Here's my position. Having listened to holy men and preachers, priests of all kinds, and I'm not saying anything about these people other than this. I have heard priests and representatives of the church say that when they get up on the pulpit, when they're preaching, they are literally talking, they're representing God literally. And so in those moments, I've tried to test them intellectually and ask questions because there should be some change in their demeanor or in their message when they get up in front of their congregation. There should be something palpable change. And in those moments, I can't find that. I can't find that they're any different.
Why do you assume there should be something?
They say there is. I'm not assuming this is the message they say. So I have not seen the evidence to support that. So when
they said you're going to see a change in this?
Well, they don't say they're going to see a change. What they say is when I'm standing at the pulpit, I'm speaking the words of God. Well, then
so you're assuming you should see something visible.
How could you not? When the person literally says themselves, there is a difference between me out in public.
If I understood you correctly, all they're saying is they are the representative.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying they stated very clearly. There is a difference between my words when you speak to me in public and my words and me when I'm up on the pulpit.
So why would you think that leads to a visible, like a physiognomical?
What difference are they referring to, do you think?
In word, they said it in the words, not the face and the body.
No, I'm not talking about the face and the body.
Oh.
What difference are they referring to?
I thought you said you don't see a visible difference when
I don't
they.
see any difference in the message that they project and the way they project it between when I see them downtown at McDonald's or when I see them up on the pulpit. And yet they're making a claim that there should be. They're making that claim, not me. Now that means that for me, organized religion, some man-made aspect is being injected into that process.
Yeah,
That
it's organized religion is organized by men. The whole
So,
thing is man-made
well,
process.
I don't know whether I'd go that far, but I believed when somebody asked the question, can you believe in God without believing in religion? How I would answer is yes. That's my answer.
Yeah, I think.
And I'm not just saying that off the cuff. I'm using an example that I've found where I found flaws in organized religion. And I think that doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
You can believe in religion without God too.
I
Works
think a
both
lot of people
ways.
do. I think a lot of people do.
I think wokeness has enough of a religion to be enough characteristics of a religion to be considered one. And it's completely non-theistic as far as I know.
So I just want to respond to Joe Cool. Again, he says, there's a difference from preaching and talking to the McDonald's clerk, a visible and message difference. I'm not talking about when the person's speaking to the McDonald's clerk. I'm talking about when the person is speaking to me in
At
regards
McDonald's.
to religion, whether it be at McDonald's, whether it be at the riverbank. Now, the way I heard the message represented, and anybody out there who is more familiar with the church can correct me on this, and I would accept being corrected. When the priest speaks from the pulpit, they are speaking with the mouth of God. When they step down from the pulpit, they are no longer doing so.
I think it varies by denomination. I think some denominations more than others.
Yeah. Well, the guy that was the
Put more
guy said
emphasis on
that
that.
to me.
Well, I imagine people say a lot of things to you or have throughout your life that
No.
all
This
haven't
is,
turned out to.
we're not talking random here. We're talking a representative of the church and not just him. I believe that's an accurate representation of the beliefs that this denomination.
What were you expecting to be different or see different or like whatever he said, whatever the exact words were, it seemed like it led to a very specific set of expectations that did not get met.
No, I would say just the opposite. So when I was in the classroom, I would deliver a lesson and look for evidence of learning. And you would be able to relate to this, Jeff, having been in front of students. And you could tell when there was a change. You might not see it the same in every student, but
you mean like a physiological change? I would see a change in their work, in the results of their work.
You might also see it in their body language. You might see it in how confident they came into the class next day and jumped around about learning a new math equation. There's all sorts of ways the change manifests itself. And there's also ways that stagnant thought process manifests itself. You'll see that in students as well. You learn to recognize it as a teacher. I'm not saying I'm an expert on theists or priests. What I'm saying is, if somebody is going to make the claim that they are representing and the words were speaking with the mouth of God in one place and not in another, then I should be able to identify a difference.
I don't necessarily make that assumption.
You don't, but they do.
They tell you should, like, when I'm this way, you should notice a difference.
No, you're reducing it to, they are claiming that they are speaking with two different motivations. You may not see a difference. I never saw a difference, but they're claiming there is.
I expect to see a difference.
Of course you wouldn't, because you don't.
Just because they're speaking on behalf of, like they're representing something or speaking on behalf of somebody, I wouldn't necessarily think that a visible difference would appear as a result.
That's because you don't believe in that process. and nor do I. But they do believe in it. And there are people that believe that literally. I'm answering the question, can you believe in religion or believe in God without religion? I am saying I have seen deep flaws in organized religion. This is the easiest one to point to, where they are making a claim that I can see doesn't hold water.
So if you do determine that there's a God, you don't necessarily want it, like the believers organize in any kind of way. Just let them individually have contact with God themselves.
I wouldn't say that at all.
Oh,
I would say that the organization has to be very careful in how it conducts itself, and that there may be limitations in what an organization can do as far as representing God. Maybe they've reached that limitation. Jeff, you and I have agreed that human beings are fallible. We're limited. So to expect a perfect representation from either an individual or an organization is, in my opinion, unrealistic. It's always going to be colored by our limitations. So this is one of the problems that the church runs into, in my opinion, is that they suffer from the limitations of human beings. Even if the message they're trying to...
that's all institutions.
That's right. Agreed. No different.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't see any contradiction there in my position. I believe these things are giant bureaucracies, and maybe the message at its core that they're promoting has some accuracy to it. But like any institution or large group of people, you're going to get some errors occurring.
I don't like giant bureaucracies either. I don't even like tiny bureaucracies, but they appear to be here to stay for a while. Like they are part of the modern landscape, like them or not.
No, I agree. I agree with that. But what I'm pointing to answer the question is, that once again, the original question, which was really good, can you believe in God without believing in religion? My answer is yes.
I know plenty of spiritual but not religious people.
Yeah, no, exactly. And here is where, sorry for being not present, I'm just watching the chat. Here's where I think that some people who hold fundamentalist views make a bit of a mistake, is that the people you talk about that you know are spiritual and who are seeking the truth, but they're not religious. I think there is another path to God that they can find. Now that is blasphemy in the Christian church. In some what I just said, and I'll say it openly again because I've said it in many. I believe there is more than one path to God, and saying that is blasphemy. I know it is in multiple.
I know almost no Christians that would disagree with that. If there are any in the chat, or you want to come on and talk about it, but most of the Christians I know would make allowances for multiple paths to God.
But definitionally, Christ is the only way to God.
If they did make allowances, then they would not be following the scripture as they knew it. Now,
you can go explain their religion to them.
Nobody really gives a crap about scripture. That's like a small minority.
Whatever excuses they make to allow people to come to God without following Jesus Christ, if that's what they do, I'll tell you the excuse I make. I'll tell you how I make it work mentally. Because I believe God is objective reality. I believe they're one and the same. And I believe
why do you need to muddy it with something so fuzzy as God? If all you mean is objective reality, I mean, there's nothing to argue about at all.
No, there is something to argue
about. And objective reality has a mind.
Why do you have to call objective reality God?
Denizen just put it perfectly. That's my belief. That's what I'm leaning toward. This is the difference in your and my position, Jeff. Intelligent design. Denizen just asked me, do you believe objective reality has a mind? Do you believe, Denizen asked me, do you believe objective reality has a mind? My answer at this point is if I had to put my chips down, I would hedge towards yes. That's my answer.
It seemed to be the only way that the conclusion was logically attached to the premise, but that's
But
and I don't how there seems to be too much space in between the two yet described properties of your God.
No, of course
Right?
there is.
Like so
course
far
there is.
there's God has a mind and God is objective reality. There's a lot of
yeah, the only
lattice
foundation
work
you
that
have for mind, even the concept of mind, is your own subjective experience of
No,
mind.
no, we went over that already. First of all, Denizen made another good point. There's a lot of space. Of course there is. We're talking about God. My argument is that the limitation, the reason there is a lot of space is because of the immaturity of our intellect and the limitation of our ability to comprehend something like God or even the universe we live in. Look up in the sky, we don't even know what's going on up there. We have a
Sure.
very limited, we can't come at this problem like we
sure,
have
but
in
then why presume anything is
Yeah, well, that's
true?
like,
Well,
what do
okay,
you do?
so
What do we do
here
about it if that's the
we'll
situation?
we'll circle back to that again. One, because many of the people that have been involved in, say, mathematics or physics, you can look them up, will, after they have spent lifetimes researching and made groundbreaking discoveries, will come to the conclusion, I cannot accept that this much order exists in a random world.
Well, he can't accept, but other people can accept.
You can,
but they're literally categorizing and making order out of chaos.
Seeing
That's why.
order doesn't
No,
make
no,
me
no.
assume a designer. I accept order without concluding that there's design.
You might, and that's you're free to make that choice. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is
but
that the laws that we rely on, the laws that a lot of atheistic people rely on, were arrived at, the laws of physics, the laws of mathematics, were arrived at by people who, in the end, saw God in those equations. Is
yeah,
that
Of course.
statement fair?
some did.
Yeah.
A lot did
Well,
not.
Would you say more
those
did?
are intelligent. Those laws are intelligent design.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And they may just
Yeah,
be
but
the face of God.
Well, yeah, but they're man-made.
No, the laws weren't man-made. They were
Me and
man-discovered.
They
Chris,
absolutely are, dude. And like what
Dennis,
we
isn't that
call
wrong? This is why I use
science just has to
the
be God.
statement.
God's just another word for science.
No, it's not. This is why
Yes,
I
it
use the
is.
statement. This is why I use the statement, vast oceans of truth lie undiscovered before me. We didn't make these things, we discovered them. The laws of
Yeah,
physics,
no. We
the laws of
discovered
physics,
something. We
the laws of
call it.
physics were present
But
long
we
before
discovered
humanity.
Okay, you're gonna keep going, but I already disagree with you. Okay.
You can, that's fine.
Right.
If you want to say that the laws of physics only exist because we observe them, then you're in a different position than I am.
No, I
I
want to
think
say what I want to say.
Well,
Can
what
I?
is
Is
that?
it okay if I say it?
Go ahead.
Okay. So whether or not objective truth exists is neither here nor there to the fact that how we describe it, the law of gravity, for example, that's man-made.
So the law of gravity may be man-made. The description of the law of gravity may be
Right.
man-made. Actual gravity and its influence on other
Now-
objects around with it is not.
Now
just our way of
extrapolate.
It's just our way of describing it.
Right, and that's
Let
why
me
you
ask you a
see
question.
intelligent design in all of our descriptions.
If a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it still make a sound?
Yes.
I think it does. I never did understand that one.
Okay, the reason is because whether we're there observing it or not, these things still happen.
Right, but a sound is still a man-made thing.
What is a sound? A sound is a man-made thing?
Yeah, the fact that you're able to Google the word sound.
No, they had sounds before.
The ontology of sound, the ontology
Right.
of the word sound
And
is
that-
a man-made thing, but sound is not man-made.
And that's
How are we getting
exactly where you're seeing the
nominal
intelligent.
realism.
That's exactly what you're seeing in the intelligent design is the
No.
ontology.
No,
Because you have no other way to interact with the universe except the way you describe it.
yeah, whether I'm here interacting with it or not, it's still going to exist, though.
Yes, but your interaction is the only library that you have, and that library is intelligently designed.
Yeah, so what if it is? What does that have to do with creation?
That's what you're seeing. That's
No,
what
no, no.
people are recognizing as intelligent design is
True that-
humans intelligently designing a description for their surroundings.
How do you know that?
I mean, it depends on your definition of know. I don't know anything.
No. Don't get hung up in the semantics. You're making a very specific claim. Tell me how you know that. What evidence do you see pointing? I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying now.
I have an abundance of evidence that human beings can't like see the difference between their intentions and their actions, where their ego lies. This whole thing about where our free will exists. Yeah. Same exact thing for describing things, and then after the fact, find them to be divine. Are you familiar with the puddle? Are you familiar with Douglas Adams' puddle?
I need to steel man your argument here, just so I understand it. Now, you tell me if I've got it wrong. You're claiming that the only intelligent design that I'm seeing is that which is reflected back to me like a mirror, my own intelligence viewing the environment around me. That's where I'm seeing the intelligence. You're going to say no matter what I say.
No. I just said yes.
Okay,
because you said it because you phrased it two different ways. The first way you said it was not what I said. It was incorrect.
What was the difference?
Because it's not the only thing. Not the only thing is what's being reflected back at you, but the intelligent design that you see is what's being reflected back at you.
It's me imposing my own intelligence on the universe around.
You have no other concept of intelligent design. You don't even if there was a God and he was intelligent, you wouldn't even know what that was.
Well, while that may be true, we would have to go on evidence based on observation. Tell me how you saw the Hubble Deep Field image. Tell me how my intelligence affects our observation of that image.
Well, man, I don't know if that's not obvious to you.
No,
I don't think I could.
Educate me.
Can I finish a sentence? If that's not obvious to you, I don't know how I could. Okay.
I don't think it's obvious to anybody else either. I'd like you to tell me.
Well, I'm going to answer. I'm going to give the answer I want to give. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Here it comes. If it's not obvious to you already, I don't think I could be capable of explaining it to you in a way that would make it make sense to you.
Or you don't know.
Oh, I do know. As far as I know anything.
Let's hear it.
I told you already.
Okay.
The only intelligent design you're seeing is what's being reflected back at you. Okay, there's no evidence for anything else. And all the evidence of the way human beings interact with one another relies upon that. Denizen, we do it constantly in all areas of our lives.
You said the same thing 4 times in a row now.
Yes.
Now,
I know. I'm consistent.
I've steelmanned. Well, you're not that, but I've steelmanned your position, which means that I understand it. And I've also heard it before, and it's utilized by theists, believe it or not, to argue that because we have a mind that can observe these kind of things, it must have been created by a designer. Now, what do you think of that?
That doesn't make any sense.
Why not?
Because it doesn't have to be intelligently designed just for us to be able to intelligently observe it.
You didn't say anything new. You just reaffirmed what you said previously.
Correct.
I asked why not. Why?
Because it doesn't. It's not a requirement.
Why would the person that argues because our mind can conceptualize things that it must have been designed by a mind that could conceptualize things? Why would that person?
This is a very old line of argument.
It's just circular reasoning.
Mathematics.
Circular reasoning. I see absolutely no way that makes any logical sense or any evidence for it.
Well, nor does yours. Here's my position. There is a universe and objective reality that exists outside of our perception.
Of course.
And while we may conceptualize that through our lens, whatever happens outside there is unrelated to us.
Potentially.
It happens.
It could be.
It happens. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Don't get lost.
Yeah, it doesn't get you any intelligent design, though.
Okay, but you got it. Once again, you've got to stop interrupting like you always do. Okay.
I said,
So whatever is going on outside of our perception is represented by forces that are not under our control for the most part. Okay, that makes sense to everybody. Things that you were observing through that Hubble deep field image are not controlled by humanity. How we observe them is, but what was being observed is not.
okay,
Okay, does that make sense to you or no?
yes,
Okay, that makes sense. This is what I'm talking about, the events that take place outside of our perception. Now, how we view them is going to be influenced by our own lens and our own mind and how we view things, which
Right.
is why we have to. What is one method that we've used for breaking ourselves out of that? It's the scientific method,
right,
where we come from a position of ignorance, we assume that we're wrong, and we gather data to try and disprove the things that we see ourselves.
okay.
Using methods like that, we can touch objective reality. Do you agree with that?
I
Okay,
think
wait, say
on a
one
great.
more time,
Go
the
ahead,
last
yeah.
part.
On which?
That using science, we can eventually touch objective reality.
Would you guys agree with that?
No, I'd say that's a faith claim. That's a belief. We don't know that will.
It's a way to test our subjective perspective.
No, Gen X
I'd say
Jeff is
it's
exactly
like-
right. If you doubt all of your senses, then nothing is true. So you have to go with as much evidence as you can compile. Then you have to make a decision of faith at that point in time.
Well, no, that's not science. It's observation, hypothesis, experiment,
Okay,
conclusion.
Gen X Jeff, tell me how you say that once we come to a decision through the scientific method, once we have met our criteria.
What's the decision part? Because you're noticing, you're observing, you're
How do
developing
we-
hypotheses based
let's-
on those observations, and
let's-
then you're
let's use
you're
the-
testing those hypotheses.
Yeah,
You're
let's
running
use-
and
you guys-
then
you
you're
guys are
making
getting
a
caught-
conclusion.
Yeah, you guys are getting caught in the weeds. How do we know gravity exists?
That is the
You
basic
took us in the
scientific
weeds.
method.
We're all the way down the street and around the corner from your original claim.
How do you know gravity exists? Is it man-made?
The concept of gravity
No,
is, yes.
That's not what you
man.
said.
It's
I can
not.
Yes,
play it
it's
back.
exactly what I said.
Play the stream back. You
That's
said
exactly what I
gravity is
said. Whether or
man-made.
not, listen, whether or not the moon will be pulled toward the Earth, if I'm here or I never even existed, that doesn't change the fact that how humans describe that is called the law of gravity, and that's how we interpret the world. So we are intelligent designers. That's why whenever we go to deconstruct the natural world,
of gravity
I'm just I gotta turn down the volume to where I can't hear anything. Otherwise, I just start screaming just to finish my sentence.
We are the highest intelligence in the universe.
We are intelligent designers. So when we go to describe our natural world, we see it in terms of intelligent design. That's inherent in our subjective experience.
But did we discover mathematics, or did we invent it?
We invented mathematics.
Because some would say there's a latent order in the natural world that we discovered with our intellect.
Yes, that can also be true. They're not mutually exclusive. And then so another species could also
it's important, and there's also like parallel debates in the arts about perception and creation, but it seems important whether we're creating, whether part of that perception is our creation, or whether we're totally perceiving an external world.
Say that again.
I lost the first track.
It's important because then I missed the middle, and the last thing you said was
I forgot the first part of the conversation. What were we talking about before?
Intelligent design. My claim is that humans see evidence of intelligent design as they intelligently deconstruct their surroundings.
Whether mathematics describes an existing order, or whether we invented the math whether it's something that exists outside of us that we just are observing and codifying and discovering versus something that we are creating ourselves as part of our human potential or capacity or ability, seems like an important distinction to me. But if we're creating it, it works because it corresponds to the natural world enough for us to accomplish like technology and everything we've accomplished. But so we can't be completely creating or inventing it, but it doesn't seem like a completely natural, non-human phenomenon either. Math seems like it's something that only came about or could have come about through our own intelligence as humans.
So can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
A terrible time for my phone to die. I got so worked up arguing with Denizen there.
Oh,
Denizen-
we thought you got tired of the interruptions.
Oh, no. Denizen is annoying, and he's disingenuous sometimes too, but he makes some fabulous
You're
comments.
projecting.
No, I'm not. Denizen,
Especially when it comes to the interruptions.
how does the ontology of gravity differ from the phenomenon of gravity? How do they differ?
The phenomenon exists objectively.
There we go. Okay.
The description of it is a human subjectivity.
And the description is where you're saying I'm seeing the intelligent design.
That's where the only evidence of any kind of intelligent design exists, is in human design.
How do you know when somebody like Isaac Newton disagrees with you? What are you seeing different than he is?
That doesn't impress me.
I know it doesn't, but it impresses me.
I probably was smarter than him at age 8. He lived how long ago?
So you at age 8 were intellectually superior to Isaac Newton.
I mean, yeah, isn't he a theist too? I definitely think I'm intellectually superior to him.
Okay, so I hope that we can gauge the intellectual output of your career and his.
Oh, I don't have a career, and I don't have any intellectual
He's smart
pursuits in my
enough to
career.
not have a career.
I was in IT.
That's for plebes.
I don't
That
have a
doesn't
career
surprise me,
in
Denizen.
like in
It doesn't
academia.
surprise me that you were in IT.
Okay. Is that supposed to be insulting? Should I start raising my voice and talking over you now?
There's
he was intending to be insulted.
There's no such thing as insult in a world without free will. We discussed that already. So what I'm saying is, for the last time.
When did we discuss that? That sounds like more horse pucky.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember you making any case for that claim that you just did.
That what?
I think I remember to what you're referring to vaguely and somewhat disingenuously, as you project that disingenuousness onto me.
No, so let's get back, because there are people I can see in the chat, or at least they were, that were genuinely interested in what we're talking about.
I know, but you can't stop making it about me.
Why are you interrupting me again? I'm trying to speak to the audience, okay? Because there are a bunch of people. I
didn't interrupt you. You stopped. I started talking, and then you said so.
Okay, all right. Let him continue. He's talking in general for the chat.
For the chat.
If I stop talking, he can continue.
Yes,
see right there.
I'm asking you to do.
Okay.
There, I did it again.
Can he continue?
Yeah, I can.
There's some more silence.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh my goodness! See, this is what we get into, right? So for the people in the chat that have,
every time you're gonna try to make it out to be me interrupting you all the time, this is what we're gonna get into.
You're gonna rage quit. I'm gonna have to mute, and then you're gonna rage quit.
I'm not enraged.
You are, Denizen.
It's just a term. It doesn't necessarily mean you're actually feeling rage.
But I don't see why I would leave.
I do want Old Man to continue, though.
Let him continue.
30 seconds already over this.
Let him stop trying to pretend like I'm locking down the panel.
Joe,
what? What's stopping him from talking right now?
If you weren't interested in conflict alone, I wonder. Not you, Denizen, but if we had, say, 500 people in this panel, in this audience, let's say, and they weren't interested in just a pissing match, if they were actually interested in content, would they say that the content of this channel has improved in the last 10 minutes since you've gotten on here? You started out with some excellent questions in the chat, and when you got in here, you made some fabulous points.
And then you got upset.
No, I didn't get upset.
Yes, you did.
You made it a point.
You started raising your voice and interrupting me.
You're interrupting again.
How's responding to what you're saying on a panel with people in a public forum interrupting you? You interrupt me constantly. This is called a conversation. I just sat there for 40 seconds
because it happens before they get.
And then you asked a question, and at the end of the question mark, you stopped talking, and I started talking, and then you said you're interrupting me right in the middle of me saying my response to you.
Yet,
See what all those times right there? You just did that 4 times. Were any of those interruptions?
Jeff, could
I
you do
just
me a
kept
favor and
going.
mute him
I
for
just
a sec?
finished my sentence.
I'd really appreciate that. If you could just mute him for a second, then you can turn him back on.
I hate having to do that.
Yeah, I know. I hate it too. And I'll just make my point. Really
I
quickly
will
to the
say
people.
interruptions happen in general on the panelverse. I see them happen all the time. So I don't know why they're a particular issue. And they happen especially with neurodivergent people.
I do.
Have trouble timing and tracking and all of that. So I'm a little more generous toward interruptions here.
There are some people that are more egregious than others. And if we're trying to establish meaning, then the conversation becomes something else. I mean, you did it today, Jeff. You did it today. You had to cut a conversation off because it was going in another direction, right? Now, I would ask you, do you think that I'm being authentic in the conversation I'm trying to have?
I do.
So basically, there have been a bunch of good questions. And there was one point that Denizen made. He's confusing an argument that's been made before to support theism. And he's saying that the only
more condescending language.
Oh, goodness. He's saying the only evidence of intelligent design is that which I'm seeing myself. And I get that. Which is why I use
mind.
Exactly. And a lot of people do this with their pets. Like they'll say, "Oh, my pet loves me," or
I do it.
When really it's your own emotion reflecting itself back at you is what it is. That's an acceptable argument, and you have to hedge against it using things like the scientific method, other observations, using observing what's lasted over time. What kind of practices can I replicate? Like I've taught myself to we talked about lighting fire earlier. I've taught myself to light fire the way that those people did 70,000 years ago. The reason why I did so is because I could link minds with that caveman that did that. We would have felt the same pain in our hands, no matter whether if anybody argues. The smoke is the same smoke. The wood I would have had to use is the same wood. The same as these people that do flint knapping. Those are the places where we see commonality, that where we touch objective reality. The mathematician who has the equation that's beautiful comes to the same conclusion. This isn't about me. This is bigger than me. They do so after a lot of evidence, a lot of experimentation. These things don't come from, somebody on a panel saying, well, I'm smarter than Isaac Newton, and I was smarter than him when I was 8. Like those things don't lend credibility to the argument. Now, Denizen can be unmuted and go on for as long as he likes.
I was unmuted that whole time.
Good.
So how did the discussion become about my intellect?
I don't know.
Yeah. I would just, if you don't care, and that's okay, but he claims to care about objective truth, I would recommend that he go watch the stream if he really does.
No, I care about truth. I'm one of the biggest pushers for truth in this panelverse.
I think I'm just gonna reiterate it. I know that like the tone has a lot to do with it, and I am a very assertive person. And also, if someone's interrupted me deliberately, and I'm not even halfway through making my point, I'm just gonna keep talking, and people really don't like that.
Is that fairly regular?
He feels that's what's happening to him.
No, it
looks like it because I'm watching him not finish his sentence because you cut in. But that happens though. Not that you do.
Yeah, it happens to every single person who's not.
I interrupt all the time. I come from a culture,
right? But the reason why it seems like I do it more is because I'll just keep going, right, just like right there, and also because people don't like my opinions, and those two things combined.
When you get into that little,
it depends what I'm looking for.
Should the person just pull back?
When you say what's the best thing to do in that scenario, for me, it's going to be whatever best for my agenda, and that changes from time to time.
What could the other person do when they get to that point? Just pause, maybe, and give you a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if you care about what the other person is saying, so like, even if I'm very interested in what someone else has to say, sometimes I'm still looking to respond. But then if I start to respond and they keep going, then I'm gonna cut myself off and keep listening. I notice some people don't do that, and I steamroll over those people on purpose
I've seen
when
you
I
do
feel
both.
like it.
I've seen you
Denizen,
keep
why is
going
your
as well.
agenda the most important?
I didn't say it was. It's just the most important to me.
So can you see how that would influence the conversation negatively?
Absolutely, it negatively from your perspective, and it depends on the circumstance. And
Would
I
you
won't
like-
always. Sometimes I'll just sit back and listen for 7 minutes, like when I got here the first time.
Would you like to improve on that?
I'm not having a. I'm not experiencing like the negative experience is yours. It's not mine.
So
Well, you did.
Would
seem
you
there
like
was
to improve?
frustration over feeling like you were being interrupted
Oh, it annoys me when I get
and
interrupted.
not
I'm
knowing
working
when
on
to
that.
cut in, which
I would. I don't think, like, out of the three of us, I don't think I'm the one that has the problem cutting in.
would
And
you
sometimes I
say-
cut in deliberately because otherwise you're just, furniture. Like, especially with this guy, he'll go for like 5 minutes
I
and he
wish-
repeats himself endlessly.
Do you think that
Joe?
it's correct
haven't
if I
noticed that.
said,
I've
yeah, no,
enjoyed
it's
the
not true.
conversation.
Denizen, have you said to me before that you are your favorite topic?
It perhaps in jest, yeah.
So you didn't mean that when you said that, because it
No.
seems like you might have been being honest. For example, what's the topic now? Are we talking about God
Yes,
or
and
are
I-
we
and
talking
I-
about Denizen?
And I would challenge you to rewind the stream and go watch who made
We're
it
kind
about
of
me
troubleshooting
and who's
communication
continuing to
breakdown
make it about
right
me. See, I'm the trouble, you see? He's troubleshooting me.
No,
See what I'm saying?
Just me that
come
does
on
that, or
now.
have
You
others
can't be
done
that
that?
snowflakey. Troubleshooting is a
How am I
is a
snowflakey?
phrase.
Because because I recognize what's going on? It's
Hey,
not
no,
hurting
but-
my
Do you have any more
feelings.
of that
I asked-
indica? Do you have
I
any more of
asked a
that
fair
indica
question.
left?
I asked a fair question.
I'm not the only
is
one
this-
either. You know?
Denizen, is this just me or have you had this trouble with other people?
It's not just you, no.
Okay, where do you think
No, I
it
mean, there's
stems
plenty
from? Is it all of them?
streams.
Usually, yeah. With the
Yeah,
type of
it's all-
people who can't help but to make it about me.
No, that's why I was trying to troubleshoot. I'm good at this. I do this for a living. That's why I was trying to troubleshoot.
Okay,
this.
so I'll tell you what then, Jeff. Thank you very much for having me on the stream.
See?
My phone cut out. No, Denizen, I want to give, first of all, Jeff, this is his channel, so I want to respect. And I want to watch him troubleshoot with you because I'm fascinated to see what he's going to do. I've talked about my position on religion. I made it quite clear. There's an objective reality outside our perception. Our goal as human beings is to try and touch that. I believe it exists whether we see it or not. And I believe that objective reality what represents what people call God. That's my position. You can take any issue with it you want. However, what I'd like to see now is Jeff engage in troubleshooting with you because you've said that you have this trouble with a lot of people.
I didn't say that.
well, that's
Well,
only
that's what I
if
just
he
heard you
You
wants
said
to.
that. I didn't say
I
it was
wanna-
trouble, and I didn't say it was a lot of people. I just said that you're not very unique.
I've specifically heard it on this panel before.
Okay.
I want to respond to what you just said because you said it at this moment in your journey. You're leaning. You feel like you have enough, slightly more evidence than not to like go all in on the God hypothesis. But you also seem like able to adjust if, as your journey continues, you find new data points or new evidence.
Yes, do you
Like
know
I don't
why?
think it's like this is not like a once in a life decision that you just have to make and get right this one time forever.
And I think people make a mistake when they do that. And the most important thing to me is that whatever I decide, even if I never decide, that it's as close to the accurate decision as it can be, which is why I have to take my own personality and ego out of the equation. I want to be
Yeah,
right. I want to be right even, and when I say that, I don't mean that it's necessary for me to be right to feel good. If I'm wrong, I want to know it.
Yeah, that's intellectual integrity. And I think keep doing what you're doing. Like if that's where you're being led right now, just follow it. And I think you have enough intellectual integrity to adjust as needed from there.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll talk to you guys later, eh?
All right, good talking, Joe. Always enjoy it. Yeah, we don't have to talk about this, but if it is something that keeps showing up in your life and you want to talk about it, we can.
Well, I would have liked to talk about it with him.
Because some of it, and I have this, I struggle with this too, is knowing when to come in, and so I'm. It depends on how important the thing is that I'm trying to say, how important I think it is to say. If I think it can wait or not that relevant, I can sit on it. But sometimes if it's just burning relevant to the conversation, I have to get it out, and I just interrupt. Oh wait.
There necessarily has to be a back and forth when these conversations become these nuanced, and that's a problem for some people. Especially, it depends. The source matters, right? So you interrupting him is not the same experience for him as
So
me
you take it
interrupting him.
like there's some personal about you in addition to.
Yeah, but I don't take it personally.
It seems like you might be.
I don't care.
Okay, because you said it was a pattern.
Yeah, it's a pattern with him. I trigger the fuck out of him.
Now you getting it, Reddington. Hey, Jesse, welcome.
I'm not sure what Jack's talking about, but no, I don't think you're being hard on me, Jack. I wasn't really looking at the chat, I don't think, because I didn't see Jack say anything to me. No, yeah, I was reading the chat. What did he say to me?
So Denizen, I've come back because you said you'd like to talk about this with me. I'm here as an observer and a listener. I'm not running away. I'm not running away.
You could be an observer and a listener in the chat. The point, I didn't want to come up here and have to bear the burden of the conversation. I tried to let you lead it to where it was going and interact with you in those areas.
So let me describe what I just witnessed, and you tell me how I'm wrong. I left, then Gen X Jeff said, okay, let's talk about this. And you said I would have rather talked about it with him. That's why I've come back.
Yeah, we can talk about it if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, where did it start to go wrong? Like
what?
I know Denizen was interrupting and all that, but I think on his end that's not.
I wasn't interrupting any more than anybody does in a normal conversation. Sometimes there's lag.
Yes, I agree. It was nothing out of the ordinary to me. I say that all the time when people complain about interruptions.
Far less. I interrupt I'm not neurodivergent, apparently, according to what doctors say. So, and I don't have these problems.
You're fading out or getting quiet. Or did you move away from the mic?
No, it just fucking sucks.
Okay.
And I don't I'm not I'm socially awkward because I don't like it, but I get along with people easily.
Oh, now you're fading again.
Don't have. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
You're really quiet. It just faded out.
Is it better now? All I can do is just wait.
A little bit. It seems like it keeps going in and out.
Oh well, I don't know how to fix it. I can reconnect. I'll be back.
I can all right. I can maybe change it on my end.
Is that any better?
Possibly so far.
All right. What were we talking about?
You were saying how much it got on your nerves.
Yeah, it's a pet peeve to be interrupted for me, so I'm constantly just not letting it get to me. But there's a battery there, I can only take so much.
Yeah, I get the battery. Are you aware though that you also interrupt other people?
Of course, I deliberately interrupt people. And there's a difference too. I allow other people to have a conversation. I don't filibuster.
Not always.
So filibuster. I would say, like, if someone starts to filibuster me, I will steamroll over them. I don't consider that. Yeah, I don't consider that me filibustering. You see what I'm saying? Like, in a way, I am, because that person who's constantly trying to talk over me and will not let me finish.
What do we do when we get to that point with you, where we're both?
Why would you need to do something with me?
To be heard. Just
why wouldn't the other person just let me finish? Why is the problem with me?
It's not always with you, but it happens often enough with you that if we can come to some sort of like idea of what to do when that happens.
It happens every time.
Whether it's everyone, you or not, if we notice it happening, like what
let me try to answer your question.
Has to give
actually, now that I think about it, let me try to answer your question directly. Now I think I can understand it in a way where I can be honest. What you need to do is rewatch your streams and analyze your own behavior.
Like in the moment, we're not going to stop the stream and rewatch it.
Okay, well, I mean, that's my solution. You're projecting a lot.
But if you do rewatch the stream, I think you're going to see what
I always do.
We're saying here. We're going to see you interrupt, whether it's because it's built up or you feel like they interrupted you, or whatever. But it does happen.
Of course, everyone on the panel interrupts.
Denizen, is there any chance that there's a difference between how you see yourself and how others see you?
Of course. There's also plenty of people who agree with me, too.
But something like interrupting is so easy to determine.
I find
watching you could point to like look.
I find that in these discussions, denial is really, really fucking easy.
So your people.
I think denial is more difficult on things like live streams that capture an archive conversation.
Only if you go back and rewatch the stream, not in the moment. Which So that's my recommendation. I would just watch the streams that you're on. I do all the time. I spend hours watching myself and listening to myself.
Like both trying to talk at the
same
time.
See, like I didn't even pause there, and you interrupted me, and then you're still going. Can you tell I'm talking right now?
Is not.
Can you tell I'm talking right now?
Right here. So what?
Can you tell I'm talking right now?
Right now.
You should shut up and acknowledge that I'm talking.
That's what I was trying to ask you earlier. What's the best way to do that?
Holy shit. Shut up and acknowledge that I'm talking. Listen, I was right in the middle of a sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
That's weird,
that
bro.
Was clear to me. I'll let you. None of that was clear to me, but now that I know that, go ahead.
Well, it's not as effective after the fact. I did finish my sentence too, right? So it's your turn. That's the other thing. While you were attempting to interrupt me, I just kept going. Yeah, and then I finished, and then I stopped talking.
Part of the sentence that it was connected to at this point.
Right there. I didn't hear the first half of what you just said because it was during the last half of what I said. And I didn't even pause. I didn't even take a breath. That's the other thing too. So sometimes on this panel, if you want to get out a whole thought, you got to start talking like this. And you got to take your breath like this. You really got to force it out. Otherwise, it's impossible. You just interrupted me again in my rant about being interrupted.
Tell you that we can't hear you because your microphone is going out. I don't apologize for that. I'm not going to let you talk when we can't hear you.
Okay, so out of those 6 interruptions, the last one was valid.
So, Denizen, in this conversation between you and Jeff, who do you think has been speaking more, you or Jeff?
Me.
Who has interrupted more, you or Jeff, do you think?
Jeff. In the last 8 minutes, Jeff.
Okay. So that's not the way I see it.
Uh-huh.
But
I know that.
That's easy to verify. Just rewatching the stream. People so it could count the interruptions and say, it was right. It was Jeff. Nope. Look, it was Denizen.
Can I ask the question a different way? Is it possible that there are some times when interruption might be more appropriate than others?
Sure. And there's also times when it just happens because of lag.
It might.
And at the end of the day, I don't take it personally.
But are there some times, like one thing I notice and in some conversations is that people will put pauses in, wait 3 seconds, and then start talking again. And that leads the other party to think that it's their time to talk. and then an interruption happens. So
Yeah.
people may be misinterpreting some of the pauses in your speech as you being finished when you're really not.
For sure. That's why I give them the opportunity to listen to me by continuing to talk instead of just going back and forth, interrupting each other, pausing and then interrupting, then pausing, then interrupting. I just keep going and get that last half of the sentence out. Because if I did that, if I interrupted that person and they were still making their point, then I would interrupt them and then stop talking in the middle of what I'm saying so that I don't keep interrupting them.
You
Absolutely.
would? And if we go back and watch
Absolutely,
the
I do it all the
streams, that's
time.
what we're going to see you do?
Sure.
Okay.
I've done it several times during this stream. I did it just a couple of seconds ago.
So
you have done it. Yes, you do it. I don't know if it's all the time, but you have done it here and there.
So would it be fair to say that it's a common enough that it's noticed that there are practices in your conversational style that may cause people to say you're interrupting them?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Would you
In
like
everyone's conversational style.
I agree. Would you like to improve on that? Do you see any need to improve on that?
Not thus far, no.
It has.
I will validate that what Denizen is getting critiqued for tonight is not anything that anyone else has it. Like I want to make sure he's not being unfairly singled out because he's not really doing anything that everyone else does it also.
I don't ever do anything that anyone else doesn't do. And sometimes I get more, I interrupt more.
Way that leads to these kind of like roadblocks here and there.
Yeah, with the particular opinions I have, the tone that I have, and the manner in which I am unapologetic for things that other people do all the time.
And everybody has places they need to improve in their conversational style. I saw somebody in the chat called me teachery. I've been called that before because I was a teacher, and I don't like that aspect. I'd like to find a way that I didn't project that in my conversational style. But the key is wanting to make that improvement, right?
Oh, there's vast areas of improvement. I'm terrible at communicating. I'm horrible at it. I don't claim to be good at it. There's plenty of ways in which I can improve. I'm well aware of when I'm interrupting, and I do it with intention most of the time.
Why though?
To be heard, so that people can hear what I'm about to say. It's how you push a conversation forward when someone's involved in the conversation. And then there's a strategy to it, and it's tactical at the same time, right? So with you, there's going to be a lot more interruptions because you will filibuster for 10 minutes straight if someone doesn't stop you. Also, in the conversation like this, where we're literally stating claims, premises, conclusions, I'm probably going to stop you if you state something that's objectively false. Now, if you tell me we're not going to have a conversation like that, you don't interrupt me, and every time I talk, I'm the only one being heard, then I'm going to make an adjustment to that too. I'm going to start taking notes instead of interrupting. But that's not what happens on this panel. This panel is a duke 'em, punch 'em in the face, free for all. Everybody interrupts each other all the fucking time. Some people don't even know because they're neurodivergent, and that's, not Denizen's
that
fault.
happens with neurotypicals too, the interrupting thing. But with neurodivergent,
sure, especially when they're mad.
Particular timing can be a particular issue in reading conversations.
See how I just stopped right there?
Yeah, let's just take the last statement Denizen made. So there were two places in there where I could have stopped him, where he made statements about me that weren't accurate, but I didn't. Why didn't I stop you at that point, Denizen, do you think?
Because you were interested in what I had to say.
No, because I want to make you feel heard. What's important to me right now is that you feel like we're listening to you more than whether I feel heard. That's the truth.
Nah.
You don't believe it?
Nah.
You don't believe it?
I would just go do something else.
No, I want you to feel like I'm listening to you. That's very important.
Oh, no, I don't. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impugn your motives. I believe what you saying your motivation is true. I would say that's not necessarily conducive to a back and forth nuanced conversation, though.
What if that's not what's important right now, though?
Well, I mean, that's what's important to you. So the fact that we don't operate exactly the same way or communicate the same way may be related to what we value.
And right now, what is
conversational needs too?
Right now, what's important to me? Do you think?
Well, that I be heard, that I feel like I'm heard. That's what you said.
Okay, does that sit well with you, or do you not care?
I don't think those. I'm gonna say it doesn't not sit well with me, and I don't care.
Well, I don't know how to interpret that. Do you respect the fact that I actually want to make you feel like you're welcome and that I'm not over talking you?
I don't care.
Okay, I'm going to say something to you that I don't think you're going to like, but I don't believe you.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care about that either.
I think you do.
I don't.
Do you
Okay.
think
I really
he's-
don't care if you believe me.
Do you
Okay, that's
think
good.
he's trying to understand you?
No, and that's why we're having these problems. So even he might be like deliberately trying to give me a space so I
Yeah.
can talk, right? And not and give me respect, right? So I can appreciate that. But he's not actually interested in hearing the explanation of my ideas, and that's what I come for. So
Yeah.
there's always going to be a disconnect there. He's always going to be 2 levels above me, looking down, waiting for the opportunity to teach me how I'm wrong.
Would it surprise you, Denizen, if I told you I heard anger in your voice just now?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Is it accurate?
No,
You're not angry.
no.
Okay.
I mean, define angry. Maybe I am.
Well, you'd be a better judge as to whether you're feeling angry. But you said that I talk like I'm 2 levels above you talking down. That must be fairly insulting.
Well, I mean, you deliberately do it.
No, I don't. But
You
if that's-
came up on the panel to do it,
No,
and
I
that's
didn't.
okay. I don't
Well,
hate you for that.
He came back because you said you wanted to talk. when
Not
he was
no,
on.
not just now. Originally, and then he admitted to it by the end of the conversation
What did I admit to?
that your whole purpose was to come up to show me how I was wrong,
No,
I-
I'll tell you.
I
You
didn't-
want-
and
you want me
how
to
I
tell you-
and how I'm not conducive to the conversation. How
You want
I
me to
need to
tell
be
you?
how I need to be problem solved. How
You want
I
me to
don't
tell
move
you
the
why I-
conversation.
Hey, that was-
How I don't move the conversation forward. See, don't just
Denizen.
let me say give the list of things that he said with his own mouth. Don't just jump in and talk over me.
But I will tell you why I came up. Remember when I came up and said, now it's not filibustering. Just take a bit of time. You said a couple of things afterwards that I thought after our initial conversation.
Hold on a
where I
second.
was
Hold
really-
on. Not this time. I'm
No, I get
talking
it.
about another time.
I get it.
Okay,
it.
okay.
No,
Go
we're
ahead, go
addressing
ahead.
the same thing. There's 2 things you said that you didn't say them verbally, you said them in chat. One, when we talked about free will, I know that some of the things that you had to contend with were not arguments that you'd heard before. And then
Yeah, you're wrong.
my way of phrasing them, I don't think was a way that was very welcoming. So when you said in chat,
Can I
life
stop you
isn't-
real quick?
I'm almost done.
Okay.
When you said in chat, my life isn't going the way I wanted, which you did say, I thought I had come into a safe space for you where you enjoyed participating and where you found meaning, and made that a less enjoyable space for you, which is why I said later that I wasn't very pleased. It was on further reflection on the way I had handled that scenario, not on how I made my argument, but on how I spoke to somebody who was in a safe space that Jeff had created. Now I'm done. Go ahead.
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
I felt bad,
Um,
Denizen.
I don't remember. I'm gonna start taking notes, so we'll go with that.
You get a notebook like Cynthia.
Well, no, I just use Notepad. It's just like sometimes I have these conversations on all kinds of different levels, and I'm just getting to know old man here. So, here's an adjustment that can be made. I don't recall saying my life isn't going the way I wanted. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Maybe that was a joke. But you admitted that you came up on the panel to demonstrate that I was deconstructing the conversation, that I was being disingenuous, and that I was doing it deliberately in order to stop the conversation from moving forward.
Okay.
And that the reason why the conversation wasn't moving forward was because of me.
I believe sometimes you do that, yes.
Let me stop here.
That's your problem, man. You gotta let go of that. Sorry, Jeff. I thought we were finally getting somewhere, but go ahead, Jeff. Go.
No,
You're the
ahead, go
host.
ahead. I can wait. I can hold it. Go ahead.
But that's okay for me to believe that. I mean,
I
you
just
believe
want to point
filibuster.
out that you just accused him of certain.
He said those
motives in
things
the same
out
way
loud.
that he did.
But he said them out loud.
I know, but you're both.
I never said that.
It's
I
theory
don't.
of
I don't
mind.
admit to
You're
the things he
both
accuses me of, Jeff.
imputing a certain psychological motivation to the. You're both doing it.
Yes,
I
but
think
he
that's where
said
the
it.
disconnect is happening.
Right.
'cause
Okay.
the
No,
theory of minds are
all right. All right. Let me go now. Let me go.
Okay.
I am repeating what he said out loud. He is guessing, pulling shit out of his ass. And the reason why he's doing it is because he's projecting. The
See,
reason why this disconnect, let me finish. The reason why this disconnect exists is because he feels the way he does about me. And he's projecting that feeling onto me. And that's where the disconnect is. And if you would let that go, we could have more constructive conversations.
How do I feel about you, Denizen?
You just said that I'm disingenuous, that I deliberately try to stop the conversation, that I avoid positions in order to filibuster. All of the things that you've been saying, I'm merely repeating your words. So even if your random guesses about me are correct, if they're still random guesses, I'm not making random guesses about you.
Yes,
I'm
you're
letting
doing
you
the
tell
same
me
thing
what you're
with
doing.
him.
No,
You're
I'm
right.
letting him tell me what he
Saying all
thinks.
the stuff he's here to
No,
do.
no,
That's
he's
all
letting me.
speculation.
I'm letting him tell me what he thinks. He's making random guesses.
You don't
Is there-
know what's in his head.
Is there
Yes, he just told me.
Is there a possibility that I'm criticizing your argument style and not you?
I mean, that you're trying to, or that you are.
It's about intent, because is there a possibility that it's about your style of conversation and the ideas that you're expressing that I'm criticizing and not you as a person?
I think that it is very possible that it's my style of argument that pisses you off. And then you take those feelings and project them onto me and create a caricature which does not exist.
But I'm talking about your feelings right now. So is it possible that that when I make a criticism of your argument, that it's of the argument and not of you as a person?
Yeah, I'd love for you to start doing that at some point.
Well, that's exactly. I believe that sometimes you do make arguments or make statements that you know aren't accurate. I know Jeff doesn't believe that, but
I
I
get
believe
you.
do.
You think he does, like deliberately?
He said that on
promote-
3
I
panels.
I believe that I have observed Denizen make statements and then say he hasn't made them. I believe I've observed that. Now, I
I'm
don't
willing
know
to
why.
grant more good faith than that in general to people.
But there's always stuff that didn't happen. And then you admit that you don't even go back and check.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've looked at all our conversations.
I asked you earlier if you listened to yourself in the stream and you said no.
No, that's not what I said at all. I've watched all of our exchanges multiple times.
Híjole.
Part of the reason why I said what I did in the second panel we were together is because I had observed our first exchange. I observed how I behaved in that. And then I acknowledged that, right?
Well, you acknowledged that you didn't like the way you went about calling me disingenuous and a troll.
No, I didn't say the disingenuous piece. Well, Jeff.
The disingenuous is a quote.
Well, Jeff is willing to take that back. I really am not, Denizen. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I believe you have expressed positions and then said you haven't done so.
I
just don't
understand
know
that.
why. But
And when he
I'm
says
trying to
that
tell you
have-
why.
you don't believe him. You think he's lying.
I'm trying to tell you why, because you're wrong and you're incapable of admitting that you're wrong. And it's based upon the emotional reaction you had to my opinions that you heard on a panel.
I said I was wrong in front of a whole panel of people. But I'm not going to say
But not
I'm
about
wrong.
this. Right.
Well, because I do believe
It's your Ukraine.
I do believe, and I think the conversation was productive, and now it's getting unproductive. Something that you'll have to accept about me, not about you, about me.
Oh, yeah, I believe you.
Wait, let him finish.
I believe I have seen you state a position very clearly, and
He's going to
then
repeat himself, Jeff.
later on in the stream say you haven't.
Yeah, he
And I
just
think
repeated the exact same thing he said the last 4 times. I
But
agree, and I
Okay,
do believe you.
It's okay to repeat things. It's fine.
It's okay for me to interrupt and say I agree with what he's about to say.
I'm just acknowledging what I said.
Yes, and I believe you.
But
I believe you 100%, bro.
But I was concerned in the first stream that the way I made that point was not the way I should have.
I believe that
was my
too.
concern.
I
And
believe
then
that as well.
Then I acknowledged it in front of everybody.
Yes, I believe that too.
But he
So-
disputes the point itself,
Well, it's horseshit.
regardless of how it's delivered.
That's okay.
I misspeak. I'm not the most articulate person in the world. I'm not the most intelligent person in the world. But I've had these discussions. Like he even said, I know they were arguments you never heard before. I mean, when I was 12, maybe they weren't particularly confusing, confounding, or impressive arguments. I have found none of the arguments you've made to be that I would say in which I agree with your arguments and find them to be sound. There's little room for discussion because there's nothing for you to fight me over.
I don't know why y'all are fighting at all, other than interpersonal.
There isn't. It is interpersonal.
Like, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain that's exactly what's happening.
Jeff, if you had to guess why I'm up in this panel right now, what would you say?
I think you are a very caring person. I think you're trying to make sure that you're represented fairly, and I think that you are somewhat trying to understand. I think you have a genuine desire and motivation to understand. I also think you're jumping to some conclusions and making some assumptions that might better be left open-ended.
Also, those statements are more true with regard to you than they are to me.
Do you think
you have to take that into consideration?
Do you think there's any piece of me here that very much wants to make sure that, in as far as I can assist you in creating an environment that's welcoming to everybody?
Oh, that I had considered that. I would be thrilled if that were true. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, but what I'm asking is, do you think that there's any part of my being here right now and having this conversation?
Yeah. Now that you mentioned it, yeah, it's not one I came up with, but I believe that that's probably part of the reason.
Would you believe that's true, Denizen?
Yeah, I would phrase it differently, but sure.
Does that cast a different light on my motives during our discussions?
No, not for me. I'd say it's consistent with what I've been saying.
So what are my motives for for going after you like I did the first time? What was I trying to do?
Well, you don't like me. You moralize against me. It's clear.
So
the tone of superiority is you can't even help in the words that you use.
I just know from being autistic, things like tone is very subjective.
And they matter. They matter.
I'm not dismissing that
for sure.
Your experience of it, but that doesn't
for sure
mean that's what he's doing on his
for end. Sure. But you collect samples and you create a topography, and so even if I can move. Even if I can create an old man gauge that I don't apply to Jeff, I have a Jeff gauge, I have a Jack gauge, I have a Dahlia gauge. So even if old man gets his own gauge, I can tell when he's turning up the dials on certain words.
Is it possible, Denizen, that it's not that I don't like you, that I disagree with some of the views you hold as well as the way you have discussions?
I think that's exactly what it is. And you can't separate the two. So you come up. So you moralize because it upsets you. Because my opinions and the way I describe the universe upsets you so much, you come up here and treat me like shit.
Why would I be here having this discussion if that was my guiding philosophy? What am I doing here now then?
Well, I don't think that's you can't talk and chew gum at the same time, or that you're a one-trick pony. But it would still be consistent. I would say you would still come up here because you feel like you're in a position of moral superiority and you're going to protect the world from the evil machinations of Denizen X's interruptions in conversations.
What would you need to see in order to prove that to be wrong?
For you to actually give a fuck what I say. And the conversations go down an entirely different way. When your motives flip, when you change your motivation, I will recognize it. and our conversations will go differently.
Okay, so have you heard me acknowledge you before, your thoughts, and praise them?
Say again?
Have you heard examples of me saying that's a great point by Denizen, that's a great thought, I agree with what Denizen's saying?
Yes.
But that wasn't sufficient
Sufficient for what?
to change your mind. Do we have to agree all the time?
Oh, no, absolutely. That was not sufficient. We don't have to agree at all. There's plenty of people who agree with me on nothing and still respect my opinion and my thought processes. And we have long conversations with lots of interruptions and no yelling.
What I'm digging at is what exactly you would be looking for to say, hey, this guy doesn't hate me.
Well, I have, like I said, I've got an old man meter. So you start turning some of those knobs around, and I think I will notice. I make that contention.
What if it's not completely accurate?
It's a work in progress. So
okay, that's fair enough. Like maybe
and possibly it's very unlikely though, right? Because I'm pretty good with my gauges, but it's possible that a year from now I could say, "Holy shit, my head was up my ass. I'm sorry, old man. I had you totally wrong." You know what I'm saying?
I think you both have each other wrong.
Yeah, no, that's not my goal either. My goal is for you to come here knowing there's somebody listening to what you're saying, not somebody that agrees with you, and quite frankly, I'm not speaking about myself, not somebody necessarily that even likes you.
All right, so listen.
But that hang on now, that that you can come here and somebody's listening to what you're saying.
Right now, I want to. Whether you believe me or not, this is up to you. But I am both impatient and inarticulate, so I don't know how to put this in a more constructive way. But you're failing at that. You're doing a miserable job, and I'm getting the impression. And Liz, right now, I would say you're doing a lot better, though. This, like in the last 20 minutes, I'm already seeing a difference. But in our interactions on this panel, since we met digitally, it's been your motivations have been blatantly obvious to the contrary, in my opinion.
Would you say that about other people you've met on this panel?
No.
Just me.
But I'm new to this panel though, and there's not a lot of people here.
I will say I have seen similar interactions with you and other people. So whether
sure, yeah. I interrupt and trigger people all the time.
Yeah. But there's something particular about Joe.
Frank would be a good example. I mean, he blocked me.
Frank's also a troll. Like, I don't know if Frank has exactly the same motives that.
And here's the thing, I would say, as far as similar behavior to what he's doing, sure, almost everybody on this panel, including a lot of the people who are seeing things from my perspective right now, because I had to keep coming back in order to for people to get an idea of what I was about.
Denizen, wasn't there a fellow this morning that you really got into it with?
I don't remember who. On this panel?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
In fact, there was profanity and stuff thrown around far in excess of
I swear all the time. I prefer it. Again, I'm not a smart person.
Busker, Chuck, the prolific. Was it the prolific?
One of my weak points is vocabulary, so I'm even dumber at words. So I tend to swear and be sloppy with my language.
I think you, Dennis. I think you do fine, like especially compared to a lot of people on this panel.
Well, compared to a lot of people, sure.
Bottom tier.
For sure. I have an above average ability to communicate, for sure.
Okay, so hey, I am going to grab myself a glass of water. So I'm just going to ask you, Denizen, you said you wanted to have this conversation with me. Have we had it?
Yes, to a certain extent, I think we did. I'm not sure because I'll have to be honest. Usually this is at the point where conversation is not allowed. Usually it's only allowed up to the point where we prove that Denizen is the reason why everybody's day is miserable. And then
allowed.
Well, I mean, you sat there and you let us talk and you asked us relevant questions. Not all hosts will do that. Some will just shut it the fuck down.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know, but people prefer their fucking delusions. You know what I'm saying?
But would you say that this conversation has gone differently than a lot of the other conversations in terms of, can we sort out the differences between ourselves?
No.
Are we at a different place now than would be the typical experience?
No.
So you generally, your conversations come to this point eventually?
No, almost none of them do. But I mean, if we're...
So what have we done different?
Most people aren't willing to have these conversations at all.
So is the fact that he is mean anything? When he comes on a panel again and you're on it, what should he do if this conversation didn't do anything and y'all are still at the point you were before? What should he do next time he's on a panel with you? Should he just leave you alone? And
it's kind of vague for me to understand really what you're asking. I mean, I think he's fine being himself.
Okay.
I don't think he needs to improve anything. Why would I tell him what to do? Is there a problem, old man? Do you feel like you're not getting something out of this? That there's something broken that needs to be repaired?
I thought it was more about you and how you feel about him, that he doesn't like you, not how he
I'm you got to figure, man. Like, my opinions are very unpopular. I'm used.
You said that about 20 minutes ago.
Yes. No, I said he doesn't like me, but I never said that it bothered me.
Okay.
I'm used to that. Like, I can go into a room and type. The people can't even hear my voice. No insults, no provocative language. Just type, make fact statements about the universe that I lean or suspect are true, and it'll disrupt not only the chat but the stream. The whole panel and the whole chat will turn to me and start attacking me.
That's weird. Well, I mean, I've seen.
It's not weird for me though.
It can't feel good.
I've had it happen to me too.
But that can't feel good though.
But I'm 40. I'm in my mid 40s. I don't take myself so seriously. I know how fucking stupid I am, and then I also I don't. Most people are fucking morons.
Yeah, but why?
They're even dumber than I am.
Put yourself in that same category.
No, not exactly. I would say the smartest people who are way smarter than me are still not that smart. Me, I'm a mid-brain idiot. Retarded.
A moron is a whole different level of stupid.
But there's still 80 to 90% of people out there who are complete zombies. I don't they get triggered and they fling their poo when you tell them the truth in public. That's just something monkeys do.
Yeah, some of them, a lot of them. I've seen that happen over.
And I've been doing this on the internet where it's exposed to like in person, you can piss off far less people, than you can on the internet. And I've been doing it since I was a small child, and from all different kinds of people all around the world. So it's an entirely different experience for me to write the truth on the wall and watch people lose their fucking minds.
Well, that might be a good note to end on.
I agree. Okay, this time I'm not going to check my phone again. So thanks for the conversation, everybody. And it's about bedtime where I'm from. Good talk this evening. And thanks for all the questions in the chat as well. I'm sorry if I didn't get to them. I'm bad with technology, and trying to read the chat at the same time as talk was challenging.
Well, take care, Joe, and thanks again. And we'll be here tomorrow. All right. Well, I mean, it can go longer. Somebody's supposed to come up and talk, or you want to?
We got to get
Keep
some more
going.
people up here.
Yeah. I don't. Other than that, I don't really have anything
That's all I have to say
else to
about
say.
that.
I don't have a problem with much of what happened tonight. I think we're okay.
I want to.
I don't think they pick. Denizen has a very specific style of interaction that not everybody's gonna jibe with right away, which is not unusual for this population. All right, well, we'll do last call. If anybody else wants to come up, I'll keep it open for a little while longer. Otherwise, I'll wrap it up. I'm trying to do more evening streams in addition to our day streams, so there may be more of these as I get motivated to do them.
Douglas Adams described the anthropic principle as being rather like a puddle waking up one morning and thinking, this is an interesting world I find myself in. An interesting hole I find myself in. Fits me rather neatly, doesn't it? In fact, it fits me staggeringly well, must have been made to have me in it. That's how I feel about most arguments for intelligent design. We're looking at the results of order from chaos, describing the order, and then claiming that there's a human mind behind that orderliness. It's perfect too because we created God and we created the languages in which we use to describe the universe. So of course they're the same damn thing, same goddamn thing.
Yeah, I think so too. I think God is a human concept. I don't think God existed before humans did. I think humans came first.
Man. Denizen has entered the arena.
But I also don't think you're the only one. Like, I don't think anyone's singling you out or targeting you, at least not on this stream, because other people, it happens with other people too. So I don't want you walking around thinking there's something peculiarly awful about you.
Well, I don't think any of it's awful. Like I said, I find that people usually treat me in a way in which I don't find appropriate because I tell the truth.
Well,
and I'm unapologetic and I'm irreverent.
You think is the truth, but still, that's admirable that you do that. So
yeah, but I do notice that plenty of people tell the truth the way they see it, and it doesn't trigger people.
Yeah, but again, like that.
I think it's because
that pretty much describes the panel verse.
Right. So my suggestion is
there's
the reason why
you in particular when you do it that gets a different reaction than when everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, and I'm saying there's more to that than I could tell you for sure old man's wrong, that I make disingenuous arguments in order to create it.
And it feels personal, like above and beyond.
How could it? I don't even know the guy.
But these people, like, how could it be personal when they don't even know you?
But that's what people do.
Like, a lot of it's projection and transference. It's their experiences up to that point.
Correct.
And you remind them.
But I make the perfect scapegoat for that projection.
Yes, but part of me wonders if you go out of your way to make yourself an attractive scapegoat. You don't necessarily do anything to mitigate it. Because
I
if
would
someone's
disagree with
looking
that.
for a scapegoat, you have a tendency to, you have a way of raising your hand and volunteering for that.
I think people are always looking for a scapegoat.
Yes, they
And
are. I think that.
And I don't find my methods particularly ineffective.
Well, when you say ineffective, what are you trying to accomplish with it?
Well, a lot of it's just venting, right? I'm not an activist, but I am kind of one at heart, but I choose not to be because I don't really particularly think like I don't think I should be the one put in charge to make solutions. So there's a certain humility, but there's also what I see as an indifference to my particular contribution. Often
is some of that tied into the free will thing, like the achievement. You said the achievement. If you're not responsible for your failures, you're not responsible for your achievement either.
It could be. If it is, then I'm unaware of it. I just made different choices. Like, to me, enjoying my life, I can conform to the, like, I see this as an authoritarian nightmare, but it doesn't really bother me that much.
Your
because,
life?
Well, America, and I live in America.
Are you
But
enjoying your life?
Yes, but that's because, like, I choose to compartmentalize a lot of the things that I know, and I deliberately ignore them and don't engage. And that's where the need to vent comes from, I think, because instead of acting out on the world as I should be as a man, I just go along to get along. So at least telling everybody, hey, just because I'm not doing something about it doesn't mean that this fucking homeless man isn't lying in the street bleeding right now. I want everybody, look at him, he's right there, so there's some of that in there. But also some of it is finding minds that are sharp enough for me to check my own math, and that gets difficult when you have conversations for fun and you indulge in intellectual pursuits the same way other people like play tennis or some shit. It's hard to find people who can keep up with you mentally, who can keep you in check.
I mean, I have been finding them on panels and social media and stuff, but they are out there.
But I rarely have bad days. I rarely feel sad. I think happiness is kind of overrated, but I think what people refer to as happiness, I have more than the average person, and that would be peace of mind. And I experience joy regularly. Like, I seek the joy in as much as I possibly can, and I also maintain a very critical and snobby almost predisposition toward things that I like. Like, I think country music sucks. I think pop music sucks. I think politicians are dumb. But that doesn't stop me from nearly having a fucking orgasm when I listen to Tool, which is one of the bands I do like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like most places where I live can't make pizza for shit. It's fucking depressing. But there's one place that's my favorite, and every bite of that pizza is pure bliss. So I don't find my ability to critique the shitty fucked upness that I'm completely saturated with on a daily basis has to interfere with my enjoyment at all.
That's good. That part I think is healthy. That you can find joy in pizza in the midst of the dystopian totalitarian nightmare.
Well, I got called out by Dahlia. I find joy in fucking cat memes. Bro, I'm like a fucking 4-year-old child when it comes to joy. I'll watch an hour of cats like running around a room and biting each other and purring, and be
Have you seen Kittysaurus? Do you know about Kittysaurus? Where she?
I don't think so.
It's a YouTube channel, and she builds all these. She's like a Korean girl in her apartment, and she builds all these complex obstacle courses and games. And she has like 10 cats, and she runs her cats through them, and they all have different names, and you get to know them. If you like seeing cats do entertaining things, Kittysaurus is a fantastic channel for that. Now, I have noticed people, like you said, you come here to kind of as a check on your own ego and misperceptions and stuff. And I have noticed people do that with you, but you don't seem to be responding to it very positively, if that is one of the things you come here for.
Well, when I respond to criticisms of my arguments, you know, one way, and I respond to people who already I don't want to like make this into a personal attack. I'm going to try to keep it like as abstract as possible. Okay. But it's a fact that people who don't know anything about me, never met me, like the first time I ever came onto this panel, immediately started calling me a liar and a troll in the chat. And that just because I was explaining my opinions on things, it was my opinions in themselves were proof that I was a liar. At a certain point, when 4 people on the panel are talking to you that way, and 12 people in the chat are talking about you that way, even for me, who's someone who doesn't really care what other people think, and I still don't take it personally, it will pile up, especially if you add in interruptions. If I'm left in a position where I don't feel like I have the ability to defend myself, I especially don't care what people think about me if I'm allowed to respond.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, and even if I say what I have to say and the other person's like, well, I don't believe you, I don't care, so long as I got to say it out loud. Because the discerning people in the audience or on the panel, the people that I'm looking to have more meaningful conversations with, they're going to hear it, they're going to see it, and that's good enough for me. But where I get frustrated is when all of that's piled up and I'm not even allowed to speak. And then people start talking about my personal life in a fucking discussion about, philosophy. Yeah. I mean, it gets absurd sometimes,
Well, what you described about, like, are you new to panels? Because that was pretty much my experience on panels too, and I've watched that happen to other people over it. It just seems like that's what happens to people that are.
It's my experience.
They're going to get accused of lying. Their opinions are going to be called all kind of stuff. You kind of have to develop a little bit of.
I think I have a tougher skin than most people on this panel.
Well,
on most of the panels that I'm on, I'm usually the one with some of the thickest skin, and like me raising my voice and giving a little bit of tap for tit, that's not me having like a fucking emotional breakdown either. So like when I'm getting swung at by everybody and I start jabbing, that's not Denizen having an unusual response, right?
No, I don't take it that way. In fact,
I agree with you too. I would say that's what humans do. So yes, I'm quite used to it. I'm quite used to getting it more than others because my opinions are very unpopular. And yet still at the end of the day, somehow Denizen's still a human and he can get impatient and he can raise his voice when people are gaslighting him and lying about him and telling him he's a liar and a deliberate troll because he said that he found no evidence for free will.
The troll thing, from what I remember, came from you telling Frank that you were this super troll. That's where I thought the troll thing was about. Like, not other people accusing, but you claiming troll status that you were proud of.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I may have jokingly said that, but
I thought you were proud to be a troll. So
no, I'm not a troll.
All right, then I got confused about that conversation.
I don't troll because there's no matter how much no matter how controversial I may get, it's always from a point of I'm always trying to come from a point of understanding and a point of like I'm being genuine in what I say. Sometimes I'm deliberately a sarcastic asshole. I'm not perfect. Sometimes I say shit I don't mean because I'm being a dick or I'm being sarcastic or
how
I'm
do we
making
know
a
the
joke. But go ahead.
How do we know the difference? Like people that don't know you
That's
or know how to read you.
yeah. I don't. There's. Is there an answer to that for anyone?
Oh, I guess experience. Just
Yeah, maybe.
comes with get to know the person.
Yeah, so if you know some, that's the thing too, is if you make an assumption that I'm telling the truth and I'm consistent, instead of making the assumption that I'm not telling the truth and that I'm inconsistent, then you're going to react to what I say differently. And so when I'm saying something that's not consistent, you're going to be more likely to think, oh, he's just joking around, than you are to think, see, I got him. I finally
Do you
proved
think
Denizen's
that's
a fucking liar.
Do you think that's true for you as well? Like you're
Yeah,
doing the same.
But I don't presume people are coming from like disingenuous motives, and I let them tell me. I ask people what
saw
they
a little
think.
bit of it today when you were insisting what Joe
Right,
was,
but I was very confused by that because I was quoting him, and that's what I didn't understand about your inference that it's the same thing, right? So like he says to me, "Why are you here and what do you believe?" And I answer, and then he says, "I don't believe you," and then I say, "Why are you here and what do you believe?" And then I quote it. So
if you were quoting, I don't remember him saying it exactly that way, so it didn't sound like a quote. It sounded more.
Yeah,
like
he said this is why I came up here. This is what Denizen does. He's disingenuous. The conversation can't move forward because he refuses to take a position.
Well,
it's deliberate.
We've dispelled that. It obviously can because it did move forward.
You and I,
we all saw it. So
you and I dispelled that, but Joe is still convinced of that. And when I was, yeah.
I think Joe saw the same progress I did, and then when he asked you, you're like, "No, we're still at the same spot." That conversation didn't do anything.
He said that he thinks I'm being disingenuous in that conversation. I don't. That's all I'm going off of.
Well,
I'm not like reading tea leaves here, Jeff.
You can't control that he thinks that. I don't think you being disingenuous.
I know.
You're in good faith. If he does, he's not the only one that's going to think that. There's going to be
he's not.
Portion of people, no matter who you are, that's going to think that about you for whatever.
Yes, and that proportion is going to be relatively higher for me because of the unpopularity of my opinions. And I'm irreverent and unapologetic for it too.
Conversation.
And plus,
it could be anything. It may not just be your opinion. Your opinions to me are not that wild. They're nothing I haven't heard before. The free will debate I've had with Steve shares your opinion, so I don't know that it's just the opinion. There might be something else.
Well, you get a little triggered over the free will thing, not so much lately though. It seems like there's been some movement there for you.
It stays in the back of my mind throughout the day, and I'm having some strange experiences with seeing perspectives that I'm like differently. I'm not a convert, but I am starting to loosen up that, like what you call the illusion, that comfortable illusion that I'm in the driver's seat of everything.
Yeah, and I would say the effectiveness of my arguments is what makes them more painful. So
well, they weren't very
here's the thing
with me.
I think they were, and that's why you got so defensive.
It wasn't the argument. It was not the arguments themselves. It was little casual observations or throwaway comments
that were logical
that like tickle my brain here or there. But it was not the actual arguments themselves, because I still don't fully understand them, and B, what I do understand them, I didn't have any problem rebutting.
Those random statements of logic, those are my arguments, and you did have problems rebutting them. You still have not rebutted them. And here's the thing: if I were more of articulate, if I were a more patient person who knew how to communicate ideas to people in a less honest way, in a more comforting way, if I were a different person in that regard, then that might be a whole nother world. I don't even know what would happen. But to the extent to which, but generally speaking, my claim is that generally speaking, not all the time, there's nuances, of course, and some days I have a bad day and I'm just being a dick too, so you can't throw that completely out where it's just my fault. But generally speaking, the extent to which people start flinging their shit around and freaking the fuck out and making ad hominem attacks.
Wait, your mic's going out again.
Is the extent to which my arguments are being effective, that they're being convinced that it threatens the foundations of their current beliefs. That's what they're reacting to.
That's not it with me at all. It's not. I don't find it threatening. I find
that's
it,
possible.
Like interesting.
Not everybody's the same.
Oh shit! I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh well, it'll have to come back around. Something about your arguments being effective.
The extent to which
it seems where I think you and I got down to is that it's not so much the existence of will or not. It's how free, like the degree of freedom of that will. And
right.
I think there's like this little window that we have to move around in, and you think it's more determined than that. And we have more of a passive role. And so I think that's where we are in the debate. And we were going to talk about, like, try to apply it to the criminal justice system and see what the implications of no free will are for that.
And where your agency lies in the equation for, like thought, intention, action, response. So like where the you is, where the Jeff is, and that agency exists, that's the other part that. So if you would say just those two things, I think you're steel manning my position. If
so
you
what
say
was it? Thought, response, because thought is partially spontaneous, but once it does appear, you can certainly act upon it with what I'm calling agency or will.
But you can only do the thought is the root, so everything that flows from it can only be from the thought, and that thought was the thing.
No, it's not the will. The agency doesn't arise from the thought. It pre-exists, and it exists independently of the thought, and it experiences the thought. So it's what receives the thought when it spontaneously arises.
Right, but the thought starts the chain reaction.
The thought itself doesn't generate the consciousness that's perceiving the thought. And that's where the will is centered, in that consciousness that becomes aware of the thought, but is separate from the thought.
I didn't hear anybody cough. Did you hear somebody cough? That's weird.
No, I didn't hear anyone cough either.
They heard somebody cough.
Wow, weird. maybe we did summon demons. Someone outside? Are we all hearing this phantom?
Are you just asking who coughed, Joe, or did you hear it too? Because now I'm freaking out.
I don't know. Emotional.
So the criminal justice system, it focused on punishment.
You want to save that for another day? Or
sure, yeah. If it's too late, yeah.
Like lay some foundations for it tonight. Because what it's going to come down to is if no one's responsible for their actions, then what is justice? How do you punish?
Gotta let go. You gotta let go of all that shit.
Just allow people to die and be murdered and
no, you tell
you say that's just no one had a choice.
You focus on that. You focus on the outcomes and stop. You don't need all the rituals and beliefs and all that stuff. And here's the thing too, if we find that we do need those beliefs and rituals in order to operate, keep them, fine. But be honest that they're just rituals and beliefs. They're not.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do that. I do that. Like,
bro,
I try to be aware of when something is a belief and why I'm holding it, and when something
you do.
Like, what's the ritual?
You do. You make up less than 10% of the population, intellectually speaking.
Well, then what does that mean? My voice doesn't count, or people.
It means that it's not how.
It's too much of an outlier.
Yeah, it's not how shit's done. So here's the thing, Jeff. You said you're a therapist or something, right?
A peer counselor.
counselor, right?
But not a
If I were
therapist.
gonna, first of all, I don't believe in a utopian system, but thought experiment. I'm gonna make my Darth Vader utopian, authoritarian universe. So what I say goes. I would hire you. I would put you in my system because of the way you think, right? I'm saying, most bureaucrats don't think like you.
No, I'm definitely not a bureaucrat. I clash with bureaucrats. In my profession, I have to interact with them, and they are an alien species to me. Yeah, I've said over and over, religion has it's not a, what is it, truth, beauty, and justice, or like the three pillars of Western, it truth. It doesn't, like, truth is only one value. There are other things beside truth that have value.
Right.
Justice can be one of them. Beauty doesn't have to be true. Um, the classical triad of truth,
Yeah, we
beauty,
got to
justice.
change our relationship with justice, though. I've recently realized that punishment works. Again, this is a foreign concept to me. It would never work on me. The fear of punishment stops me from doing illegal things. But that's not what people mean when they say punishment works. The idea of punishment working would have to be someone who's not afraid to commit crimes and does commit crimes and then is punished by the system and then comes out not committing crimes.
Yeah.
And that's actually a thing. I think that's far more rare than people would like to believe it is. But the fact that it's a thing means something, right? And that's a challenge for someone like me who thinks that we need to start stepping away from the ideas of punishment, which is really just kind of like revenge.
So what do we do? Just quarantine the bad actors from society so they do as little harm as possible?
Yeah, we still have to have jails and quarantine them for now because we haven't figured it out, right? So yes. And I think like jails should not be places that are designed to be miserable, toxic, brutal.
Some of them are like is it Denmark or one of those? The jails are very nice and cozy and designed to make the person feel peaceful, calm.
And this is what I'm talking about. If people will have to let go of blaming other people and feeling good when other people are punished for things that they do. Because we're going to have to get to a point.
Go ahead.
Because we need to treat people in prison, not punish them. And because punishment works, sorry, one more thing. And because punishment works, though, we can't let go of it entirely. We can't just be like all lovey-dovey, hippy-dippy. There has to be some transmutation for the criminal. They have to be made to experience some kind of suffering in order to experience transcendence.
That's a lofty goal for criminal justice.
Well, I mean, just leave them in prison then.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. There's something in humans there seems to be in our cultural tradition and even in our own psyches that we can experience that demands some kind of sense of satisfaction for a wrong that was done. Like maybe it's evolutionary, we don't know how, but there's something very deep and powerful at the core of our being that gets violated and made extremely unpleasant and disturbed if that justice is not restored. And so, as sensible as your system may be, I still think there's going to be something in us that's not going to be satisfied with it if it doesn't provide that satisfaction of having what we're calling justice, whatever that thing is, that balance set right.
I don't think that feeling is serving us as well as it has in the past. We've come to a point,
archaic, primitive feeling that
we need to evolve socially. And if we're going to, the only way to do that is to at first admit that we are being extremely vengeful.
Yeah, perhaps, yes, perhaps you're right. Like, explore the root of why that feeling is so enduring in the human condition and why it's so important
You
to
do
us.
shadow work, right?
I've been called a shadow worker. Yeah, I have done personal shadow work. I don't do it with others, but I've been called a shadow worker by a friend who was a light worker. And as a light worker, he's trying to bring out the best in people and the positive and inspire. And he said, me, and it's involuntary, I don't do it intentionally, but when people encounter me as a shadow worker, they they encounter parts of themselves that they don't they don't have to face in their day-to-day life. And for some reason, when they interact with me, they either see those parts on me or I bring it out of them in our interactions. And they end up having to face parts about things about themselves that they normally don't have to face.
So here's my
Shadow.
contention. And I use free will as an example. I use crime and punishment as an example. But generally, I'm proposing society needs a real shadow check. We're at that point now. It's time. Like, collectively, human society needs to look in, be honest about itself, integrate its shadow, and have that expressive in our systems, because our systems are no longer, our institutions are no longer serving us because we've.
I mean, they still work for me. I don't know what institutions y'all are interacting with, but mine still more or less work.
Well, I mean, are you a violent criminal?
No.
Well,
Are you? Is that the system you're talking about?
I'm not a violent criminal, but I am talking about the one. Like, I've managed to stay out of jail. I've even I even went through a rebellious phase where I didn't care about laws and I broke them. I went through an ignorant phase where there was plenty of shit I didn't know was illegal. As a matter of fact,
oh, you're cutting out again.
Technically, is it back?
Nope. Now you
How
cut
about
out
now?
completely. Yeah,
How about
I'm
now?
getting now I can hear you.
Okay, so technically, when COVID hit, I stopped driving my car. I just didn't need it anymore, and so I stopped paying insurance because I wasn't driving it. I just wanted to save the money. I didn't know that was illegal. You can't just stop paying insurance,
Yeah,
right?
most
You have to
states,
call
yeah.
to call the DMV first and surrender your plates, and then like they put it on your license.
It may vary by state. I know in my state you didn't have to do anything with the DMV, but you could call your insurance company, and if you weren't going to be driving your vehicle for a while and it was going to be stationary, there was a certain rate
Yeah, it's a
that
garage
they
thing.
could drop you down to until you
Yeah.
were ready to drive your car again.
Right,
Just to keep you legal.
It's called garage mode or vacation mode or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I didn't do any of that. I just went about my business, and the government doesn't have like an easy way to contact me, nor would does it go out of its way. You know, that bureaucracy usually fails to notify people. So I just
Usually
went
not when you owe money.
I just went a couple of years.
We're very efficient then somehow.
I went a couple of years just being illegal, having an illegal registration.
Did you know at the time? Like, you're like, fuck it, I'm just not going to worry about it.
No. I thought that, like, if I wasn't driving, I didn't need insurance. It didn't occur to me to notify the state.
So there were penalties.
Yes. And shit, I forgot where I was going with that. Something to do with like times of being ignorant of the law and times of being defiant of the law. Maybe I was trying just to lead up to the fact that I deliberately go out of my way to be in compliance with the law, like even more so than other people, even as a person who doesn't believe in the system of laws that I'm governed by, just because I don't want to experience the punishment, the liability.
So it's not out of a like particularly strong sense of conscientiousness, it's fear of consequences.
Not most of the stuff that they have us do. So like, I might be the kind of guy who always returns the shopping cart, I might be the guy who always holds the door open for somebody, but I'm not the kind of guy who buys car insurance because I'm worried about my economic responsibilities. I do that only because the government won't let me drive around, and they'll steal my shit if I don't do it. And they'll put me in a cage if I push it far enough.
Yeah. Well, I think that's some of the law is designed to work that way, like disincentivize certain behavior.
Yeah, and I can't remember where I was going with that. There was something
Something
there.
about the
Thread of thought.
system and jail and not being arrested and having stayed out of jail, but being rebellious when you were younger.
Yeah, like I got away with breaking the law. There was something to my point in there. I just can't remember what it was. Oh well.
I guess I've always accepted, even as a kid, and I used to love cop shows growing up too. So like we like to play cops and detective and all that. I've always accepted that something like the law is necessary to organize and maintain a society as large as ours. So like even as a kid, it made sense that something like laws were there to evolve somehow, and I didn't have any resistance to it. I may not like particular laws, but I never didn't feel like we didn't need laws.
I'm not even sure what the utility of laws is at this point. Like I know we need law enforcement. Like I don't believe that we all just get along and it'd be a utopia if we just got rid of the government.
And even if we did, like accidents happen, unforeseen events, like conflict happens over stuff that nobody can really intend to control. We need a way to resolve all of that peacefully.
Yeah, and there's a certain inevitability to our current situation too. So there's some of the extreme ends of my determinism, as it's been named on this panel. So I might have to get used to it being called that, even though I disagree with the concept. But like, I feel like we have exactly the system we deserve, because of these.
I believe that too.
Yeah.
Or we do now. I think the system America that was created in the 1700s by the founding fathers was a gift. Like we're so blessed to live in a country that of the people that created that for us. But now the current, like what we have now, is what we do with that system from this point is what we deserve. But the original system seemed like just a gift or our good fortune to have been born into it.
I might be like completely misinterpreting it, but I've had this like nagging suspicion that I'm transforming into something like personally, like what Nietzsche called the, like, I forget the term. Is it Ubermensch?
Like self-transcendence?
And it's like I realized like I started to reject my own programming. And and I'm becoming, I have this inherent need to be fair. I have this inherent need to be kind to others. Like causing other people pain or suffering, like makes me ill. You know what I mean? Like you can feel it in your stomach. Like my neck hurts, my stomach hurts. I feel guilty. I feel shame, unimaginable shame. Right?
Shame and guilt
together. Yeah, if I do something to hurt someone, and then if I can trace it to some intent of malice, then it's like, it's gross to me.
And is
But at
that
this,
like, since you don't believe in free will, it's like you're doing all this and you don't even have a choice?
yes, and as I am starting to realize that, I seem to be undoing some of these things, and like I'm rewriting my own moral code, and it's like I don't have to take any other people into consideration to do it. It's so selfish. I can almost relate to the people who I would refer to as the ruling class, I think, in that way. Like I'm starting to see why they want us all to eat bugs and make $9 an hour and not be able to afford to buy property anymore, like uh
So did you think this is a healthy thing or not?
I don't know, like, what is healthy, you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
is there
we'll
do
have
I
to keep
have an
our eye on
obligation to society, Jeff?
you. You might start growing horns. Do what?
Do I
Do
have
I
an
have?
obligation to society?
Do you think you do?
I'm starting to think I don't anymore. Like I feel like I
I
do,
never
right? Because
thought you
I'm
did.
not
I'm surprised that you think you do. I never thought you did.
I felt that way. Like I felt like I was part of a human community. They told me that my flag mattered, that we fought for freedom and
And then
justice around the
something
world.
because I remember you said you were involved in like politics and you were like the one of the like a voting worker or something. So
Well,
at
I
some
had
point you were more engaged and something happened to get you so disillusioned.
well, I did that as a test to make sure that to check myself because I thought that the system was insurmountable and rigged. And like people kept telling me, well, you need to get involved and you have no right to have an opinion if you don't try to make change or be the change you want.
No, you can still
And
have an opinion.
and so I just wanted to put my money where my mouth was and actually experience it. And I've always been interested in politics. I just chose not to be engaged at a certain point, and that point was actually before I ran for politics and was involved in that candidacy. It was I think it was actually prior to that, and it was um, it came down to the fact that I didn't want that lifestyle. I saw what would be necessary in order for me to even possibly make the slightest amount of change. And I didn't want to live the lifestyle that was necessary in order to do that. It wasn't who I was. And I also realized, first of all, but the first thought I had was most people don't deserve the sacrifice I'm trying to make in order to make their lives better. They don't even care. Then I realized it was my own arrogance. Like most people don't even want.
That's grandiosity.
Yeah, like they don't. Like most people think shit's fine, and they think I'm a kook. And so, where do I get off telling people how they should live and to try to change the world in order to make it a more suitable place for my particular morality? There was I eventually got to a point where that just seemed like pure hubris, and I let go of that. But I got involved in the election process so that I could see it with my own eyes, and I did, and I can extrapolate from there how
So you
corruption
got
works.
disillusioned by that experience?
I didn't like yes and no. I wasn't illusioned before it, but after I saw it with my own eyes, it was much more real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
And to answer Nudie, I would say I don't have patriotic feels at all. But did
Y'all, did you have Schoolhouse Rock growing up?
Yeah.
Did that didn't make you feel
It programmed me in a way. It just
programmed?
not in a way to which in my early 40s I still maintain patriotic thoughts.
Oh,
But it affected me way
sure
more
did.
than I realized. Like feminism worked on me for the
It
first half
did?
of my life. Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. And things were not going well. Like I could not navigate through this world. Being not realizing that it was gynocentric.
Yeah, sure, Nude. I'm gonna pee and get a refill, and We were wondering whether to end the stream or anyone else was coming on. So, yeah, and I want to see if I can still remember the Pledge of Allegiance since they're talking about it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It seems like I'm leaving something out. Is that all of it?
No, that's it.
Seemed too short. There's no way that's all we said as a kid. Let's see. I guess I do remember the words. Well, it didn't. What did it indoctrinate me to? Let me see. Let's.
I
go
mean,
these words.
Look at the words.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, which is it's a symbol. It's a stand-in for the United States. So I'm pledging my allegiance to the United States. It has my loyalty, and to the republic. I guess it did program me because so far I do have that, and to the republic for which it stands. That's the symbol that it stands for. One nation. Now the under God part. No, it did that. If I'm indoctrinated, how did I end up an atheist, non-theistic Satanist? With liberty, yes, and justice for all. That's interesting. I forgot about. See, I forgot about that justice thing because the current, like the social justice, irritates me like nothing else. So there's no way that I definitely have a passion for justice, just not the critical social justice version. But liberty certainly. But I didn't need a pledge to indoctrinate me into liberty and make me value my personal freedom and autonomy and self-determination and all of that. But it could have reinforced it.
But two things that occur to me when hearing what you're saying is what makes liberty and justice virtues, and if I were a government that was going to deliberately be godless, pursue the opposite of justice, if I was unjust, godless, and meant to control the way people act and control their labor and control the resources of and the fruits of their labor, then that would be my pledge of allegiance. It would be to liberty, freedom, God. Like I would tell my citizens that I am the exact opposite of the thing that I am, and I would make them repeat it every day as children. And all the history books that I gave them and everything would all be around
So
what a
you
great...
really think, like, are you that mistrustful and I won't say paranoid, I'll say cynical, that you think that's a possibility? That it's all like a noble lie, propaganda, mind control device?
I don't like the word all, so just take all, and then I say, yep. Just take all out, and I would say, yep. I wouldn't even say kinda. I would just say, yep. That's how the world works. You want to say paranoid?
I did say paranoid.
Yeah.
I was trying to be.
Yeah, that was dope.
I should have just see.
Yeah. Now imagine like getting called paranoid for 30 years by people all around the world.
You have that experience?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, I don't. If it's any consolation, I don't think you're even in the top 10 of most paranoid people on these panels.
Let me see, paranoid. I'm pretty fucking paranoid actually, but I still think I'm right about how government works.
Well,
and I like
go take that little break and get a refill, pee, and maybe Nude will come on. What were you gonna say?
I am not the kind of paranoid person who thinks the government gives two fucks what I'm doing or saying. Right? So that's what separates me from someone who has like an actual paranoid condition is I'm a nobody. Like I'm insignificant. I don't have this vast grand...
like people are after you personally.
Yeah, like I don't have this narrative that I'm being persecuted by the world and like I'm gonna bring world peace or I'm gonna bring the message to the people or any kind of shit like that.
Naan and hummus aren't they two different cultures? Like one's Indian and one's Mediterranean. Anyway, they're both good. I agree. Okay, I'll be right back. if you're able to entertain them with something, feel free. Otherwise, they're just
Well, I'll chat with the chat.
Okay, go ahead and do that, and I'll be right back.
Naan is great with everything, and everything is great with hummus. So, naan and hummus together is just mouth sex. See, what did I have with hummus recently that I was surprised? Oh, tortillas, yeah. I was out of naan. I didn't feel like making any. There were some already made tortillas right there on the counter. I wanted hummus. I did it. And it was delicious. I can't highlight the comments though. Joe says I won't eat hummus with a spoon. I tend not to either, but not because I refuse to do so. Just because it's so easy to find anything else in the world and use it as a spoon. Hummus is good on a turkey sandwich. Why is everybody talking about hummus? I guess what we were talking about was boring as fuck. Daniel says Lady Liberty is based on a pagan Roman goddess, and pagan Rome wasn't much about liberty as much as they're about conquest and might. Fear. Imagine, like, being honest with ourselves about our actual history and the stories that we tell each other, so that we can find the original sources and motivations for the symbols that we've replaced our reality with. That's my prescription. Step 1 to solving the problem is admitting that there is one. Most people go through their lives not experiencing the problem. And I'm okay with that. But I find that they still, suffer. I don't know, maybe ignorance isn't bliss enough for me to be convinced. Maybe that's the trouble. Joe says, it has to go with something. I've even used bread. Oh my god, Joe, you used bread on hummus before? Holy smokes. That's crazy.
Bread, like
Next
white
you'll be
bread
telling
or
us that you've used carrots and ranch.
Morning,
Welcome,
gentlemen.
Nude. What's on your
Great.
mind?
Greetings.
What's happening, gents?
No, why does one have to wonder? One doesn't have to wonder. There's plenty of reasons for normal, sane, healthy, grounded people to not ever wonder that.
Don't you think they were trying to make a statement with that, though, that the symbolism means something?
No, that's not how architecture works.
Really?
They're constantly reviving and innovating the styles of the past. Gothic revival, Greek revival, neoclassical, this.
But you don't think there's any kind of intent
behind? Okay, like what is it? The needle is what is it? A symbol of something? Let's see.
It's a phallic symbol. That's first off, right off the
They're
bat.
like, let's put this big symbol that symbolizes this occult mystery out in the open for everybody to see, and we'll only be the ones that know what it means, but secretly, and we'll make them think it's a monument to this. Like that psychology makes no sense to me. What makes more sense is that they wanted a monument. They liked that design or style or whatever. Everybody tries to make their monuments look unique and striking and stand out.
I don't know if you factor in sadism and wanting to control a populace, it starts to make sense.
It doesn't make more sense to me than the other explanation of people genuinely just wanting a monument.
For what purpose?
Why do people put up monuments for? Let me see what the Washington Monument.
It just seems like an extreme amount of effort.
Like it's not weird to me that the capital of the United States would want to put up a monument.
But is
Oh, I
it weird
see.
that it's a pyramid?
So
I
it's
see
the
it as
shape that bothers
far from
most.
just the American plantation. This is a worldwide thing. It's everywhere.
So you think a lot of monuments are secret? What is it? Signals? Is it
The
communicating?
entire order, if you want to call it that, which is touted constantly as New World Order. It's nothing new about it. It's the way it's been run probably forever and a day.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
And
What was
world,
new
key
though is
word
that
in
the West started winning by a larger margin, I would say, right? That's when they started calling it a new world order.
Yeah, I think it's like wrestling, right? You just delegate different roles to different characters, and then it looks like there's a separation when it's not just one hierarchy.
Okay, hang on. What happened? Hang on, something happened. There's almost 70 people in the chat now.
Oh, you got raided from
sent
somebody's stream.
somebody over from another stream. Let's
Flow
see.
State.
Is this Flow? Oh, did he do one of those raids?
Nice.
Let me see what this is about. If he did, thanks. But he may have.
Shout out to the night crew.
Okay. Well, yeah. Hey. Well, while you're here,
Represent.
like, subscribe, come on the panel, join in the conversation, chat in the comments. If you're new here, this is a very fly by the seat of your pants stream. So kind of just jump in. Hey, Flo, is this your doing? Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, I'll take the next shift. Just send them over here. Nude. All right. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Nude.
I don't think I was saying anything.
Oh, okay.
The last thing he said was monuments everywhere and
oh yeah, like all the monuments? Like nobody can design a monument just because they want a nice monument to commemorate something. They're all part of this top-down conspiracy that's designing these monuments to signal. Is it their dominance to the rest of us, or is it signaling information to their fellow co-conspirators? I'm trying to understand
I think
monument reason.
that answer is going to be variable depending on who it is.
Depending on the monument?
No, depending on the individuals and their motives.
Who make the monument, you mean?
And their intentions.
Can we use the Washington Monument as an example? Is that one of them?
Washington Monument? Which one is that?
That's the
big
penis-looking one outside the White House.
Yeah, the phallic.
The phallic pyramid, the obelisk.
I'm reading the history of it right now.
It's kind of interesting that there is a lot of phallic-looking monuments in political buildings. So, it is interesting.
Yeah, because it's dick swinging contest. Look at all the skyscrapers. Like each new country tries to make its latest skyscraper the biggest, best skyscraper in the world.
It's the statue of fuck you up the ass.
Yeah, especially because there's far less at the top than there is at the bottom.
There's far less what?
I see a lot more mockery in that than just something to view for the pleasure of viewing.
I
think that there's more. There seems to be more pleasure in the mockery aspect of it, especially in this day.
Building a monument to mock.
Yeah, and just the whole way the pop culturism works and everything. It's basically like, haha, this is what we're doing to you, but you're so blind and you can't see it that I get to show it to you right in front of your face, and your ignorance is going to deny it all the way, and you're going to embrace it, and I'm going to mock you right till the end.
How will you ever know? That sounds like it could be projection or inference.
Well, I guess everything is, but this is the view that I see, of course. it seems like this is the case, because when you get objective and you see things long enough and the loop long enough, and how people are running head over heels with arms open right into the gas chamber over and over and over again. And they're even being told about it before it's going to happen, that they're going to do it. What else could it be?
It could be none of that. It could be just people building monuments and society going about its business without any kind of secret top-down agenda or control.
I don't even think there's anything secret about it. It's actually quite wide in the open for anybody who has their eyes open to see.
Why is it so hard to show to other people?
What's that? What's it?
If it's so obvious and out in the open, because I ask other people this too about their different theories, and it's always obvious and evident and out in the open, but they have a really hard time showing it, pointing to it and saying, see, this
What's
is what it is, even though it's obvious.
What is it that you're saying that people have a hard time showing?
What you just described of this, like,
that we're being mocked by monuments, maybe
imposed on us from above by some kind of Illuminati group.
Well, I don't know about Illuminati, whatever that means, but just read UN agendas and then watch what happens. Like, they basically tell you, like, ahead of schedule, way ahead of schedule, what we're planning on doing, and then they do it. There's nothing theoretical about it. I'm just an echo chamber for that, if anything.
You're talking about like the WF agenda and the UN stuff, but those are just groups. Those are just certain groups with certain agendas. But what makes you think that one group is the one powerful enough to execute that agenda on the rest of humanity?
Well, they're a world order group, right? They're a hierarchy delegation group. So the sub franchises called countries, they take orders from them and follow them.
There is some top down influence there. Would you not agree?
Do you think it's a single group that's coordinating, or is it competing groups with different agendas and interests?
It seems to be probably a combination of both.
Humanity can centralize to the degree it would take to successfully pull this off for the amount of time that people claim they've been pulling it off.
Well, so the legality scam is pretty coordinated worldwide. That's been going on for a long time. The way the monetary system has been flowing, that's a worldwide conglomerate effort for a long time.
It's pretty exploitive.
That I'm pretty ignorant about. I'm ashamed to say.
Also, if you look at the way,
I wouldn't even know how to evaluate any claims.
See, the Federal Reserve was my window into the system.
Not at the top of the government, though. That is not the branch of government above the three actual branches.
Researching the history of our money and how it works, that was my window into the system.
Oh, right. It's with the dollar bill.
Yeah.
There's a little more where I'm coming from too, Jeff. Like, I've been on a couple expeditions worldwide, visited a lot of different countries, and done a lot of research as well. And it's pretty clear to me that wherever I go, it's the same narrative and the same authors with subtle verities and textbook colors to make it look like the illusion of differences, so that people are completely naive to what's going on here.
Well, just enough so that they can all be fighting each other, right?
Right.
So, like, just enough so that America is still America and not Canada, or more specifically, Iran. So America can constantly be fighting Iran forever and ever. We were always at war with Oceania.
When you were young? Oh, Oceania.
If you're going to divide and conquer, you make sure that you're the oversight of both sides, or 3 sides, or 7 sides, or 12, or whatever it is, you know?
Not only am I not seeing all this invisible behind the scenes machinations, I don't know how other people are from their computer screens in their homes, wherever they live, whatever states they're in, like how they're getting the insight they're getting so remotely.
When he describes it, though, and I find like I had the same experience, it's things that you admittedly don't give a fuck about,
like
and
taxes.
aren't in, like how the monetary system works, and I can't remember what the example was.
I don't give a fuck about it for 2 reasons. One, I don't understand it. My financial literacy is very poor, and second, I don't have a problem with how it works because
I'm picking on you for that.
It worked. My life benefits from it, so I don't.
But doesn't that
motivated to rock it too much?
Doesn't that answer your question though?
It's just why you're not seeing what I'm.
It's why you're not seeing it. You're not looking.
Yeah. I have
what am I supposed to look at? That's what I'm saying. They can't ever point to what to look at. They can verbally describe what they purport to see, but when you ask them to point to it and show me so I can see it, they can't ever point to anything to see.
Okay, well, just
it's this vague, like invisible. It's there, like it's like the either the Emperor's New Clothes or those seeing eye pictures. We have to stare at the squiggly lines before you see the fruit basket beneath it.
Sure. If you study the monetary system and you interconnect it and you see how it works on a worldwide basis, that would help a lot. And then in addition to that, if you study other systems of how things are run from a national perspective, hierarchy-based perspective, you'll see that it's such a unanimous, similar thing worldwide. Like, how does everybody just sort of come to this conclusion of all countries are corporate structures and all this kind of stuff?
That's news. I haven't heard that. What's that about? If I wanted to begin to study the world monetary structure, what's a good starting point?
Start with the Federal Reserve.
That's where I started.
I did that a few months ago. I because they were talking about the Fed and trying to convince me of things. And once I started to do my research, it didn't match anything I was being told.
Start with the Federal Reserve and learn about fiat currency, because that's the current
fiat currency.
Fiat currency.
Are you a reader? Do you like to read?
Me?
Learn about what fiat currency is, what it means, how it works, and
well, I understand the basic concept. It's like a symbolic substitute for actual hard currency.
Well, even if you take that out of the equation, though, just the workings of it, how it's manufactured, how it gets into circulation, where does it come from, how it's regulated.
Yeah, that's all the stuff that I would need to understand.
Yeah, if you understand those things, and then you also see how it gets entangled on a worldwide level, you'll see that it doesn't matter where you go. Every nation just has a different faceplate, and it's actually, there isn't a separate Federal Reserve for every nation, even. You know, it's just, they give the illusion of that too, right? It's just one entity.
Do you have
one group of people, so to speak?
Do you have alternate ideas on the best way to organize an economy?
Cooperation.
Well, we certainly have some of that. Like, I don't think we have even the economy we have now without any cooperation.
Well, if people knew how to and practice that a little better, you'd find that ultimately you wouldn't really need an economy. You would just do the cooperation part and function quite well without it.
Need an economy?
I wouldn't disagree with Nudie either, but I would just like to throw this out there for the, I think it has value. What I've learned, because I don't really know the answers or have the solutions. I mean, I have some solutions, but I don't believe that they're particularly special. But what I have learned is you have to know that there's a problem, be aware of the problem. So, like, whatever the answer to your question is, step one is admitting we're getting fucked over by a small group of fucking assholes and that the system's rigged.
That's not step one of any scientific process I've ever encountered.
Until you're aware of the problem, you cannot solve it. That's just my contention.
So first, I have to admit or accept that there's this certain group of assholes out there, and then I can start researching.
Step
but I have
step
to take that as
0.1
the
for you.
prior,
No. You have to research first. Like you admitted, you don't know any.
and
how
then
this
come
stuff
to
works.
the conclusion based on that that there's these assholes out there.
Right.
Yeah,
So
you'd also
and if you don't, you're not going to be part of any solution to it.
not only that, if you see that the system is artificially manufactured to ensure that there's a high level of scarcity, you need that in a system like this, or there's no true incentive and motivation for people to actually go to work. Like if you gave everybody $1 million tomorrow, who would go to work tomorrow? Nobody.
I would.
Okay, 10 million. I mean everybody's got their price.
This work. I would still keep doing stuff like this.
He is kind of an outlier too, though. Like Jeff, Jeff does something.
Well, okay. When did we get to count? Like, is there a point at you're too much of an outlier, so nothing you think or say or feel?
Well, just let him rephrase the statement and see how it hits your brain. Just have it rephrased like this. The vast majority of Americans would not go to work tomorrow if they were millionaires. They would fucking run into their jobs and piss all over their boss's desk on their way out.
To work. I'd do it from home. But I would work. I would not work. I would not.
Again, he said the vast majority of other people,
help others, etc.
The vast, and not just Americans, but worldwide.
Right. Yeah.
The vast majority of people, if you gave them $10 million tomorrow, they wouldn't go to work until the inflation caught up and it cost $8 million to buy a loaf of bread, and then it would continue.
That better be some damn good bread.
Well, it would just be moving digits over. Really, all that's happening then is $8 million is worth 8 cents. It's just the illusion that it's 8 million then.
But how does that connect to anything that we experience now today? Because we're not in a situation of everybody being in danger of having $1 million, etc.
No, you're not in that situation, but you are in a situation right now by design. If you're dependent and you don't know how to function outside, and I don't mean you personally, I just mean anybody who's dependent on the current corporatocracy monetary system right now for the way of functioning, and they don't know how to do otherwise, there's a tsunami about to hit the fucking shore, and if you don't know how to function otherwise, you're in trouble.
I don't know about the tsunami, but the first half of what he said is objectively true, right? A vast majority of people are, the premise is sound, right?
Let's say the
vast majority of people are beholden to this corporate system. They do depend on it.
You mean the economy, like they have been throughout human history in every society?
Yeah, and the one that we're in is particularly corporate.
Right. And let's say there wasn't a tsunami, just that dependency itself is what makes you entangled and enslaved to it, right? If you don't have another option.
That's what I was getting at right there.
I don't. How is that different from just existing in a society with other people? And
cooperation would be a lot less coercive.
Because what happens here is you got an intermediately injected artificial thing that prevents you from accessing that which you should just freely access to begin with.
Well, that's a belief or an ideal.
No, it's not a belief. And when I go out and forage, the tree doesn't ask me for $1 to pick an apple off of it.
Right. So go pick apples. Do you have
that's
that
what
option?
I do. You ask for other options, and I'm giving you them, right? So that's why I'm showing you the difference. What happens in the corporate system is it injects this thing where you have to do this and this and this and jump through hoops to get access to that.
I'm not a big fan of the corporate system, and it seems to work for many people, and it's a mystery to me how they can survive in it for as long as they do and stay mentally healthy. I don't think it's the psychologically best system for human thriving.
It's a base scam. Again, the dependency is a big part of it, and also laziness is another big part of it. And when you get just enough crumbs to keep yourself warm and safe at night, then it's a little easier to ignore that other people are kind of in poverty and indoctrinated.
indoctrination has to be at the very foundation of it, correct?
I don't
For
think
sure.
that's indoctrination. I think it's completely normal, natural, and human for people whose needs are like security and food and shelter needs are met. Why would they worry about people whose needs are not met if their needs are met?
Well, how is indoctrination not natural?
But I don't think the tendency to not worry about other people's comfort when our comfort is met is the result of indoctrination. That just seems like it.
No, I think
it's weird that you would expect someone to worry about other people's needs.
it's the unawareness
the
that you're
dependency
being.
is the
But
dependency
why would
is
why would I need to be aware of what my neighbor's doing in their house right now? I have
Oh,
no way of
it's
knowing.
the-
I have no reason to speculate what they'd be doing.
It's the unawareness of the system.
Yeah, and
So when
also
you're
the
unaware
unawareness
that
of
you're-
other options.
Yeah. So once you're aware that you're being fucked in the ass by someone deliberately, and you're aware that you can stop being fucked in the ass, you start making different decisions. Now, not everybody will, and some people like ass
Not
sex,
everybody's getting
so they're just
fucking
gonna
or
keep it the
maybe
way
they
that it
will.
is. But at the very foundation of knowing you're getting screwed over by a system, that awareness, taking away that awareness from you has to be the first step, because you can't make another choice that you're not aware
Well,
of.
Either I haven't had that awareness yet because it doesn't feel like that to me, or
sure.
they've successfully taken it away from me somehow in a way
For
that
sure.
I'm not aware.
They've
For sure.
they've done
But working
a
to me and
fantastic.
generating an income is a great privilege to me. I don't feel like I'm like being enslaved by a system.
Enjoy it then, man. I envy
That's
you.
the success of the system.
Go for it, man. I'm not trying to stop you. If
And
you're
that's
happy,
the-
be happy. I kind of like you, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
feel like you're
glad
trying
you're
to stop me. I just feel like your account of reality that you're trying to convince me of doesn't match my experience, neither objectively nor
happy.
subjectively.
The Illuminati.
Do they know that I
What
like
one
this?
of the
I owe. I feel I did my taxes and I owe this year, and it's gonna be quite a burden. In fact, I'm gonna probably have to put some of it on.
Though I
debt.
find the more money I make, the less I care about
I'm
taxes.
still like privileged and honored that I get to scrap and scrape to pay that amount. It just symbolically means so much to me to be able to participate in the system here.
That's the success of the system. That's the success of the indoctrination.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's the whole point of it.
Where
Like,
did the
it worked on you.
indoctrination come from? Like, I'm no one.
Your
put
institutions,
Schoolhouse Rock,
schools,
maybe?
parents.
Like-
Yeah, G.I. Joe,
Yeah.
Schoolhouse Rock.
18 years of indoctrination camp,
Plastic
and
dinosaurs. What did they indoctrinate me into?
Raise your hand before you take a pee. You know, like the fire drills, the whole 9 yards, all programming.
That traumatized you that much? Just
I didn't-
basic.
I don't
classroom
even-
management
I don't know that it traumatized me at all, Jeff.
laid the foundation.
I don't know that it traumatized me at all. I'm merely describing the indoctrination you asked for.
Asking permission to go to the bathroom. It's
Oh yeah,
not
that's some fascist
indoctrination.
fucking bullshit.
That's
I'm pretty
not
sure that I even
indoctrination.
learned bad habits from that have caused
Oh
me
my
medical
God,
problems.
that's what your gripe comes down to. That you had.
Yes,
to
yes,
know you
Jeff.
were
That's
going
what
to
my
the
gripe
bathroom
comes down
to be
to.
aware of where you were. If someone saw you in the hall without a hall pass, they wouldn't mistake you for being somewhere.
Why is it that if I were on this panel with 4 people talking to me like Jeff, I would get defensive? That's that's what I need to find inside myself. Because most of the attacks I get from people that set me off and make me sound like I'm a joyless, godless heathen, whatever the fuck people think, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't. No good arguments are ever put against the fucking claims that I make on this panel.
that too
But
is the success of the system.
Yeah, sometimes it still gets to me, and I'm like, rah, 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 you know? And I'm, what the fuck? Seriously, Denizen? Seriously?
What is it you're trying to figure out?
Just why I can be so obtuse sometimes.
Well, considering what you get surrounded by on the panels a lot.
Oh, shit. That
That
was the other part of free will. That was a huge attack on free will, too, was changing. Like, I got rid of the girlfriend. I got rid of the job. When I got rid of the job, I got rid of 80% of my friends. Like everything in my
This
life
from this
changed
one
at the same
epiphany?
at the same time. And then because I was around different people, I became a different person. And I was like, well, fuck. If there isn't any evidence,
How old were you when this happened?
Which part?
Like when you had your free will enlightenment and gave away all your stuff and got rid of your girlfriend?
Late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
Midlife, In midlife, my midlife crisis was really interesting because I didn't realize anything. I just found myself in the place exactly where I should be if all my beliefs were there was no disillusionment for me. I think a lot of men struggle because they get disillusioned. And I was just like, nope, this is this is exactly what I've been doing to myself for the first half of my life. Let me stop doing this to myself for the second half of my life.
See, it's like having a pimp, this whole system thing, right?
A pimp does this what?
Come and work for
I
me.
like where
and,
this is going.
I'll give you protection and make sure you're safe, and but fathom the idea of going to be solo or going away from my protection, and I'll just crack your head fucking open.
Well, that never happened to me. In fact,
Well,
they
maybe
sent me
possibly
away
because
way
you've
more
never
often
fathomed the
after I
idea
got-
to do that. Try
Huh?
it though. Maybe possibly that's because you've never fathomed the idea
I've
to
left
secede
jobs
from
before.
the pimp.
They never cracked a whip on me.
I'm talking about
I've
the
gone
man,
my
this
own
thing
way
called government.
plenty of times.
I'm talking about the man, this thing called government. That's what I'm saying is like pimp, right?
Well, the government is not this abstract entity to me. It's specific components with individual humans operating.
Right. It's a mob.
Well, not to me. It doesn't look like a mob.
I mean, the costume works then.
I don't know how. I don't know how people end up so black-pilled on what I think is the best country in the world, but I also don't know everyone's personal histories and experiences and childhoods and all of that. Just having to follow classroom rules was a crisis for some people, it seems.
Yeah.
So there's a psychology to a lot of this that I'm missing because just from not knowing everyone's story.
That psychology could just be discernment.
Maybe.
It could be, but without it, I don't have any way of knowing it all.
I see growth though. I mean, already, this panel and lately, which is great to see. Got to commend you for that.
True. It's very encouraging, and it makes me feel better about my assessment of this place because people spurg out and are mean to me just about everywhere, but there's something different about this place. There's a lack of malice, right? And I feel like I could tell that it was there, and I believe that I was correct as I see these conversations evolving. These are some worthy people that I'm having these conversations with, not just a couple of bullies or internet bullies or assholes.
I think when you say what you were saying a minute ago that you didn't see is more just an expression that you're looking for, trying to be objective, which is, that's a healthy view. And the last time I came up was also, I was incentivized to do so when I heard you express something along those lines. You're wanting to, you didn't see the side of where people are coming from when they talk about this oppression thing or whatnot. And so I wanted to give you some insight about oppression and whatnot, and that there's this, governmental mob type power and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to give you some insight from a perspective that does see it, to help you see from that angle.
No, yeah, and that's why one of the reasons why I wanted you to come up. The other reason was because we were having the conversation and about laws, and you asked a question about rule, and I was like, oh, this is exactly why we need Nudie on the panel. So that it doesn't get too abstract at times, or to refocus, because the difference between law and rule, as far as your perspective is concerned, I feel like that was the missing ingredient to that conversation at that time, to where we all would have been on the same page faster.
Could be. You could be right. Yeah, semantics is such a huge part of the indoctrination, like just ginormous. And that's, people are getting gaslit because of semantics.
It's also a huge part of just basic philosophy, even without the indoctrination, separate from it.
Yeah, it's integrated. I don't know about other languages because I only speak this one, but as far as I know, this to do with so much subjective semantics that it's so easy just to get, this is why people struggle to have just a basic conversation to get to a point of, here's my view, you see it this way. Because they argue semantics. They're both saying the same point half the time, So, but anyway, I digress. The law and use of this word called law. If I can convince you that a rule is a law and you believe it, you're 90% likely just to be applying.
Help us understand the difference first, so we don't get mired in semantics.
Sure. From my view, rule is just something man-made. Law is something that's more like man has no.
Is it immutable?
Interference,
like law of gravity or natural law or something.
Well, if you want to call it that, sure. When you jump, some force is pulling you back down. That's a law, right? Okay. And that's going to happen unless if you do something to rectify that, such as jump in a plane. That's a law, right? So something just on its own, the way it is.
I don't use the words that way, but I can go with those definitions for purposes of discussion.
Right. And so now they easily intertwine this other idea of this thing called law, and it sounds very convincing and strong, and it's heavily integrated with religion as well. And if you read in some of the passages of the Bible, it set the stage to convince people to be obedient. If I can convince you that this law comes from the divine thing that you worship, that I convinced you is real, and that disobeying it is blasphemy to this belief fictional thing, boy, have I got you by the balls.
Is that what it takes to be a rule? That not only do you have, it has to be man-made, but you have to convince somebody else of its legitimacy?
Well, a real rule is imposing your will over somebody else, right? Like a rule is the opposite of a contract or agreement. Rule means I dominate you. And that's why it's kind of that's where it gets interesting, because the current situation that's going on is actually consensual for the most part.
Well, I was about to say, is the social contract domination to you? I don't like rules in and of
contract
themselves
isn't domination.
Not necessarily dominance.
Contract implies agreement. So if it's agreement, then it's not dominant. Where it crosses the line is when it's not agreement. So anybody who doesn't want to be in agreement with it, this is where the problems might start.
But in our system, and I realize Joe's in Canada, but let's just take North America. By being born here, we're agreeing to participate in the system. Like we're part of that social contract.
Now that's indoctrination if I hadn't heard it. But
how would it work otherwise? Every nation on earth works that way and has.
Let me ask you, how did you come to the conclusion that just by me coming out between my mother's legs in a particular spot implies somehow that I have some sort of social contract?
It's not a conclusion. It's the current convention that all of the world runs by and has run by for generations.
Yeah, but I'm looking at logically, is that a fact or a fiction in people's minds?
Well, it's a social construct. It's not a fact. It's not like a physical fact. It's a social fact or political fact. But that's all we have.
It's a
between
belief.
humans.
If it's not a fact, it can only be a belief then.
Well,
And if it's a belief, then it's a fiction.
It's a belief of sufficient force to keep a society running.
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm not going to, if you want to go further and say that people act upon their beliefs as if they're a reality and use implied force because of that, of course they do. That's where the problem
it's
is.
the force.
That's the whole point.
The belief, that
like
belief.
You want a world where children
that belief alone isn't enough to keep a society going.
They choose whether or not they want to follow the law of the country at some point. And that's just not realistic. I don't know how it would work.
That belief isn't enough to keep a society going either.
Yeah, that's a failed endeavor before it started.
That's kind of a comforting afterthought, actually. The social construct is to soothe the wound. It's the force, the implied force that will be used that keeps the system going. No one gives a fuck about that pre-birth contract that doesn't exist.
Right. And not to mention, if it was a true actual contract, then you wouldn't need a birth certificate or my signature on anything. It would just be.
Is there any country on the world that you would want to live in that would satisfy you?
Okay, so that question depends on what you mean by country. Do you mean by that word a physical land location, or do you mean within a corporate body?
No, hopefully it's a physical region, like some other political system that's closer to your ideal, that's doing it.
I don't need any of that. I've already learned how to operate outside of all that, so I'm okay. That I don't even have this thing where I want it to cease to exist. I think it serves a very good purpose, and it's very selfish. What that purpose is. I'm a fan of natural selection. I think it's very healthy. I think a honeypot that attracts weakness, which then implodes on itself, is a very natural way of nature that keeps its balance. Unfortunately, people get hurt in the process. I'm not a fan of that. I hate that part, but
Well, those are all nice thoughts, and being the scientifically minded person I am, I'm wondering how you would test any of them. Otherwise, they just remain beliefs.
Which thoughts?
Am I going to go one by one? About all the ones you just said, or any of them.
We'll go one by one.
Well, the particulars, I'm saying just in general, like the theory you just speculated about. It's interesting to hear.
If you viewed something I said as a theory, there should be something corrected there then, because I don't do theories. Or beliefs, or religions. Or trust, or faith.
He is kind of just describing the system to me. I could say part of my process of investigation, though, was talking to others. So when you get to people's root motivations, you see that a certain in order for the system to exist as it is, it requires certain indoctrination, certain programming. It definitely requires deceit.
Those sound to me like dramatic words for just basic civic education, like we were taught in grade school.
No, because basic civic education would be just first I think it would be telling people how to think instead of what to think. But then it would also be, if there were any kind of thing like history or civics taught, it would be an objective recollection of events instead of narrative driven, kind of jingoistic and patriotic propaganda.
Mhm.
Well, less history and more
the-
like this is our system. This is how it works. This is why it
I'm
works
just
the
I'm
way it
just
does, and how it came to be, etc.
yeah, I'm just curious. Have you ever thought to contemplate who writes the textbooks?
Um, that came up recently with the wokeness and how some of the textbook companies, the big ones, got
Yeah.
captured, and that kind of stuff started to make its way in to
Okay. And not only that, but how do they decide the specifics of curriculum and what's being written in there? That's if you
what
study that, you'll also start to get to the conclusion that
well, what
if you go
level is
outside
that done
America,
at?
you'll
'Cause that's
you'll
part
you'll
of the
see.
debate, is if
Sorry, I
there
didn't
should
hear
be a
you.
national Department of Education at all, or if it should all be locally determined.
Yeah, the National Department of Education is just there to distract. Again, if you go outside and you study the bigger picture, you'll see that it's the same same authors everywhere. It's the same curriculum. They just change the flavor, the color. So the people of this
I don't know if
fictional
it's the
nation
same.
believe in their patriotic rhetoric, and then these people over here believe their patriotic rhetoric, and then there's a narrative of
Do you not want
infighting and
patriots?
what's that?
Do you not want patriotism?
No, for me it's stupid.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
like having it. I like people having
patriotism
a
is embracing.
positive sense of goodwill and belonging about their country.
Yeah, country equals plantation, right? So that's
Oh,
not
okay.
something
So
I
this
see.
is large. This conversation is way larger than just the things I think we're talking about.
Probably for
It's
me,
just like
anyways. Yeah,
worldview level
yeah, and even be
disconnects.
and deep, right?
Well, it's certainly not any deeper than whether or not there's free will. It's superficial compared to that.
Yeah, and it may end up leading there.
Yeah,
Usually
I
does.
think they nest. They nest inside of each other, or one nest inside the other.
Yeah, but that country thing. When you say that to me, I mean,
Well, I live in the world as it
plantation is
is,
a
and
planned
in my
nation,
world that I've
and a
lived in, there
country
are
is a
things called
synonym for
countries that
plantation.
we live in that I've had to adjust to. So that's when I use the word country. I'm
Couldn't
just
hear
using
what
it
you were
from
saying, Jeff. Can
experience.
you repeat that?
When, like me, my life and my growing up in history, there were these things called countries that people lived in, and I lived in one called the United States, and I
Yeah,
had to adjust and accommodate myself to that reality, which I
that's the
feel like I pretty
indoctrination,
much did successfully, more or less.
right?
So
That's
when
the
people start
success of the
having
indoctrination.
conversations about, oh yeah, countries, oh well, that's just that's part of the right, like we're not even the same world. Like I don't know what it's like to grow up in a world
Right.
where the concept of country is that alienating to you.
Well, I grew up in the same world you did, as far as that goes. Like I was born in an indoctrinative environment
So
where
like,
I also went to school and whatnot. I didn't pay attention as much. I
did you
ignored
know
as
as a
much as I
kid?
could, and I seceded from it as far and as fast as I possibly could in life. So I went in a
So it
different
never really
path.
set in in the first place as strongly, and
Right.
very early you kind of saw through it or dismissed it,
Right.
or okay. Did
Absolutely.
any one thing happen to lead you there, or was it just kind of a
Um,
natural outgrowth?
I don't know. That's a very good question. For me, it just seems like if you have to have a religion, for me, it's honesty. And, honesty and religion are hypocrisies because it's all belief based, right? So, very young, I was just anything that wasn't in line with honesty, I was ready to not only call it out, but run away from it as fast as I could and as far as I could. And so I found myself very early on surrounded by a bunch of people that were trying to program and train me to do these things, believe, trust, tell the truth, and then almost in the same breath lie to me. And so I was very, very quick to reject and learn discernment and practice discernment. And that's probably a big part of what set the stage.
That sounds very normal and intelligent to have done. Like when you notice the discrepancies in what they say and do, or things they say at certain times and others, and the cognitive dissonance that results, and then like having to find your own way from there. All of that sounds so normal and a very intelligent response to that situation. So far I'm with you. I relate to everything you just said.
Okay. So it just, I did that starting from a young age, and then of course going through school, being like that, finding it appalling and boring as fucking hell, because most of it I saw was not going to be useful in my life. And so I tuned out of a lot of it. So a lot of the things that people probably absorbed and accepted for themselves and integrated as part of their livelihood was not something I did. So what a lot of people might have to work out and scrape off their pallets of indoctrination, I didn't really have that issue, And then I finally got to a stage where I was of age, so to speak, right? And I continued to go down different paths. Never accepted this whole having to work for somebody else thing. And I set myself up early on to be in a position where I had a lot more time, breathing room than most people do, where I could meditate and think, examine, be objective, research, get to the bottom of things. And that's my lifestyle. And also figure out solutions. Yeah, it never felt satisfying for me to be in a system where some people are impoverished, and it's designed that way. I never felt comfortable being a part of that and acquiescing to it, or I felt like being a part of that means that I'm encouraging that, I'm enabling that. And also, if it was possible for that to be upon myself as well, I didn't want to accept that. So I sought solutions for myself, and the internet was a big help for that. Found a lot of people who had also sought that, and ended up coming across a lot of people on expeditions and whatnot. Figured it out.
Well, now that you say that, it makes even more sense. Like, I don't even really have anything to say. I can appreciate where you're at, even if I don't necessarily agree with your conclusions or believe your same view of reality. It still makes sense now. That's what I'm talking about. Like what, I don't have the story. I don't have the personal background or story.
Yeah.
Which gives me the context to understand. And now everything just clicks.
I'm seeing
even
that
though
now.
I don't agree with it, it all makes sense. And Flo was talking earlier about how that information is useless to him, and his brain focuses on that person in the moment and what he needs to evaluate about them. And mine needs the historical dimension, or like the time axis added in, and all the data that comes from that before I can fully understand. And that was the opposite of how his brain worked. And he said that it was the difference between ADHD and autism, which it might be. But that's an example of what I was talking about, of not having the story or the history. And when I get it, now I understand.
Yeah, and
did you have any friends growing up? Like,
oh sure, but few and far between. Oh well, you can envision having a mindset like this very easily in a stereotypical minded environment. You're going to get very fast pinned as the outcast, and I did, right? In fact, it ended up being my demise, where I was abused physically and whatnot for many months and years in the school system by my peers, right? Because I would question and I would challenge, and the teachers, they didn't like that, right? They didn't like that. The system is
does not like being challenged.
No, it's designed for compliance, to train you on compliance. And so anybody
I didn't interpret it that here's how it felt to me. Not so much compliance, because I didn't really have a problem complying. They didn't ask much. It was designed for mediocrity, and I don't mean anything insulting. I mean the middle of the curve. It was designed for a certain segment of the rest of us, but not all of us. And if
Well,
you
see,
if
now
you
that's an
weren't if you
interesting
didn't fit
theory.
into that larger group in the middle that it was designed for, you had to kind of find your own way.
That's a valid
But I
explanation.
didn't take that as
wouldn't.
indoctrination, forced conformity, etc.
Well, the vast majority of people that you're referring to, they need that shit according to the people who are in charge. If they're not programmed, if they're
Yeah,
not
it
kept in
seemed to work
line, if they're
fine for them. It really did.
It depends
so,
on the objective, though. If the objective is just to keep people in line so that they're productive for a corporate conglomerate of production or whatever, that's one thing.
That's where I grew up. I grew up in the country. We didn't even have corporate conglomerates. They didn't teach us any of that. It seemed like
they don't
were trying
teach you
to
that.
teach
That's
us
the
to
thing.
read and
yeah, they
write
don't
and
teach you
do
about
math
reality.
and know basic things you need to know to make your way in society.
Really, you need to know that shit you learned in school to navigate
read,
yourself through the
do
world.
math. Yeah, that's helped me a lot.
Well, to
I'm
read,
doing it right now on these comments.
you got to be able to read to have a job. So they're definitely going to teach you to read.
Like,
But there was a
admittedly,
time when
I-
they didn't even
I
teach people to
personally-
read because that was too dangerous.
I learned very little in public school because I was on a special track with my own
Yeah.
curriculum. So public school itself, I kind of tuned out, but I did well in it because it was easy and I learned all the basic stuff, the science. Like a lot of what I know about science started in public school, and then it led me to do my own research from there. History. And we had Schoolhouse Rock, and I joke, but I still think that made a difference in my generation. Like having
So
that
most
as
people
the backbone.
don't do that, right? Like they don't even know that they're accepting a lower level of education. Like you were like meh, and then you sought your own thing and came up with your own solutions.
No,
most people don't even have the meh experience, and then if they do, they don't go seek out better stuff, right?
Right. But most
just
people
take the
are
bad
there to just get through it's a hoop they're jumping
Yeah.
through to get to the next stage. They're not there out of curiosity.
So we have a society that is
That's a
bent.
social ritual that we go through in society. It's just one of our weird rituals that when aliens study us from outer space 1,000 years from now.
Yeah, that
It's gonna
whole
be-
me thing, that's where the situation becomes a problem for me because that's not me. Those are not my interests,
And
Right,
I don't like
right.
it.
And
I
it's
don't
not
like
made for
living in
everybody
zombie
at all.
America.
Do what?
I don't like it. I don't like living in zombie America. I'd rather live in like
Well,
Jeff's America or Chris's America.
What about Dead's? Well, here's how I survived zombie America. I never had an issue with it. I kind of accept it. I always knew that I was the minority. So like most people are this way and they need all this stuff. And then I'm this other way and I need to go find the things that I need. And so it was never a negative. It was kind of just it's just kind of just what was. And just this is what I have to just adapt to. And I did very early. But I always found my own thing within and around and outside of and beside this other thing that the normal people needed. And I found other people like me eventually, and that we could create together this collaborative kind of fun thing outside of and so that's always worked for me. And I've continued to do that. Even this is part of that.
When you said
So
you're a
I've never
minority,
had to be like it's never been me or the system, and that's it. There's always been alternatives or like loopholes or ways around it.
Yeah, that's cool. You see at least that there is.
I've never felt
options and
oppressed by it because I always had agency and I had the creativity to think of solutions to meet my needs. I didn't really depend on the system to meet my own personal needs.
I see. What about when What about when you do? I guess it's just because you hadn't had an experience of that yet. But what about when you? What if you decided you just wanted to go as fast as you wanted to on a road safely, and a cop just pulled you over because, according to his opinion, you're going against their idea of what's legally allowed? Wouldn't that be a form of oppression?
I have had an experience like that, and I did
Right.
deserve a ticket. In fact, I
Were
was going like
you
120
aroused?
on the freeway, and he caught me when I was
Sorry.
pulling off to, like, I was making a rest stop and pulling off. So I had actually slowed down to like 80 by the time he zapped me. So if he had got me a few seconds early, it would have been way worse. And
Now, when
and
you say you
I knew I
deserve,
was speeding. I'm like, yep, I was speeding. You got me.
when you
Here's
say
your ticket.
when
It
you
did
say
not feel like oppression. It felt like accountability for my own actions.
and what did you do that was wrong? When you say you deserved, what did you do that was
The
wrong that
speed
made you
limit
deserve that?
was like
So
75
just
or something. I was
so
going 120. I wasn't
so
paying attention,
being
and my foot was just resting on the gas.
just being disobedient itself.
When I got my license, that's a privilege. It's not a right. It's something I had to earn, and I was entrusted with, and I made a certain agreement.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to agree with him. Yeah, if you're choosing to operate under a contract that you agreed to, and while you were driving, you agree that you're operating in that capacity, then yes, you deserve it.
Yes,
for sure.
It's my
now, what if
what other
that's not the
choice
case?
do you have?
civic.
They're going to
So
put you in a cage for driving either way.
That's the other side. Let's see if we can bring that to him, Denizen.
It's always, I was a Boy Scout. I was in
You're breaking
there's
up.
ways to get that changed if they present too much of a problem. So I was always kind of okay with that.
Jeff, you were really breaking up badly there. I think it's kind of frozen again. Can you hear us?
Oh,
I've never seen that happen to his connection before.
Signal bar. Oh, cool, Auntie.
I think you're back now.
They're all, yeah, I got the low signal icon. So it was my connection going out.
Okay, let's say you didn't get a license, right? And let's say you're not operating in a capacity that you have a contract where that's required. You're just you yourself, right? And you decide you want to drive down the road. Same thing as you just want to walk. Right. Same thing as you just want to walk
so that's illegal
down the sidewalk. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Are you saying driving or walking?
Well, I was correlating it to the same idea as if you were just walking down the sidewalk.
Like being able to drive should be as free and as much of a right as walking down a sidewalk. There should be no regulation.
Well, we're getting into some semantics there, but let's. Do you need to reset? I can.
But again, I go back to it's currently this way. Whether you think it should be another way is a conversation. Like it's the is-ought gap.
Well, let's start with this.
We know it is
how you think it should be. I adjusted myself to however it was when I was doing it.
So did I. I just don't have to lie to myself about it being fucking great.
Let's start with this. At what point
I don't have to pretend that it's great. I never said I have to pretend like it was great. I just.
Well, you might genuinely like it.
What's the better alternative?
You might genuinely like it. I don't.
At what point does an action in life become a privilege?
Well, some of it's kind of socially defined and determined, and like certain things you get when you turn 18 or 21, you get additional sets of, or with marriage, you get certain additional sets of privileges.
Socially defined
job positions.
Okay, so that would go back to if you had a contract.
Yeah, like some kind of formalized agreement.
Agree. If you're in a contract, yes. Yeah. Now, before you're in a contract, then there's no, you just do whatever, right? The default state is there's nothing that you're in non-compliance with because there's no contract.
Yes, you are correct in the abstract, but here in the United States, there is no situation, except maybe in case of emergency, I don't know, but there is no situation where you are
Well, see, this
allow
is
the privilege of driving outside of this contract system that we
this
set
is
up to regulate.
yeah, this is part of the gaslight, is the ideology that the contract somehow is implied to a landmass. That's a claim. That's just somebody saying, well, I'm choosing to rule over this giant continent because I said so.
That
That's not real.
seems to be a political reality.
Yeah.
That's where I think one of the disconnects between us is, where I have this sense of I'm not sure if we're living in the same conceptual, like
That's the
politically
belief
conceptual
that's in a
universe.
lot of minds of indoctrinated people, and that's why they're choosing to put on these costumes and
Well-
they'll go to the extent. See, I'm totally in line with you. If people want to be part of a conglomerate system where there's regulation and it's agreed upon, and then they want to choose to be in a contract, and then they need to adhere to being obedient to that. That's their agreement. They chose to do that. But outside of that or before that, there's no agreement now. Now, what you're talking about then, if they're going to still try and imply force outside of a contract, it's no longer a contract. Now, what you're talking about is enslavement. Somebody forcing their will against somebody else, whether they like it or not.
Well, you can believe that while they're
Wait.
like dragging you into the cop car. You can scream it crazy and give them some good content for cops, but that does not mean the rest of the are going to go along with your idea that.
Oh no, I wouldn't fathom the idea. Yeah,
States, this is how driving works here, and on this side of the road is just because we think we own this country, and who are we to think that just because this is the geography that we're on, we can make the rules for like.
Yeah, I wouldn't fathom the idea that indoctrinated people come to their senses about that. I wouldn't. Not at all, right? I've learned how to function in conjunction with. That's fine. I'm just simply telling the truth about that one specific thing. That as soon as you either have consent or you have enslavement. That's all, right? It's either an agreement, right? We either agree on something or we don't. And if we don't, and you're still going to try and force me to do something,
ambiguity and gray areas and partial agreements, etc. But for the most part, I can go along with that. They should have called you. Brian O'Shea should have called you instead of Paul Enslaved. Although I don't know that you would have been any more successful with the cop.
Well, I'm not even sure what you're referring to at the
moment. He
wouldn't.
From a few weeks ago.
Nobody's really interested in changing their mind.
Right. I'm interested in even some of the, half.
Oh, they were
when you say half agreements, do you mean like when people acquiesced, or what do you mean by that?
Well, I can agree to some of what you said and not all of it, or partly what you said, or agree to all of what you said in certain contexts or situations, but not others.
I just mean about the contract part. Like you're either like people are either in an agreement, which is a contract,
yeah,
or they're not. And if they're not in an agreement, and somebody wants
society, yes, that is true.
Right,
and that's always been a norm for me. So it's not anything that's registered as bizarre.
Right. It's exactly indoctrination.
Well, that's not any more indoctrination than adapting to your physical environment. Like if you grow up in a cold climate, you learn how to adapt to cold weather. If you grow up in a tropical climate,
it is.
That's you adapting to an existing reality.
Oh yeah, you're treating somebody else's lordship over you as if it's a force of nature.
Yeah,
what's the lordship?
Literally,
right? Okay. And believing it's true.
Conflated the fucking weather with somebody's imaginary corporate bullshit.
Unable to discern that it's imagined to begin with is the success of the indoctrination.
It's imagined because it's a social construct, and yes, that's going to be imagined. It's not physically concrete, but it's an imagined reality that we all agree to participate in and take as real and conduct our lives as though
most people can't even get to that point where they actually see that it's imagined.
Everybody I know in kindergarten got to that point, and anybody I know that grew up with Schoolhouse Rock got to that point.
So you haven't talked to the people I've talked to.
When did we get the option to opt out?
Right.
You
there
don't.
we go.
no country in the world, and go find one in history where you could be born and then they wait
So
you
that's-
to decide.
What if
you
I
actually
change my
want to
mind?
list it. They claim
So-
you at birth for their number.
So if there's no option to opt
And you
out,
don't have a choice of what body you're born into either, and you don't have a choice of what physical environment.
Man.
So you are
Hold
born
on, Jeff.
into constraints that you do not get to consent to.
Jeff, if there's no option to opt out, does that fall under the definition of contract?
Yeah, I think you're born into a contract.
A
You have a
contract.
certificate
Give me a
number,
definition of
you got a birth
contract, then, if you
certificate.
will.
You're set up in the system. There's a social contract but there's certain expectations of you just as an infant citizen that you're born into.
Is agreement required for contract?
No. And
Okay,
how would
so you
that?
got a
How
different
would that?
definition.
Like, at what age would you be able to get that agreement?
Yeah, I think this is where the issue is.
It's
is,
25.
contract-
an entity until it's old enough
Any
to
age?
understand and
Can we go with
process
any
and
age would
At
work?
any age, sure, yeah.
participate. And in the meantime, it just gets cared for anyway. I don't understand
I
the
think contract would be the wrong word then.
psychological realism of a system and how like that and how it would work. It's
Why
like
would we
chattel
use-
slavery? a
Why would we
contract
use?
version?
Why would we use the word contract then when it specifically implies the requirement of agreement?
not in the concept of social contract.
Was chattel slavery a social contract?
I don't.
And
that
is
was probably
chattel
real
peasantry a social contract? Because that's all the only. If anything,
I don't
the
know how.
difference
I
of-
mean, I imagine there was some kind of paperwork involved.
It's called a. It's
I'm
called a
not-
whip crack on your
Yeah.
back.
It was indeed a contract, actually.
I don't know if there's paperwork so much as like dogs and guns.
Yeah, Joe makes a
receipts.
good point. Here's your consent right here. Here is your motherfucking consent.
Right. So
Canada, Guam, Vietnam.
okay. Let
These
me
arguments suck.
let me change the semantics. Then does contract require
Why
consent?
every time I ask people which other country they're to be in, they don't even hesitate.
Because that's a
Instantly,
deflection.
not a
That's a
split second. They
deflection.
United
It is a
States,
deflection.
But here's all the things I hate about it.
We're
Does
talking
contract
You wanna
require
live? Oh,
consent?
God, nowhere, man.
You know, it's a synonym for agreement, but let's try the other semantics, see if it
Japan.
holds weight. Does contract require consent?
Some contracts, most.
Give me-
But an infant is still under contract as a citizen, and you're not going to get consent from him for a while. So there are these gray areas where the concepts apply.
So I'm a
but
citizen whether I want to be or not.
yes, yes.
That's delusional.
But that's not
the
slavery.
Like
indoctrination.
you're a male whether you want to be or not, whether observed or assigned at birth, or a female or whether you want to be or not, or whatever social construct or classification.
Because
you're
United
currently
States citizenry is
time.
literally
in
your
another
fucking
time and place in
chromosomes.
history, you've been something else. And I don't
Boo.
understand the belief or the.
Boo.
It seems incredibly infantile. The belief and entitlement that
He is definitely
you're
projecting now.
entitled to be born in this environment where you're completely free and everything just conforms to your will.
I was
Completely
born in a
free.
You
plane.
haven't psychologically left
Completely
the
free.
I was
Just
born in a
not
plane,
born
now
into a
what?
national contract where like your labor is literally owned by a state. There's no room between being completely free and that. Being born into a contract that you didn't agree to and you can't opt out of.
Yes.
There's either that or complete utter freedom.
Yeah, we're not completely free.
So I
No
think the
country
cognitive
fully
disconnect
free.
might be.
I don't expect complete 100% freedom. That's never been realistic to me, even as a kid this high. I don't know where that expectation comes from.
Jeff, you know that you can acknowledge the coercive nature of the reality without having to disavow it entirely, right? Like, I recognize that this was a coercive citizenship that I did not agree to. I'm not trying to revoke it.
Same.
If
I
you
just
want
call
to
a spade a
characterize
spade,
it as
you know, like,
coercive, then
Right. One is just a
Fine, I
recognition
kinda
of,
get what
of
you're
what
talking
is. The
about.
other then is a value judgment that comes out of it. The two are separate things, though.
No option to opt out means I'm in a cage. If that isn't enslavement, I don't know what is.
But yeah, no, but they made a good point. There's you're not stuck here. You can get citizenship somewhere else.
So leave one cage for another.
Right. So you want a Jack Talcott world that has never, or a lib world that has never existed yet.
No,
Like
Jeff,
the
I
standard
again,
they use
NudeGuru
for
wants a Jack
normality
Talcott
is
world.
a utopia that no country on earth has ever achieved. But that's the standard they expect as their starting point.
Me and
no, that's a
NudeGuru
bit of a
wanna
deflectionary response. I'm fine already. It's not about me. It's about calling a spade a spade. It's, you know, don't tell me that something is an agreement-based contract.
But
That's
you're
what it's
calling
implied
something
when the
out
word
for
with the word
being
contract.
an ideal
Contract
that's
means you need
never
an
even
agreement and
manifested
consent.
yet.
If there's no agreement and consent required for it, then it's not a contract. It's enslavement. If there's no option to opt out, that is the only merit of point here, is calling it for what it is. And that's where a lot of people go sideways because of the success of the indoctrination. They fail to be able to cognitively recognize and discern what it is because they're entangled in the semantics of what it is not.
Can I jump in here? Because I got a question for Guru.
Fire away, sir.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm clumsy in the chat. Actually, I think it's fascinating. And I also think you're right. You're born into this contract, for lack of a better word, without your consent. I don't think anybody would argue that. Is there a scenario you can envisage that you could move away, place yourself in a position where you aren't under the auspices of any government on a deserted island somewhere, and would choose not to because the benefits you receive from participating in this society are greater than that you would lose, and that reality and your staying here is actually de facto consent?
Well, de facto consent would be subjective to the individual viewing that, but that's the second part of it. To answer the first part of your question, I've already taken measures for myself to live a lifestyle that is not dependent on those things. The answer is yes, I've already done that, and it's not a matter of except being part and parcel outside the concentration camps, better known as cities, to which I try not to go near with a 10-foot pole. Wherever I go, my lifestyle follows as well. It's a way of life.
Would it be possible for you now to remove yourself from this involuntary contract that you've been placed in without your consent? Can you see how that could happen?
Remove myself from the involuntary contract.
You're in, and there's good comments in the chat. You've made the point that a contract requires consent, and you never gave that consent. So the contract really isn't a contract. Can you see yourself? Yeah. Can you see a scenario where you would remove yourself from those circumstances? And
great question. Great question. When you understand what capacity is, capacity would be a position within a contract, and if you see it from the way I see it, you're not born into a contract. You don't have a default obligation. It's up to you if you enter into at any given time and operate under a capacity of a contract at any given time. So it's just up to me is the answer to your question, if and when I choose to do so.
So without changing your circumstances, you would say that you could remove yourself from that, what we erroneously call a contract, just by saying, I no longer want to participate. But you could still remain, you would still remain in the country, you would still enjoy the benefits that come from the people who are participating in that contract.
Well, it depends what you mean by benefits, but the first part.
Roads, police, hospitals, all the rest of it.
Sure. Well, police and hospitals, I don't know about that. I think each specific thing is unique.
What I'm getting at is, I would agree, you're born into what would be very difficult to phrase a contract because you didn't agree. But would you also agree that there's benefits to being in that contract?
Are there benefits to being a slave?
For sure. For some people, maybe. For me, There
Would
wouldn't
you?
be, because the way that I've learned to function now, it would be a disservice to myself. And even when I didn't learn that, it already was a disservice. They were cookie crumbs in exchange, like the hospitals and the allopathic industry and all that kind of stuff, just garbage, you know. And
So if I were,
police, I've never relied on police. I've learned a long time ago that my well-being is my responsibility. Same with my health.
And they
And
make
so,
shit
you know,
worse usually. You're asking
right.
to get killed or fucked over somehow if you get them involved most of the time.
so you
Yeah. So I don't.
see, yeah, you see the question I'm asking, right? If I receive benefits from a contract that I don't want to participate in,
Mhm.
should I stop receiving or return those benefits if I want to extricate myself from that contract?
Yeah, if you're participating in something knowingly, that would be you're choosing to engage in it for that particular time, for whatever means necessary. Would have to be some sort of agreement.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying. So you think in your current situation, wherever you live, you could do that while still residing within the bounds of that political prison, let's call it. Physically, you could still reside there and extricate yourself from the contract.
I already do, long
So
time
you're,
ago.
but you'd still be subject to the laws and stuff. I mean, if you went and assaulted somebody, or somebody came and assaulted you, there'd be legal intervention, right?
I'm subject to anybody's thing, whether it being imaginary or not. If they're going to act upon me with force, I'm subject to that in life. We all are. I'm
Okay.
subject to that. I also
Mhm.
have my own moral compass, which is kind of self-derived, that I adhere to myself, which is also moral compass itself is very subjective. But for me, I live by the standard: do no harm as an aggressor, and self-defend against aggressive violence. That's
I
sort of
think
my standard of moral compass.
I think that's a great standard. I just got one last question, and then I'll
Mhm.
jump down. Would you, if you became seriously ill or a member of your family, would you go to the hospital?
No,
You would just allow that illness to play itself out. If you're injured, anything like that, you would not seek professional medical attention.
don't need it. I am the professional medical attention of myself. I've already learned how to do that.
Okay,
Far
thank
better
you.
than far better than
Yeah,
the,
but
the
you can't
corporate
be a
standards.
specialist in everything.
Thank you, sir. That's all
Most
I need
people
to know.
don't need
Thank you.
that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
You're
but the
welcome.
question was if he did, or
Yeah, I wouldn't find my. To me, it's like it's a very good question. Let me try and elaborate more on some circumstances that have happened to me in my life. I got very ill when I was in my 20s. Had a very bad lifestyle, very bad. Was doing everything wrong. Still didn't have myself sorted out yet. And I got very ill in my late 20s. And fortunately, I already had a mindset of not turning to allopathic industry. I already saw it as being a farce, phony baloney. And
That being Western medicine, so to speak, right?
so to speak, allopathic being, synthetic pills, pharmaceuticals, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, and I already had a relationship with a individual in a natural health food store who, through a friend of mine who was into natural stuff, turned me on to. And in my early 20s, I would visit on the odd occasion if I got a cold or something, and go into his little store, and he would fix me up with a couple tinctures. And miraculously, literally within minutes, you expect to walk home and have a rest, and maybe by the morning you'd be feeling better or whatnot. I'm talking literally within minutes. By the time I walked out the door, it was like I never got sick in the first place. And it wasn't just one time that this happened or two, it was consistently. So I knew there was definitely something to this. And I told myself, if I ever got seriously sick, I know where I'm going to turn to. And so, long story short, I did get seriously sick in my late 20s. And so I did turn to him, and he helped me heal myself, and he helped me learn how to take responsibility for my health and prevent these things from happening to me. And that embarked me on a journey to also pursue research and discovering just what the hell is really going on with people and why they're so unwell in the corporate society. And I learned about that. And then also people who saw my recovery got interested in how that happened when they saw I was in dire straits. And then I went from that to rebounding all the way to having incredible health. They wanted to know how. And so I impart the same wisdom that was imparted to me, practice it, and got better and better at it. And call it miraculous if you want. To me, it's just basic, obvious science, or whatever you want to call it. It's just a formula for keeping yourself healthy and preventing yourself from getting sick. And everybody who followed that, same thing happened to them. They got very well, regardless of their health condition. Not to mention, okay, I also, when you study further and seeing the agendas that are going on and how the corporate systems are being used to play out those agendas with, like, you know, if I can say it on your panel, I'm not sure, population control and stuff of this nature.
Oh, yeah, from the
right.
bug stuff.
Yeah, and just, you know, how all the corporate industries and products and the services through that, that's what's being used to infiltrate those agendas. I'm not going to touch them with a 10-foot pole. It's suicide to do so when you see it like I see it.
You said you did all this research and realized this agenda, but how are you filtering propaganda and misinformation and disinformation from authentic fact?
Very good question. Well, first of all,
if you make the wrong judgment, it could lead you down a path to a false conclusion.
Absolutely. Combination of experience and where the source is coming from, and seeing a repetitive habit or pattern, so to speak, of results based on who's saying what and what comes to light. It's really as simple as that. Mainstream media, designed to distract. Don't pay attention to it, right? Simple as that.
I haven't looked at it in probably decades.
Throw the fucking television away. You know, it's there. This thing called entertainment is just a synonym for distract. That's all it means. So
yeah, when people talk about the media, this and the news, and I'm like, I haven't looked at that in at least 15, 20 years.
Right.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, myself included, you know. I only hear about it when other people bring it up on these panels, if anything. Yeah, so, you know, again, I researched the UN and their stuff, and just, again, understanding sort of the hierarchy-based structure and how the structure operates. Then you look to the source for where the directives are coming from, and you research that. And they don't hide it.
There's a single source. Like, the WF, whoever, is definitely a group. They're an organization, and they have goals and visions and agenda, and they put them out just like any organization or group. And I looked through some of it, and we tried to find like the exact latest policy proposal WF, but we couldn't find it. But none of it seemed sinister to me. Like, it didn't seem like this big evil New World Order conspiracy.
WF,
it seemed mostly like the leftist hippie bullshit you would expect from groups like that.
You mean WEF, is that right? The World Economic Forum?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
those people and or the UN.
Yeah, well, that's one arm branch of the UN, right? So read the United Nations Agenda 20 and 30 minutes, and you might have a bit of Agenda 20 and 30 minutes. I think they got a 50 as well. I haven't read that one. And you can even watch their meetings. What's interesting is even then,
agenda. What's it called? 20
Agenda 20 and Agenda 30. There's two different.
Two different agendas. Okay.
Yeah. And even then, I don't want to get too much into the hierarchy, but even those people are getting directives from higher up. But it's really irrelevant. Yeah, that's really irrelevant.
That sounds very relevant. Who's the higher up?
That's a good question.
Do you know?
There's a lot of not available to the public when it comes to that. I have seen some people who have shown their positions in the hierarchy above the United Nations, and
like
shown
seen them
some.
from social media, from your screen.
No,
remote?
they. Oh yes, not in person. If that's what you mean, yeah. I haven't met any of them in person.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is all still kind of, there's some element of speculation or inference to this. It's still kind
As
of
little as possible. I try and remove as much of my own bias as I possibly can, just to be as objective as possible. To see just straightforward, okay, what is being presented, but as to the best of my ability, right? But yes, there is some level of okay, putting the piece that I've learned from here with this over here and put it together and going, aha, I see how that's coordinated there. So yeah, it's not like just in 2 seconds, there it is. Didn't really work like that. Took a long time. Ultimately, it just led to know what to avoid.
I'm on the UN pages. Is it the sustainable development stuff? Is that their language for it?
I'm not sure. That might be
It is, yeah.
Is that what it is?
How will the sustainable development goals be implemented? How will they be monitored, et cetera, et cetera?
Isn't that a portion of it? I think it's a portion of it.
I wish
like,
they'd just show the damn goals. They have paragraphs and paragraphs about the goals, but where are the goals?
That's another indication that
17 goals for people.
Dishonesty through obfuscation is part of this game as well.
Yeah, there's. I should mention as well, there is a lot of bluntness when it comes to it, and then there's also a degree of sort of reading between the lines aspect of things, and that's just how they're.
See, it's that reading between the lines. That is not a very high standard of evidence.
Not in the sense of a biased view, in a sense of the outcome of what that will really do, type of thing, which may not be exactly what they're, like the projection of in the interest of humanity as a whole. We should keep humanity maintained to a certain population level, stuff like that.
They were talking about that like way in the early 1900s, I believe.
His point is that you don't necessarily have to be a conspiracy theorist or be biased to infer that means that if the population reaches a certain level, they're going to cull part of it.
Right. Exactly.
I do think you have to be a little bit of a catastrophist to believe that. I have no doubt there are people out there with this agenda and other kind of crazy agendas. It's that they're a large enough number or have the power to be a credible threat that I laugh at. I don't take any of them seriously. This is so stupid, this website. Look at the goals are these little cartoon pictures you have to click and they don't even tell you anything. No poverty.
You don't think the UN
this is like Jack Talcott goal. Gender equality. Quality education. Yeah, no shit. Who doesn't want quality education?
I would say this would be
hunger. This is so. How are these realistic? I work with goals in my work, and there's these thing called SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time delineated. This doesn't meet half of the SMART goal criteria. How are these goals? Reduced inequalities. Again, specific, life below water, climate. This is not made for adults. This is made for kids or adults.
Yeah, it's indoctrination.
But they need this kind of website to get the information.
It's made
the website is
populous with a mad case.
I'm getting worked up with this agenda too, but not for the reasons y'all are. But it does irritate me. All right.
Yeah. So like
quality education.
people who have no experience and are wide open vessels for propaganda. That's what the website's made for. But you can take interest in what these people say, think, and do, and follow them all year round. And then they'll tell you the specific goals to your face.
Right.
Not only that, they'll also outline in pretty good detail the
none of these
progressionary
like
steps that they're going to do. Sorry, Jeff, I didn't hear that. Say it again.
That's okay. I was chewing and I didn't hear what you were saying either. So go ahead.
I just said, and they even outline a lot the progressionary steps that they're going to do to achieve them.
Where's that part?
You have to read through it all.
Oh, okay. Let's look at oh, I see. What challenges remain. First, what is the goal? Because quality education is so vague. Free primary and secondary school for all, and this is worldwide, right? Like not just Western countries.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
that's right.
So like having every kid on the planet in some kind of free school by the dates don't matter because I don't care if it happens by that date. But that doesn't seem like malevolent to have free education for.
There's the read between the lines. There you go. So yeah, it sounds nice on the surface, right? But if you look past it and see, what does that really mean, right?
I mean, if one of the people who contributes to these, if one of the people who contributes to these type of articles tells you that the best way we can do that is by reducing the population by 85%, then you know.
I haven't seen that yet. Like instead of free schooling, just eliminate.
Well, the way to be able to afford
educate them. I haven't seen that.
The more children there are, the harder it is to give them all school.
Yeah, you've heard of 15
I mean,
minutes.
I'm still making my way through it, but so far I haven't seen anything like that.
You've heard of
lines or on the lines.
You've heard of 15-minute cities?
15 what?
15-minute cities. Have you ever?
Yeah, I have actually. I just came across that somewhere.
Okay, so that's an example of a UN-based thing that's coming down, and each people in their country, it's just one of those things again where people in their own nationality are gonna look around and say, oh my God, look what they're doing to us. It's going worldwide. It's just one of those things that show you it's.
But they don't have the ability to impose it top down. It still has to make its way through the political process of each country.
And so who's having the most political influence right now? Schwab and the WEF or you?
How do you know? How do you measure influence? How are you quantifying it?
By the results, by the way that's the changes that are being made every day in our society.
If you look at it enough and watch it enough, you'll also see that they do have not that influence, but they have the control top down, and it's all a theatrical show to give the impression that they don't. I know you don't believe that, but a lot of people who watch it is working. Exactly. That's the point. It's successful. It's so successful that people don't even see it. Do you know there's a lot of people that watch WWF and never knew it was a show? They thought it was real. Still to this day.
Adults,
yeah. World Wrestling stuff.
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Me and my stepbrother used to fight about that growing up because he was into wrestling. And as a kid, it was so obviously fake to me. Like I thought everybody that watched it knew that it was fake, and they just were entertained by it.
That's how we feel about government, Jeff.
And I would say no, it's fake, and then he'd try to beat me up until I admit it was real.
That's how we feel about government, Jeff. You just summed it up. You just described my whole life and childhood right there.
I think government there could not be further except for WWF, whatever I saw as a kid. Like
most of the political process is theater.
Not even a superficial resemblance.
It's scripted in a back room before it ever gets to you, and then they work it out in theater.
I get why people don't see it's fake. That's
I don't know why you think that.
You do? I like my theory is it's because it's so terrifying. They have to believe in it.
House Rock. You just have to watch the I'm a Bill. It tells you not people in the back room.
Right, but well, that's the part that they leave out.
when you pump a populace chock full of chemicals day in and day out and subject them to hypnotic
Oh,
devices
how dramatic! Where is this happening?
Okay, but then why doesn't it work on
everywhere,
us?
everywhere. That's a very good question. Well, at least for me, I don't know. I took different paths, so that could have a lot to do with it. You know, I don't take those synthetics and allopathics, and I clean myself up, and I don't watch those things. I don't partake in those things. I went in a different direction.
Technically, that's how my mother raised us, like kept our household as well.
So that could
Like
be a
as
big part of it.
toxin free as possible, and like a
Natural.
If I
macrobiotic
heard,
vegetarian diet.
Did you know
if
growing
I-
up? Like, was it weird or did it seem normal to you?
It seemed normal to me, but I knew that everybody else was different.
Oh,
this could be another part, if I heard correctly, Denizen, and I wish I could say this, but almost the same. You've never been vaccinated. Right. So I
Yeah.
think that's probably a big factor.
Yeah. Interesting.
It is, right? At some point, when you're objectively viewing these things and seeking to secede from it, you start to with as much objectivity as possible, Jeff. Everything is always going to be subjective.
It's always going to be subjective.
That should just be a given, though, Jeff. Right?
But
I mean,
here's
I would
the-
expect
here's the
that to be
thing.
understood.
As much objectivity as possible. Well,
Mhm.
fortunately, humanity over the centuries has developed these marvelous, fantastic tools for ensuring maximum objectivity, called scientific method, called formal logic, called critical thinking, etc.
Yeah, when you apply those things to the
which they
government
don't
system,
do.
Ensure, you
Which
can
most people-
not only can you ensure the maximum objectivity, you can ensure and check.
we
that
agree.
you're ensuring the maximum.
For sure.
We agree.
sure.
Now apply those things to government and watch where
Right.
it gets you.
and apply that as well to what most of
getting
your
me
quote
very
unquote
different places
society does
to
not do.
review.
Instead,
So
what
either
they
we're
do,
not looking at the same government, our inputs are faulty, or we're drawing very different conclusions.
what most of
Well, I
the
think
society populace
Information
does is
processing is
they just
diverse.
believe what they're told is science. That's religion again.
That's
Yeah,
not
and
what
you-
science is. Science is not people telling you things. It's
No, but that's what they
That's
do.
what
and
most
what I'm
people
saying.
think it is. That's how they operate.
you can do the experiments yourself and
Right.
see for yourself.
Dr.
Right,
Fauci is science, Jeff.
We are.
How dare you?
If Dr. Fauci is your idea of science, then you have a very impoverished.
He's
actually
his
believe-
idea of science and a majority of American voters. That's my
Well,
point.
I feel sorry for them. They got defrauded of a proper scientific.
And that's why they believe in this government bullshit, because they don't know the scientific method and they're not applying it to their government.
My opinion of the government has zero to do with Dr. Fauci.
They're that's part of the same conglomerate.
He's like
Totally.
a blip in 2020 for a little bit, and I had
He was the
opinions of the government.
he was the
way before
spokesperson.
him.
He's
and way
just a
after him.
spokesperson. That's all. Just like Elon Musk and blah blah. That's what they do. They just
Yeah, but he's
they
also
hire
a
salespeople.
stockholder too.
Oh,
So-
for
which
sure.
makes him a special kind of spokesperson, right? So he
Absolutely.
really digs the knife in.
That's the best kind of spokesperson. Is
Yeah,
one
that's
who
the
has
best
such
kind.
a vested interest in making
yeah,
a
Having a
very
conversation-
fantastical sales pitch.
yeah.
About not liking Fauci makes way more sense, and I can understand and relate to, even if I might not agree, than working it up into some big grand conspiracy against the whole.
Did Fauci lie about COVID?
Like, not liking Fauci and trusting Fauci and thinking he's a slime ball. I get that. That I could have a conversation about and agree on and make some sense.
So why is he the longest employed, member of government?
Why what?
Why is he the longest employed member of government until he just recently retired? How did he make it so long if he's so corrupt
I
and
can see
shitty?
if the AI knows. I don't know. But does
Because
that
he
that
did his
impact-
job well. That's why.
that's what I'm saying.
He got
It's-
rewarded
it's
by the
withdrawing
government for
from
doing exactly what. Well, that's what
obvious
happened.
things that would-
That's what
you think.
happened. But that's what happened. Fauci stayed in government longer than anybody else was ever in
Okay,
government.
but you think it's for this specific reason that whatever that you're saying it is. And I'm saying I don't know why he stayed in government. There's probably many different reasons why he
Right,
stayed in
and
government.
so I know
Why
the
would
answers to
anyone
things
else
you don't
stays
know.
in government for a while?
One thing for sure is whatever the reason, it's not in the best interest of us.
Yeah.
That
That's
could
the
be
most
true.
important.
That could be true. And we have a political process.
Which is not in our best interest as well.
Well, I happen to like it. The one we have when it's used.
That's sure. You can, and that's fair game if you you know, but again, it doesn't that's a separate thing to whether it's actually in our best interest or not.
Well, that's subjective too, because like your interest may not be my interest, and your evaluation of what's best may not be mine.
That's why I don't believe in activism anymore.
I guess if you want to say that going in a gas chamber to be executed under the guise of safety would be in our best interest, same thing.
How
That would
did
be
that
subjective.
extreme example pop up?
Because that's why people do that. That's a great example.
That's something you worry about. I've never worried about that in my life here in the United States. I still
I'm
don't.
using that as an
Wow.
example to correlate people's mindsets about that in the subjective view that you were just saying a minute ago. That's what happens, right? People convince themselves and they believe what they're told about it, that it's in their best
Or
interest,
they
and they
convince
walk right
themselves.
they walk right into it.
I didn't get the last part.
I said they walk right into it after they are
I-
convinced that it was in their best interest.
That's exactly
But
what
how
happened.
do you know, other than your own self, how do you know what someone else's best interest is? That's so presumptuous.
When with certain things, no. Like if the result is unhealthy, and it's a
Well, we
pattern,
do things that
regardless.
are unhealthy. That's not like a high standard
Mhm.
for what we do here in America.
I'm talking just at the America part as an individual. If something is going to make somebody sick, is that in their best interest then?
America is an unhealthy society.
Right.
No,
So
but that
is,
also is
so is
not
all the
going to
corporate
stop
societies.
people from doing it.
I'm not
Say
saying
what,
it
Jeff?
is. It doesn't change though that it's not healthy and in their best interest. That's
Right,
the
but then
reality.
it just becomes your opinion again of
What
people
isn't?
should be eating, or what's healthy or
I'm
not.
not
And
saying they should or shouldn't. I'm just calling a spade, and what isn't my subjective view.
Yeah,
That
everything's
goes
just
without
your
saying.
opinion, man.
well, this kind of stuff is.
What isn't? I mean, is there such thing as a fact?
Yeah, there's plenty of facts. We
Okay.
just named some of them. How long Fauci stayed in office was a fact.
All right. So can we just let's
The
just
type
stick
of
with
government we have and how it works is a fact.
Sure. Let's just stick with whether or not something is healthy
Countries are
or
facts.
not. Is that a good discernment level that can be
If what?
reasonably not subjective? You know, relatively using whether or not the outcome of something is healthy or not. Is that a decent compass gauge?
Subjective judgment involved in that. How do
There's
you
always
quantify?
there's always going to be, but can we
health?
have a common denominator there so that we can look at something objectively to see the outcome and whether or not that's something that's healthy or not? Can we do that?
I mean, if you ask a vegan, eating meat's not healthy, but a meat eater's not going to think that that's not healthy.
Is there
Sure,
an
but
objective truth to that?
Right. I think the problem
Is one
there
of them wrong?
No, because it's subjective.
What about heroin? Is heroin bad for you?
When somebody is ill, is that subjective?
Depends on the illness. Some illnesses can be.
The answer might be yes.
But if it's a physical or medical illness, it's.
What if you have a type of cancer?
Not always. There's.
What if you have a type of cancer that doesn't grow very fast and doesn't hurt? And so you could just live 80 to 100 years with the cancer.
So
do you really have cancer? Is it really an illness? I'm fucking fearing right now. Maybe we should just let people be unhealthy, Nudie.
I don't understand.
I'm with you on that one.
People
Natural selection.
cancer goes into remission all the time. It doesn't.
Oh
mean
yeah, I
it's
forgot who I was talking to for a second. Sorry, Jeff. What did you say, Jeff?
I said cancer goes into remission all the time. It doesn't mean it's not an illness.
Is cancer even a thing? Is it, or is that just subjective?
No, I believe cancer's a thing.
I'm not sure we
Well,
have
you-
cancer figured out.
Unless
You
it's a
use the word.
conspiracy.
You use the word belief, so right there, that would have to. That spells subjectivity.
Well, in my world, cancer is a thing, and countries are things. So yes, but I know things could be different. That's why I'm being cautious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's good.
I have no problem claiming that cancer is a thing or asserting that cancer is a thing.
Okay, so I think like the first thing to establish is, in a healthy dialect, is just what's important is the conveyance of information so that it's understood, right?
Yeah, and then you're kind of done, regardless of like mindset.
Yeah, opinions can go. Fuck that shit. I'm not interested. I just show me information. Let me look at it. Let me have a discernment about it. Is it useful? Do I need to throw it out? That's all I'm interested in. I'm not interested in wasting my life or my time here, especially when I don't know how much of it I got, right? Tomorrow will come. Whether I'm here or not is not a certainty,
Have you found that on these streams? Because I don't find that to be the norm.
Found what I just said.
Yeah,
is the way people interact.
Yeah, like quality information that's communicated clearly.
Oh, few and far between for sure. But that's why I'm only in few and far between places. I'm very choosy when it comes to that.
Yeah, well,
I'm like Denizen. I'm an elitist snob where I place my focus and attention.
Well, me too. I think it's good. I think that's good to be.
I think so too. It's healthy. Mm-hmm.
This is my new journey, though, is becoming an elitist snob. Like, I'm embracing it.
When you said that you had this like fear intimation that part of this could be because you were one of those people, or you relate to them.
I just really tried to treat everybody like they were equals and be kind to them and be honest with them. And I'm just finding that most human beings are kind of fucking shitty.
Well, that work, it only takes a few people to fuck you over. That works up until
only takes
point.
one if you let them.
Right. The right one could. That's what it to be.
But I find most people don't like it when you're honest with them. Most people are not upfront and honest about their motives. Like even when I'm being selfish, I'm like, hey, check this out. I'm selfish. I want this. You don't want this. But you're selfish too, and you want this other thing. And I can help you get that other thing if you help me get the thing that I want. And I find that most humans doesn't work.
Yeah,
shit falls apart. But if you lie to them,
told or reminded how selfish they are.
And if you promise them like the thing that they want and fuck them over is easier. And my aversion to fucking people over has been,
Oh, you dropped out again.
I have this natural aversion to taking advantage of people. I just want Freak to come up because I like his perspective and I think it would add another dynamic. Like I missed his point of view since the last time he was on the panel.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't have to talk to me. There's more to hear him talk.
Yeah, I like Freak too. He gives good panel.
He gives good panel, yeah. Exactly.
The innuendo was classic.
Or maybe not.
I'm a little surprised recently, but also encouraged by a lot of growth in the few panels that I've been participating in. Yours is one of them.
Really? Because all I've been hearing about is all the drama and dysfunction and all the panels imploding recently.
those are the ones that I
That's
ignore,
how-
and those are the ones that are always
Wait,
going to be
where
there.
are the good? I'm trying to find the healthy panels. Where are they?
They're few and far between.
Few and far between. Yeah.
That's why I spend so much time
Where was
here.
the growth happening?
The only one that you would know of that I visit is Jack. Jack's making some pretty good growth.
That's what the one I was talking about when I said imploding.
Imploding. When did
Is
you
the
see
growth
that?
very recent, like in the last day?
I'm talking about with him personally more, but yeah, more of the last like week or so.
Because I was seriously worried about it. I still kind of am. He's doesn't seem like he's doing much self care, and it seems like he could be heading for a pretty rough place.
In his personal life, maybe, but
Yeah.
But
And the
his
stream, which there's almost no separation now.
I think he's been doing the last few panels, especially a bit of cleaning house, which has been long overdue.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah,
that's setting the
It's
stage
been-
for some better foundational layers in place for the potential for things to go further. I think
Does
that's a
he know
healthy
that
direction.
that's not what people go there for?
What's that? They go there for the drama and stuff?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah. They go there to laugh and make fun of him, scapegoat him, work out their daddy issues, and
I
enjoy
think
the channel
he's
drama.
I think he's becoming more coming to terms with that more, and that's why he's cutting it out more. I think he was more in denial about that, and just he's a very forgiving, wanting to give chances type person. It's kind of like that Charlie Brown and Lucy football show,
Yeah.
over and over loop, right? So
I
think
can
he was
relate
doing
to
that.
that.
I think he's making some grounds to put his foot down to that.
He's surrounded by people who are trying to tear him down, and he ironically, from his perspective, he's giving them chances to help them and to be kind to, and like for some exchange of kindness and love between whoever the person is, and that person's there solely to mock and tear him down.
Which ultimately is his responsibility to see and take responsibility for, and that's a great example of if you don't see it, you don't know what to do. Right?
Yeah.
So that's seeing it is the first step.
Awareness.
And I think awareness, yeah. And I think that's what he's not just starting, but it's not lip service as far as putting a better foundation in place, which has the potential then to do other things after that are also not just lip service. He's been doing a lot of lip service for a long time, right? So.
Well, I hope what you're saying is true. That's the most optimistic account I've heard so far.
Yeah, that's what I see. And ultimately, he'll decide how far that goes. And as far as it's going to remain in that direction, there's an interest for me to continue to be there and participate and encourage that. If it goes in another direction, though, for whatever reason, then I won't be interested either. That's how it goes,
Well, Jack, if you're out there or you're watching or you see this later, I mean that's what's happening and that's the direction you're going in. I say do it, try it. That sounds like a good move. And
still got a lot of work to do though. And I think he's coming to the awareness of knowing that,
Well,
what can you do other than commend and encourage that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've never had a problem with Jack. I've always liked him. I don't know him that well. I don't see all the little like picky stuff that all these other people see in him.
And to be frank, that's one of the reasons why you've never seen me up on his panel, is because there's so much of that other stuff that goes on a lot of the time that there's just not enough breathing room.
That's why I'm not there when I'm not there,
All the trolls started taking over. And then he would hand them the scepter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, freak.
Hello, everybody.
Greetings.
Morning.
Did you see Flow State's broadcast earlier?
No, what happened? What? Give us a recap.
Well, it was just definitely a night of chaos, utter chaos. Mindful exposure. Sarah, uh, Spark Girl, has her own channel and does kind of unique different things. She has a way of taking over entire panels, and it's just it's like a car crash on a train track being hit by an airplane. It's just a wreck. But it could either annoy you to the point of freaking punching your screen, or you just have to sit back and just like you know I don't even know. Sometimes you can't even process it, but that's pretty much what happened.
So she was the center of the chaos,
Oh yeah,
or the
oh yeah.
catalyst for it.
Well, I mean, she just always talks in, and she was definitely probably drinking a good amount, and so like a woohoo every now and again wasn't out of the realm, and but she's feisty, and like it's just kind of funny seeing when a girl is kind of doing that, and mostly a male space, how the men are just kind of taken back and baffled almost, and it's just you don't see it all the time, so it's just for me it's just like it's fascinating. It's like,
Looking at some of it now. Okay, I'll have to catch it. Oh, Neve is on there. How did she end up on Flow? Oh, I called her she. I guess that's progress. Oh, intoxicated. That alcohol can ruin a panel, and I guess sometimes enhance a panel, just like any other setting.
I think it's a mixed bag because I've seen her on panels, and when she's being normal, and she's very intelligent woman, and I think I've seen her on like two panels where I was like blown away by her ideals and stuff, and then like now two on flows where she's just like totally
Blown away.
like just like throwing water on the ice rink.
Well, I guess she's grown folk.
So yeah.
So they wanted some perspective from you earlier.
Yeah, what were you talking about? The whole government
Lord,
Fauci
sorry.
thing or something else? Or
Invisible systems of control and slave planet, and of course free will. And
I don't get this whole sovereignty thing and this whole separating of like your personage of the government social security system and what you think that you're going to get as an individual, emancipating yourself from that, because especially for someone like me who's paid into social security all my life, while I've been working, you are foregoing that. And the only way I could ever see myself doing that is if I was actually facing federal time, like a long stint of federal time, and then try and pull that BS. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
What if you had to get a chip implanted in your brain to continue getting those benefits? Would you draw the line?
I would hope that if they're going to give the chip option, that they would give a chop option, which means chop off the head. But I would probably have to refuse that just because of my religious belief.
Okay. Oh, so it's just religious belief. Is there any other lines that you would draw where you'd say, okay, that's my tolerance of compliance. I need to find other options?
I'd probably have to go off the grid, do the whole farming thing or whatever.
So that would be the other options. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be the other options for sure. But what about the line that would incline you to do that?
Well,
would there be any other things?
Yeah, in Revelation it talks about not being able to buy and sell. So whatever encompasses that criteria is the
Hmm,
line for Christians anyway.
I see. So it's all about that. What if I'm just throwing out things, vaccinations?
Well, if it came down to that is the thing that determines if you could buy or sell on the in the marketplace in any way,
Hmm.
then yes, that would be the line.
So
Then it's
that's
got to
it
go
for
off
you.
the
It's
grid homestead or die.
got it. Got it. Have you taken measures to be
Yeah,
self-reliant that ahead of schedule?
actually, yes. Some of it is intentional. Some of it is just because of the situation of my overall family situation. So, like,
Hmm.
we've got country land with a well and pumps and stuff, and so it wouldn't take too much to get all that
A wall, like a
as a major
compound?
home base. But in the city, we've got our chicken coop up, and we could do what do they call that? Urban uh, agricultural kind of things and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Slowly, have been kind of working towards that.
That's cool. So and that's half because you see something coming, and half the other part, did you say was intentional for some other reasons?
Yeah, like the city stuff is more intentional, just because of what the markets have been kind of unstable
So
for a
financial
little
reasons.
while. You don't know what's going on with the
Yeah.
supplies in this and that. But the other is just we do have land. It's kind of a country house or whatever,
Right.
and it's got a well with independent uh, pump to access. It's actually very good groundwater, and so we would be scrambling in that case. Like, I
Right.
think people who don't have that are going to be probably trying to get the heck out of Phoenix, and I don't know what they're gonna do. It's probably going to be a bloodbath.
Right. At least one aspect of sorts,
Yeah,
quite
but
likely.
yeah, at the same time, sometimes I agree with Jeff. Like, I don't. A lot of times, there's a lot of hysteria around a lot of these different things, and you see it from all the different angles. But
Sure.
really, I haven't really seen any kind of interruption in anything that I'm doing on a day to day basis, other than people are getting more and more, freaked out, and Biden's a complete fucking disaster.
That's if you're looking at it though, like on a lot of people, that's part of it. They don't want you to look at the bigger picture. Also, they use slow drip method, little by little, right? So it's not very noticeable until all of a sudden you wake up and wait a second, I have
I
60%
thought it
tax.
was obvious.
It was 5% 40 years ago,
Oh, sure,
just as an
sure, man.
example, right?
Yeah, and like, how do you account for all the different, say, meat processing plants and some of the other
Right.
disruptions? But I mean, aside from a little bit higher prices and stuff at the grocery store, there's still plenty
A
of ground
little bit.
beef. You know what I mean?
Shit, my
Yeah, but
diet changed.
and this is the thing, if you're aware of how that system works, you'll know that the fiat currency integrated in its design is to become less valuable year after year after year. And there's no two ways about that. That's integrated in its design. So it's just stupid to want to hold on and work with that then. If you understand the workings of economics and you want to operate in a corporate capitalist sort of environment, right? And that's just that. Now, let alone going outside of that, what about just asking the question as objectively as you can, of course, have to stipulate that. I shouldn't have to, but anyways, is it healthy to be let's just start with dependent on it and then work your way from, even if you're not dependent on it, integrate yourself into a system if it's not producing a healthy outcome. Like, for example, buying corporate food and ingesting corporate food.
Wait, what's
Is
the
that
example?
good for you?
I didn't hear the example.
Corporate food. Buying corporate
Corporate
food and corporate food.
Corporate food?
Food.
What is corporate food?
Corporate food. Food from the
Wait.
grocery store.
What, like food? Like grocery store food is corporate food?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
If you understand what I
Okay,
mean
so-
by that, it's corporate
See,
food.
now you
It's
not
all
only do
made
you
in
not
a
have
factory and
countries,
milled.
you don't even have grocery stores.
Huh?
I said not only are there no countries in your world, you don't even have grocery stores.
What do you mean
We
you don't
have
even have
control
grocery
of
stores?
the food supply by it's more than, fortunately it's still more than quite a few handfuls of companies, but if
The question is it healthy for you to be ingesting that?
Yeah, my whole
probably,
diet is that. I'm
probably
fine.
not, because they're finding that there's stuff in there that they don't necessarily test for, and that other countries don't put in their foods and stuff like that. But I think it's prudent to have secondary systems in place now, because after COVID, like we can't just follow like sheep and be satisfied, because
Right. Is it responsible minded to delegate what you ingest in your body to something that you didn't have your hand in sight in from beginning to end? Is that a responsible thing
Well,
to
no
do?
one's
Especially from
forcing people to eat grocery store food. It's all consensual.
that's not the question though. The question is it responsible?
I think
whose part?
it
The
used to
consumer?
be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it used
The
to be
ingester.
a given that we had the highest standards in the world.
Do you
in
know
terms
what
of that,
country you're in?
and people in our country weren't such sellouts that you'd have to even worry about it, because everyone kind of had each other's back in that regard. Even in terms of just their job production. But now it's like you can't trust the doctor. You can't trust anybody.
Yeah, trust is a fool's game. So again, responsibility is
It's also necessary to a functioning society, whether you like it or not.
if you don't know how to function otherwise, of course.
Well, yeah, in those rare exceptional cases like yourself.
Right. And that rare exceptional case is because I learned how to do it. I took that responsibility. You see the difference there?
No,
I wanted
that
to do
is admirable. I do admire that.
That's what I'm saying though. Most people in your society doesn't want to do that. They have an irresponsible mindset. They'd rather just delegate those things to somebody else and let the consequences lay where they fall with their head in the sand to that.
Yeah, but I don't see a problem with that. Most people want the modern society gives them an opportunity to live a comfortable, simple, easy life, and most people are going to take that. I don't know why.
I don't see a problem with that either. I'm all for it. Let natural selection take its total course. Absolutely, I'm right with you. Let it happen. Totally with you.
So about that population reduction.
Yeah.
Most people with a 9 to 5, they don't have the time to homestead and farm and have sheep or whatever,
Well, wasn't that convenient?
Because they're so busy being wrapped
doing
up
the corporate
in
shit.
The corporate world, right? It's distracting them from having that time.
Every person I know that's in the corporate world, particularly, is there voluntarily and
oh my god,
deliberately set out to be in that environment.
I would agree that most, not every, but certainly a lot, and that's why I wouldn't fathom the idea of trying to even give them the inclination to go in another direction, especially because the tendency people have to fuck good things up with their irresponsible mindset. I live out in the boonies. It's beautiful out here. Last thing I want is a bunch of irresponsible minded individuals coming and bringing their corporate ways to fuck it up. It's already been messed up enough from cross contamination of GMOs and pollution oversight, so on and so forth.
As far as the currency goes, I don't worry about that so much, because I know that as long as we have the Second Amendment as American people, that we are the world's collateral and there's nobody else, because the governments of all these other countries have the basically ability to just walk right in and take your SHIT without a second thought, or maybe with just a little bit of leverage, whereas
they do that in your country too.
You can protect your own private property, and that makes it a lot harder for them to come and get it, which means that our stuff is the world's collateral for everything. That means we're going to be the reserve.
That's what they indoctrinate almost all populace in each country to believe. Same thing.
You got
They
indoctrinated.
don't have a Second Amendment either.
Yeah, if you look at all the constitutions, they're pretty similar. Nonetheless, if you're standing on such a document like that, that is supposed to be implied from natural law, what do you need the Constitution for anyway? Shouldn't natural law just be the given?
If it's self-evident, I didn't even need to write it down.
Right?
Well,
You
that's
need
why
a
you
piece of
self
paper
evident.
to say you can eat when you're hungry. You know?
That's not the part that's self-evident. It was the right, that one specific.
That's where it
concept of
becomes a
right.
permission. That's where it becomes a permission because it's written down. What if it wasn't?
But the written down part isn't giving you the permission. It's giving the government the non-permission.
Right, which is why you don't need the Constitution or any of
Here's
these
what
things.
I don't understand. You got out. You escaped the Matrix or whatever, and you're in your
Trying to wake up others.
off-grid paradise right now. Why are you still bothered or invested in it? It's like, yes, you left the Matrix, and yes, you got
Why am I
upgraded,
still
but
here?
psychologically, you still attached to it somehow because it's.
Oh, no. Yeah, great question. Let me clarify. The reason why I'm here is kind of an exception compared to what most of the people who I've discovered who have left do. They probably call me a crackpot for even doing this. But I recognize the value in imparting wisdom to other people who are seeking it. And because other people did that for me before my time, people that I will never even see because some of them are dead. You know, it's kind of a return in kind. And so, yeah, I'm here to help in service without expectations of anything in return. Those who are seeking information and know-how to do this, to walk the same path, to be successful in doing so. That's my number one reason. And have fun.
Really pretty cool.
Thanks, and having fun doing it as well.
Are you having? That's one good.
I
one
am.
Of my questions. Is are you happy?
I am having a blast.
Okay.
Are you naked right now?
I'll have to leave that to your
With
imagination.
you and Denizen, and who was the guy from the other day?
I also don't forget where I came from, right? Like, it's kind of you kind of want to do that when you leave. It's like you want to forget it out of sight, out of mind. And I get that as well. But I don't forget what it was like to be, entrapped in the system like that. And I know that there's other people who are seeking that way out. And as somebody pointed out earlier, when you're entrapped in the rat race, especially so heavily, you're not afforded that same amount of time to do the amount of research that I was afforded. So I want to help to make it easier, facilitate the process for people. So I'm doing.
Do you have
I'm putting,
a website or anything like that?
I have a preliminary one right now, and I'm putting together a hub, which is exactly that. There's no timeline to when it's going to be ready. I'm taking my time with it because it needs to be done thoroughly, and I'm trying to get it as easy to understand, simplified as I can. That's actually another reasons why for a couple of years I came on these panels, which has been very helpful, is to have dialect and conversations with people to get the semantics right, to see what's reaching. So a lot of people have actually, they've been a part of this process, and I'm very grateful for that as well.
Wow. Well,
I've seen a whole lot of these homesteading channels popping up on YouTube lately.
The what?
The homesteading, where you grow your own food and you kind of.
I have a friend that's
preppers. Like the preppers. I guess they're homesteaders now.
And the homesteaders and the permaculture. I have a friend that's in that, and he was going to start a channel at some point.
I'll put my pre-launch website link in the private for you, Jeff. Again, it's kind of out.
The main.
Sure, if you want. It's kind of dated, needs to be updated. I'll get around to that probably in the next couple months or so. But still, the main idea is there for anybody who's interested. One sec here.
My Discord's on my YouTube. Best way to keep in touch with me is my Discord.
Hey, so if I could, I'd like to ask Denizen's a question about the free will, and then start in on him on the existence of God or not.
Uh-oh. I mean, I guess I cannot refuse you, but
do I need to go put on another pot of coffee?
I would.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Maybe 2.
I'll be back.
All right. So last time we talked, like, we got down to the kind of the emergence of the free will in the mind and stuff. And I wanted to ask you, when we bring it down to the neuroscience of the brain cells and what's going on there, and like near-death experiences and whatnot, how could you explain what happens in a near-death experience and the lack of all activity neuroscience, neurologically?
Well, there's not a complete lack. And I think that's what you're experiencing when you have reduced neurological function, is you're kind of filling in the gaps with your imagination.
But how is that really even possible if there's no real activity? And I know the science answer is chemical reaction, but that's fine. Let's just say you're having that chemical reaction and you're having that experience. You still have to store memory of that experience, and then you have to be able to recall it and tell your testimony of it when you recover. And so I don't see how that's possible with zero brain activity, for an example.
Well, if you made up the near-death experience, after you came back to life, so to speak, you wouldn't necessarily know that you didn't have it after. And your judgment, your perception of time wouldn't be particularly reliable in a state where you're near brain death. But the brain stays alive for several minutes after the body dies.
Right.
There is activity.
I wonder if they ever measured the brain waves. Well, because I know, like, most of the time it's usually the heart that stops, and like 7 minutes or whatever is like the
right.
But
yeah,
I
that
guess
7 minutes in your mind is an eternity.
Yeah, probably is. But at the same time, there's people that, like my sister, she was well gone for more than that, and she had an experience, but by the time she fully recovered, well, she didn't fully recover, but she had forgotten what happened. So to me, it's like, I think there's too much going on there, and for there to actually be a recall and a speaking of the testimony, that that alone to me is enough evidence that it's not all just housed in the brain, let's just say.
Well, I mean, when we measure these things, when we study these things, we find brain activity. Reduced, sure, but a complete lack of. That's how we know, how long there is before there becomes permanent brain damage, so to speak. That's how we measure those things.
Mm-hmm.
So your brain is still alive, even if your heart's not pumping.
Mm-hmm. But also, science will explain a lot of that as, it's in a panic mode, fighting or starving or looking or seeking, oxygen for replenishment. But how could your brain be in that state and still have the organization to have a NDE, near death experience, and then still be able to store it and then recall it and testify to it?
Well,
I think it's a little too much.
So the everything after the recollection or from the point of recollection, we can agree that's irrelevant to what happens while you're having the near-death experience, right? So once your heart is pumping again and everything's functioning as normal, the recollection and the description of the events could be dependent entirely on your current ability, right? If we don't talk about the storage and so forth, we just talk about your ability to recall it and describe it. That's
Sure.
perfectly explainable, right?
Well, I mean, the timeline starts again in terms of the removal of carbon dioxide and the replenishment of oxygen. I would agree to that.
Well, sure, right. You're not fully, but by the time, I think you said it was your sister or maybe sister-in-law, for example.
Yeah.
By the time she got around to remembering, her brain had had some significant time to get back to normal, maybe even do some rewiring, right? Days, weeks.
Yeah, that I don't know. I know that she recalled having a near-death experience while she was recovering, but then it wasn't but like a couple weeks after, when she was quote unquote ready to be discharged, that she didn't remember it fully. So that was kind of weird.
Yeah, and I think that's explained by the mechanical processes. If you think about the brain like a hard drive and a CPU combo, if it's in the process of crashing, what data is saved to the hard drive and how corrupted it might be, extends. It's limited prior to, and it also some cases extends beyond the visual experience you have as the computer user, whether or not your monitor goes off or your mouse stops moving. Some stuff has already happened between the CPU and the hard drive without your awareness. And then even though it's completely frozen to your experience, there's stuff going on in the background still that you're unaware of. Your computer is actually still responding to some things, just not enough things for you as the user in order to have an experience. And I think that is kind of what's happening when you have a near-death experience. You have access to a rudimentary ability of imagination. What your brain is capable of filling in, it fills in, and your ability to recall it and store it accurately is all affected by the experience itself.
I think I remember you said you did have some kind of near-death experience or some kind of out-of-body projection or something.
Oh yeah, I had an NDE and it was classic. Like the people around me faded away, the stars zoomed in to focus, and then I rushed into outer space at the speed of light, and I experienced the travel. And then my life flashed before my eyes, and I experienced my memories in a near chronological order while I was flying through space, and I
How
had
long
this
did that
intense.
take? Was it real lifetime, or did it like speed up, or did it seem like real?
There's no
like,
way
did
for
you
me to.
live through your whole life in real time.
No, very quickly, and just in like messages, like a greater being was showing me the parts of my life I needed to in order to understand.
You don't see your whole life. It's just like certain highlights.
Right. It's just the important parts in order to get it. And then right at that last moment, there was peace and understanding like I've never experienced in my life. And then I took a breath and woke up.
Now that once you came back to and looking at it, did it feel like you were dreaming, or did it feel more like you were in a present reality, just like right now when you were experiencing that?
Probably more like dreaming, but you don't have the experience of falling asleep or waking up, which I think heavily taints how we think about our dreams. You know?
Yeah.
There's a disillusionment that occurs where you're like, well, I'm back in corporate America today. Let's take a shower. As to like whether or not, you know, like you start to see the light in the pen of the guy in the fireman in the ambulance, you know.
Right.
Do you think that that experience is sustainable entirely by like the quote unquote release of neurotransmitters that sometimes science will try to explain this by solely just the chemical reaction of the release of some neurotransmitter and not electrical impulses?
I think it was completely materialistic, and I don't I don't need to lie and say that I know there's no quantum connection between the brain and any other electron in the universe for me to have that experience. So that the possibility that I was in two locations at once and that I could move through space on some level, on a spirit level, that could be possible. I don't need it to be false in order to have the experience that I had. But do I see that that's what happened? No. My experience tells me it was my body and my mind and my moral code, and it was that God that was talking to me. It was me trying to remind myself to chill the fuck out and not be so worried about everything all the time. Yeah.
I
Do you
had an
think
almost identical experience on a psychedelic. And when you described it, I could relate it to that very accurately.
But do you think that you left the present reality into a whole new realm on the psychedelic, or was it just a kind of a
No, well, it felt like in the moment, it felt like an actual being or entity outside of myself, not me, communicating with me. But in the back of my mind, intellectually, I knew it was my brain. I knew it was my drug. So I had enough awareness to keep telling myself, as real as this seems, it is just a drug. And had I not been able to do that, it would have been very convincingly real.
Interesting?
What if the drug would actually unlock blockers to expose what's really present?
That's one of the theories.
But having that experience, Denizen, you still don't believe that there's a quote unquote God, even though you had that experience. That's kind of strange, from my perspective.
Define God.
Well, God is what He says He is in the Bible. He's light. He's love. He's spirit. Those things.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm eating French fries, but it's if you're gonna say the theist God, I'm even more certain. It's not required. Like
You're like agnostic, quote unquote, or not
no,
even.
I'm a strong anti-theist. I don't think there's a God, and I'm glad there isn't. But I don't proclaim that there is no spirit realm. I don't believe in one. I don't think there is one. I think there isn't one, but I don't know there isn't one.
What do you think was the inevitability of that experience? If you didn't come back, would have played out? You think you would have just dissolved into oblivion?
Yes, I think there would have been like a repeat of the loop for as long as my biological mass could maintain that level of brain function. And then I don't know what the subjective experience of consciousness would be like, whether I would just feel like I was experiencing that one moment forever, which is less likely than there just being nothingness. No experience, at least.
Right. And
No
do you
consciousness.
think that experience is sustainable just by a chemical release in the brain or a chemical reaction without the synapses firing?
Oh, yeah, because I can imagine and do those things while I'm awake and when I'm not dying. So the fact that I can do it when I'm dying and my shit's all fucked up and I'm not breathing is less remarkable than the fact that I can do it while I'm dreaming or while I'm sometimes, in some circumstances, my imagination is so powerful, I can almost do it while I'm, just in a normal conscious hour of the day.
To what, like project your mind into someplace else, like like a visualization?
Yeah. and imagine what it would be like to experience eternal life, so to speak.
You don't think that that's kind of a contrary thing to say though? Because like, sure, you could visualize eternal life, but you also think that there's a finite to it. So it's like, how does that? I don't see how you can square that.
I would say that regardless of what I believe, even if I were the most theist that ever theisted, I'm probably fucking wrong. So like, I know that's a cop out too, right? But it's an answer. At the end of the day, even if I imagine eternal life, I'm probably full of shit. You know, so like, even if eternal life existed, I'm still probably wrong, and there's a freedom in that.
In being wrong or in not having to believe in it?
Well, so there's two parts to that, right? Like, accepting you're wrong is how I would take what you said and integrate it into what I said. You can't just be wrong;
Why
you have to
is
be
that
able to accept it, right?
That like intellectual humility? Yeah, I struggle with that. But why doesn't it apply to all the other stuff, like the government, the New World Order, government?
It does.
So you could be wrong about that too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's way less probable, right? Like,
why do
the idea that the idea that I can't understand elitist motherfuckers that are around me running my world in my face, that I can't, right? Like,
what is someone doing
that I can't pick up on that. That is way on the other side of spectrum of knowledge as the nature of existence, free will, and eternal life. You would have to admit, right? Like,
Especially
one
when
is
they're
me
punching your head to obey quote unquote laws, you know.
Yeah. Like, I'm way more certain I can train two dogs to fuck to make a breed of dog than I am that whether or not that dog goes to heaven when he dies.
What are you currently being prevented from doing, or that you want to do? You say you're being currently controlled or whatever. What, you seem like you can do the same thing all the rest of us could do.
Oh, well, I would say we're all constrained.
We're
all constrained and coerced to a degree that we don't even know the things we'd be capable of if we weren't poisoned by this system. But I deliberately censor myself and change my lifestyle so that I don't attract attention from the government. I mean, that's a conscious decision for me from day to day.
You're even constrained outside the system. If you think out in the nature here, it's just all Freedomville, you know, wait till a bear crosses your path.
Yeah. You got to conform either way. Just who's your master, you know?
It's all about being real with that and what you're willing to do or not willing to do.
Yeah. And what you can live with.
All these people telling me what to do, like you all apparently do.
I think, honestly, you should just keep trucking. You seem pretty happy.
Like, is that bad?
No, just keep trucking, bro.
Y'all said y'all were joyful and content and all that.
Yeah.
People question your affect.
A lot of my joy comes from my plans, though. Like, I'm trying to reduce my dependence on the system, and I want to, you know, I want a homestead. You know,
I understand that. Like, again, like with Nude, that kind of practical stuff makes sense. That I understand. That's not weird to me.
That's what I'm all about.
Yeah, like, to me, self-governing. That's me.
And so, like, I can even imagine a world where those who are not self-reliant can be part of this experience. Be like, they can make themselves self-reliant to whatever extent they can. No matter how you're in a wheelchair, you got an 85 IQ, whatever it is, you live in a cram-packed city, whatever it is, there's some way where you could just take a nice, easy little baby step away from the system and toward your own personal responsibility. And
that's what I used to do for a living. I hope people do that. It's called
and
independent living specialist.
It's just become such a kind of a pressing issue because of the whole misinformation that they accuse us of with the whole medical condition that we had in 2020, you know, versus what reality was, and that was the whole, you know, funding of this type of research that is tinkering with some pretty nasty, I mean, you know, some pretty effed up things that could go definitely wrong, and we saw that. You know, it didn't take much. and what what government should be focusing on more, instead of this kind of microbiology warfare, like more commerce and less cultural things, I guess, in my opinion.
Yeah, me too. I would prefer people focus on more policy things than cultural things too, in general. But I mean, culture is always going to make its way in there somehow, in some proportion.
Yeah, probably. I think minimizing it is the
I think so
best
too.
thing, because
Like separation
that's where you
between
have your
government.
top-down authoritarianism, based on let's say lifestyle or other things that gets into too much gray area in the middle, and not just like infrastructure, roads, electric grid, and then commerce. It starts getting into things like I don't know, like all these different federal agencies that are regulating everything, 3 different ways, and you got everyone's up your butt with,
Do you
permitting
not want
and
things
everything else.
regulated
It gets
at all?
crazy. What's that?
Do you not want any regulation, or just the current system is excessive?
I think the current system is excessive. I don't want just, straight anarchy or something like that. There has to be regulation, but, you know, uh, some of it's just gone too far, in my opinion.
I remember when I moved to California from Louisiana, one of the first things that struck me about the state is how regulated it was. You needed so many fees and licenses and rules for this and that compared to Louisiana. Like the difference was so stark, and it was weird, and it was new, and it I didn't like it. I'm like, y'all don't need. It's perfectly possible to live without this level of regulation. I've done it my whole life. Y'all don't need all of this. This is just how your state does it for some reason, and so some of it depends. I guess on how much bureaucracy you have to deal with, how much you've grown up with, etc. Like I guess there's variations in our tolerance for bureaucracy, and they could vary regionally as well as individually.
Well,
but if what you're experiencing with the government is what I experienced from California coming from Louisiana or something like that, yes, I did notice, oh my God, there's all this regulation. But there wasn't much I could do about it, and none of it made me want to like go off in the wilderness. But when I left California, I was kind of glad to not have to live in a state that had all that and live in a state that felt more normal to me.
I wouldn't care about the regulations if the people were cool. Like I'm not leaving because of the government. I find that the people who subscribe to government are getting sicker and sicker and more crazy and fucked up, and I gotta get away from them because they're toxic on the one hand. Say what?
Maybe that's a faulty correlation.
They're not only are they toxic, but they're also dangerous.
They're willing to kill you for their beliefs.
Yeah, man.
What happened lately? When?
Let's say, for example, I tried to exert my beliefs and just live my life the way I think I should be able to. I come across the wrong cop in the wrong state, and I start spouting about some sovereign citizenship.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't try that.
Right. Well, so here's the thing. I'm deliberately.
Did you see the Brian O'Shea video?
Yeah, but again, this is his point is merit that you should be able to do that, right? If you
and
can't
I have
do
to.
that,
yeah, I have to pay money I don't want to pay and negate.
I personally wouldn't test it, but you
I have to give up my Fourth Amendment right by putting myself in the system. I enter myself in this database where any lunatic fucking government employee with no scruples, and they don't have any, can look up and see where I live. I have to pay them. I have to pay them in order to use my car. I have to pay them in order to inspect my car, and then I have to pay them in order to insure my car. All so that I could just drive down the road if I don't do any of those things that you say I'm not being forced to do, and I come along the wrong guy in the wrong day, and he's, a trigger happy fucking ex-Iraq veteran, bullied in high school motherfucker like most of our cops are, and I say the wrong thing and I do the wrong thing and I don't obey, he's gonna fuck me up. I might die.
Right. If just being thrown in a dungeon is not bad enough for not being obedient and compliant, that's the least of what they'll do.
I can't believe how many people think you should be allowed to drive without licenses or tags or anything. That just blows my mind.
Why should you need permission?
It blows my mind that you think we need them.
Just
should I need a license to walk down the street? What's the difference? I need to ask permission.
You need a license to operate a motor vehicle.
So?
Yeah, I don't even think it comes down that far with the T19. They've got you down to literally nanosecond screen time and self-quarantine already. They've got us down to nanosecond screen time and self-quarantine.
License just means dog leash. What do I need to be in a dog leash for? In the event that I might do something?
Motor vehicle.
Yeah, in the event that what? I might do something? That's what that is. It's called preemptive policing, right? That's all that is to track you. What do I need to ask somebody permission to? Especially from somebody
keep
that
track of your vehicle and be accountable for it. If your vehicle's involved in an accident, they need to know who owns it for some reason. They have a way to do that.
Well, now you're talking about just the tag on the car, which is a different thing. That's not license to drive. That's
well,
different.
the Brian O'Shea thing was about the guy was driving without tags for 5 years. It got stopped. It was like trying to do the soft sit thing on the cop and talk his way out of it.
What are tags for?
What I just said, so people can keep track of who owns the vehicle.
Why do I have to pay for it
legally?
Why do you need to keep track of people?
Because there's many situations where you would need to know who's legally responsible for a vehicle.
You can't investigate that at the time.
Right. Why do you need to keep track of them ahead of time? Why don't you just take that position up if it happens?
Well, how do you identify a vehicle after the fact?
How did they do it before red tags?
Right. And why do you need to identify when you have it there in front of you?
And none of these questions matter because the answer is that is how the system is currently set up. That is the is. All of you are operating the ought.
No.
With this is currently the rules of the game.
I was merely answering your question as to what they're forcing me to do and why it can be dangerous if I don't obey. That's all I was doing.
Yes, it can be dangerous to not obey cops. That's why I always
and it's so bad now. Some random fucking Karen in a fucking grocery store or a post office where I need to go acts the same fucking way, and she'll call somebody with a gun to come kill me if I hurt her feelings.
Has a Karen called anybody on you? What have you? I can't imagine you really even doing anything in public that would offend somebody.
Oh,
oh. Should try to
I'm not sure how to take that.
So you have been called on?
I usually leave the situation before it escalates to that point because I'm terrified of the police.
What is a typical look like? Or what is it about you that's attracting this attention?
Like I said, I tell the truth and I'm irreverent about it.
Like in the grocery store, just randomly shopping, and you have a run-in with what?
I'd say
Karen ends up in the picture somehow. What
a good example at the grocery store would be like, say I go to pay with my credit card, and then the cashier asks for ID. And then I refuse to give it to her because she's supposed to just take my credit card.
You're actually correct because the signatures on the back of the card is the only thing she should need. I used to work in credit card.
Yeah, so spoiler alert, in this society, being correct doesn't get you fuck all. If anything, it gets the police called on you more often than not.
I almost had the cops called on me.
See what I mean?
7-Eleven for like $1 something cup of coffee, and I was trying to put it on the card, and she asked for my ID, and I refused.
Sir, I feel seen right now. You see me.
But I can call the number on the back of the card, which is what I usually do if that happens, if I have to, which I rarely do, and they will back me up.
Here's what I'm gonna
told her
do.
to call. My friends got impatient and just threw $1 on the counter and we left. But I told her to call the cops. I was ready to call the credit card company and to explain to the cops why I'm right and she's wrong.
What I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna never go to a 7-Eleven again, right? But what I am gonna do,
I don't know that it was a 7-Eleven. It was a convenience store. I call them all 7-Eleven.
yeah, convenience store. We should have said
the brand 7-Eleven.
I wouldn't. It was a 7-Eleven in my case, but I am gonna say convenience store. I'm not gonna never go to a convenience store ever again. That's it's just not that extreme for me. But what occurs to me and what I will do and what I'm like almost desperately motivated to do is make sure that I never need to go to a convenience store ever again, because there's a certain point in my life where I can't get food unless I adhere to the rules and regulations of these fucking fucked up corporations, and that's
important.
Exactly, and that's the situation.
Optional in life,
but
yes.
What you just described as a solution is actually a very intelligent and empowering and internal locus of control solution.
And responsible.
So it's a good one. If that's a particular problem for you, that's not a bad solution to it.
Definitely.
It's not doing that in the first place that is a problem for those who, are just dependent on it.
I do that too. If there's certain places that get on my nerves too bad, I just arrange my life to where I don't have to go to those places anymore. To me, that is very empowering to be able to do that.
Right. And
that's all I'm doing.
That's why it's important to have.
I think your line is just a little further out than mine, but I understand the basic psychology behind that kind of reaction.
Yeah, that's why it's important to have opt out, because if you don't have that breathing room, you're in a constrained situation to opt out of something, right, in life where you're not forced to be involved.
Yeah, opting out of legal requirements to me is taking unnecessary risk and skirting lines. I'm not motivated to skirt necessarily, but
I get that for
out
you.
Of non-essential things like social rules or norms, not necessarily legal norms, or workplace things, or I don't know, the kind of stuff we're talking about here. I think all of that's perfectly fine.
I rarely get mention this too, because I get so caught up in the criticism, but I would be a statist if I thought the system were a healthy one. If the system were in such a state that I could respect myself and have integrity and opt in, I would be a different person, and I would opt in and then have an entirely different life.
Are you mistaking the system for the individuals at any given time that make up the system? Because when I say I love the system, I'm talking about on the design on paper. It's an imperfect system in practice because it's only as good as each individual component, which are made of people. They're all humans, and so
we have unhealthy incentives.
To intelligently make sure you have the right people in the system at any one time to get the
system
output that you're looking for.
The system either isn't working or it has unhealthy incentives, because the shittiest, fucking stupidest motherfuckers have all the power. So
I reckon the system is working perfectly. Exactly.
Right. So would I.
Exactly. You believe it was designed to work flawed.
It's inherent.
I know, being from Louisiana and Las Vegas,
it's designed as
the incompetency that is in these, and from working in them, the incompetency in these systems, and yes, sometimes corruption, and sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
It's designed as a human capital management system, and it's very efficient at doing.
And there's a lack of accountability for that, even if it's incompetence.
I think we got total corruption at this point.
Yeah,
I don't think it's total. I mean, any system
systemic
is going to have some level of corruption. It's just keeping it to a manageable level where the system can function overall as it's designed for the people it's supposed to function for.
Well, I think we're doing that.
More often than corruption, you have incompetence, which can also look like a broken, fucked up, corrupt system. And it's really,
I wouldn't even call.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They are winging it.
The system, whether or not it's corrupt or not, would be very dependent on your view. And if you look at it for what it was designed for, again, the people who designed it for its intended purpose remove good or bad on the equation. It's exactly fulfilling its purpose.
Well,
Yeah.
its purpose is usually whatever's in its founding documents and mission statements and all that. And I doubt it's going to be the kind of stuff you're saying. So if you're talking about
unless if the founding unless if the founding documents were there intentionally to distract from its actual purpose.
Right. Then those documents are working well. Where the greatest brutality and corruption is in the government, it's railed against in the Constitution and the founding documents.
Right. Let's look at something interestingly enough. It's in the American history books, right? It's common themed, and I hear this all the time, that the founding fathers left this corrupt colony in pursuit of another place where they could start a new colony, and the very first precedent was no enslavement. We're doing away with slavery.
Either you
right?
cut out.
Did I cut out? Am I
The
here?
founding fathers did.
Okay, so yeah, this common that I hear this rhetoric in.
I'm getting my low bar signal again.
Do you need to refresh? I can hold a thought if you
I
do.
think it's me. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I hear
Do
him.
you need to refresh?
No, it's.
Yeah, it's just
It's
your
signal.
connection.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it glitches out every now. I get the low bar signal.
Okay, so the founding fathers thing, you hear this a lot with American-minded history rhetoric. There's these founding fathers came from a different colony, the British colony or whatever, and they were tired of the oppression and enslavement, and so they sought to colonize overseas along the lines of having no slavery as a precedent for that. My question is, why did the quote-unquote founding fathers all have slaves?
I think that was the norm at the time.
But the history, it's the rhetoric is no enslavement, but they have slaves. I mean, at what point do you call a farce or a scam a scam?
Well, what if it was an ideal?
If it was an ideal, then why would it be a direct contradiction to the ideology behind it?
Where some of them didn't want the slavery in there, but to keep the southern colonies in on the deal,
Aren't they slaves to the crown
and let it in?
All I know is the rhetoric that I hear from American-minded individuals who tout the history that they've learned, and what they tell me is that these founding fathers left an oppressive enslavement-based society overseas to come start a colony where they did away with that, and the Constitution was supposed to be based on that, so on and so forth. If that's the case, why did all of them have, some of them, hundreds of slaves? As far as
the founding fathers were very diverse. Are they maybe thinking about the Puritans who left religious oppression because they wanted the freedom to oppress the way they wanted to?
I have no idea. All I know is the rhetoric that I hear
that
from
wasn't slavery they were fleeing. It was religious oppression, or like religious.
I'd say it was economic. It was just the economic condition.
Either way, they
weren't fleeing slavery.
Either way, what you hear is that the foundation of America is freedom, not slavery, right?
Yeah, freedom for the white landowning men at the time, which is all they were concerned. That's who they were designing for. It got expanded eventually to include other groups, but
okay, so freedom.
They were designing it for a very specific subset of humans.
So freedom for the founding fathers, so that they can still have slaves.
I don't think the entire country of America was created for the sole purpose of allowing the founding fathers to have slaves. They probably could have had the slaves anyway.
I'm just showing the contradiction in the rhetoric there. If the foundation was based on freedom,
but I just think it's people that don't know how to read closely and interpret. It's an apparent contradiction.
Yeah, I would say it's apparent because the progress is
And
progressive.
a very overlooked one, right? I hear hardly nobody bring that up.
Yeah, they didn't write in the fucking documents, hey, we're all hypocritical assholes and we're slave owners, but we're really thriving to be much better. Let's make the ideal to not be slave owners sometime in the future. They could have written that.
Yeah, but they were dealing with their own quote unquote slavery from the crown. So I mean, you could only handle one.
Yeah, but that wasn't framed
chain
as
of at a
slavery,
time.
and I don't think slavery was one of the big issues that shows up in the founding documents. It
Not in the
was
documents,
made
but
an
they
issue
certainly
at a later
debated it.
date, and then read backwards
some people
into it.
refused to sign the Constitution that didn't include the total emancipation of slaves, but
Right.
it didn't get in there.
Yet it seems to be taught, and the rhetoric is very commonly expressed by American historic rhetoric, that America is founded on the principle of freedom. Bullshit, then.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's what.
No, you're saying that later on it might have
on the Enlightenment
adjusted to
ideals, and that was one.
Freedom
of
from
them.
what?
Individual
Freedom
rights,
from the crown.
Freedom from tyranny and which is enslavement, right?
Right. But also, this was the economic condition at the time. And so none of those lawyers that were in Philadelphia doing this stuff would have been in their position without the economic generation of slave labor, which goes all the way back to Pharaoh and Egypt and Israel.
Right.
It's
So it
always
looks
been
like to
about cheap
me,
labor.
if we're going to give any of that the benefit of the doubt, which I never would, but nonetheless, they moved over here to start a colony exactly the same as the one that they left, if not even more oppressive.
Yeah.
The Puritans, but the individual founding fathers and the people that were part of the Constitutional Convention were very diverse and from very different regions with different motives and agendas. It wasn't a unitary group, the founding fathers. But the Puritans, maybe that would apply to.
There's
the
probably
found in Massachusetts in the before the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, there's probably good merit to side with that logic. Yet it's still instilled in the minds of Americans in this day and age. Obviously, that's not the case. That it was founded on the principle of freedom, and we do away with slavery.
Currently ideologically taught. Yes, I think
America, fuck
it
yeah.
is.
Yeah, but also
America.
That started, I remember Howard
Save
Zinn, when his book came out. It started with that.
Right. And that same thing is something that I noticed in my expedition travels, is the same narrative that's playing out everywhere.
Yeah.
So
and they have
other
different
countries
history
have their
books.
same version of
So they can take credit for some of the same shit that we do. They change the history books in other countries.
Well, I understand that it's exported from America. Like it started here, and then other countries adopted it.
Exported what?
Even Britain adopted it. They didn't even have black slavery.
That's not true.
Well, not like we did in America. Not plantation slavery.
I don't think any. Well, yeah, I wasn't there, but highly unlikely that's the case. Highly unlikely.
It's always been about cheap labor.
Yeah, there you go. The cheapest you can find, and that's what they discovered. Obviously, right? Is if we can convince slaves that they have part, quote unquote, ownership in the plantation, and you get these cookie crumb benefits that you can rejoice over, you're going to be a hell of a lot more productive than if you realize you're in a cage.
Wait,
and it works.
Right. So you're saying that America is a farce. We're saying it, is built upon freedom, but you're still saying that we're slaves. So really,
just under a different brand.
Yeah. So like, how do I
and
say
maybe
this?
And maybe with different parameters of the punishments. Like maybe they're not, and I wasn't there to witness this, but if it's true that the government was directly just there hounding you on your back, whipping you and chaining you or whatever, maybe it's not that direct, but the same thing, just different fashions. And they don't.
I lost him.
Did he cut out, or is it me? Oh, he cut out.
I think he roboted out.
Nude, you
Was it
dropped
me?
out.
Am I
I
back?
hear him.
Yeah, now you're back.
So they even derived a system where they don't need to do themselves the controlling and the punishment. They derived a system to indoctrinate the slaves to do it to each other, keep each other in line.
That
Perfect.
sounds like
No,
like a
he's
very interesting.
so beautiful when you zoom out, you know.
Here's something too. Is
Like you got to
there
pay
used
respect to
to
it when
be-
you're not.
It doesn't
the only
really.
thing that was going to cure slavery in any form was going to be the invention of central banking. Until then, you had to pay your debt somehow. You know, so you could have been a debt slave and not a war crimes, a war.
Mhm.
What do you call it? A war casualty slave or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So in theory, central banking cured slavery. That's not the case because we see all kinds of effed up, stuff now. But that's the theory.
Right. So now
Or you
the
would
slaves
pay your
have
debt.
now the slaves have graduated to a state of peasantry. Congratulations, and now you can buy your freedom.
Well, I am sure glad that all of your masters let you come on here and chat with on these streams all day long and all night. It's 3 a.m. over here. Y'all have some awfully generous, charitable masters.
You can finance your debt
I
slavery.
almost they would feel so ungrateful to hear you talk about them the way you do.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Bow down and bootlick to master.
I think sometimes I wonder if that filtering
Wait a second.
system we talked about earlier is a little.
I want to
uncalibrated.
explore that a little bit. Be grateful for what?
Me or something in the comments.
You, yeah. In response to what you just said a minute ago. Be grateful to who for what?
What did I say?
You're talking about the masters and what they do, or
Oh
something.
yeah, your masters.
They're benevolent because they let us talk to each other.
Yes,
On YouTube.
look at all the time. People like, how much time do you actually have to work for them or do anything they tell you to do?
So,
well, once you're awake,
having
not that much.
Having interactions.
So, this is only happening when you sleep.
Having interactions with others is a privilege somehow that's provided by masters.
I don't know. Y'all are the ones that are enslaved by these masters.
I'm just trying to.
It's awfully generous of them to allow you all of this time to sit around and chat with me all day and everyone else on these streams.
What do you mean them allowing us this time? I'm here whether they didn't make it.
It's just a very odd form of slavery to see the slaves sit on the computer all day. And like this brutal enslavement they live under.
Yeah, like I said,
all the masters that are breathing down their neck, controlling them.
Yeah, the slaves were permitted to graduate to a peasantry status.
Is that where you are? This is peasant. This is the peasantry.
No, I'm not. Oh. I'm not.
You have the freedom to sell your slavery to anyone you want.
Right. You have the freedom to pimp yourself out as much as you want to. You just got to pay 80% tax.
You have free will, so you can choose who you want your slave owner to be.
Right.
I wish.
Vote harder.
Yeah, you're just not voting hard enough,
Yeah, I'm lost there too, Joe. I am a literal.
What did Joe say?
I come from peasant people. I grew up peasant, so I don't have a problem with being a peasant. But it doesn't feel like slavery at all.
Let me just throw. Yeah, I know that they did a very good job.
Yeah, they did a good
masquerading
like slavery in the sense that nobody's forcing me to work. I don't have anybody with a whip over my shoulder, like waiting to lash me. It doesn't feel like anything portrayed as slavery that I've seen.
Until you try to opt out, or until you try to, go on your own path. And again, if you want to,
I can go anywhere in the United States I want. In fact, I probably will relocate at some point soon.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing stopped me. I just gotta pick.
I mean,
I could start a whole new life and do whatever I want.
Right, but I mean, without cooperating with any of the regulatory legal requirements.
Well, I will have to do that. It's a pain in the. I'm gonna have to get my business license transferred. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. I'll
The
probably
fact
have to
that you're
get
getting a license at
certified
all
in a new
is
state.
still.
That's a pain in
Yeah.
the ass. Like there's sometimes the bureaucracy and that.
He pays for the privilege to like provide for himself.
I'm not happy about any of that. The less of it, the better. I don't. There are actually things here in Washington State that I refuse to do because there's so much bureaucracy involved that it's easier for me to just not do. Like optional thing, nothing necessary, but professional things that I could do.
But it's so great.
that are
Your
just
your
not
MASA
worth the bureaucracy.
your MASA grants you permission to drive on the roads.
You could
Oh,
be an
God.
illegal immigrant. and
Your
not have
massa
to
even your massa even lets you have a job. You just got to pay him for the
Lets me
permission.
do it. I wish this was my job. I wish he'd forced me to sit and stream all day.
I thank Massa for allowing me to have this opportunity to talk to Jeff all day because I exploited the system.
Yeah, well,
And,
wait till he hears what you were saying about him behind his benevolent back. You're gonna talk about shame and guilt. Just wait till he sees the street.
Are you wearing your religious beanie hat while you say that, Denizen, praying to Massa? I'll put mine on.
Shit, man, maybe I should wear one of those. What is it? A colander?
Colander.
Is that the Pastafarian religion?
Oh yeah, the pastor. Okay,
Repeat after me. Thou must conform. Thou must conform.
So what if? What if a person exists that if they, let's say, free will exists in its purest form, it's like 100% Jesus juice, fucking free will. Like you have complete choice, and then a person is born into this world, exercising their free will to the fullest extent that a person can. And all of their choices perfectly align with everything that's been laid out for them in the system already. So, like, they would never ever bump up against any kind of regulation or oppression.
Let me.
They would just be like the perfect man made for the system, to where they're executing their free will 100% and still totally like within the bounds of the system.
But let me ask you this: like, maybe with the exception of like extreme royalty, what child have you ever seen anybody design a life in advance perfectly, and that child just follows that exact path like it was designed?
None.
So that's why I don't understand. Like, that undermines the whole story for me, because I can't get past that, even that one detail.
Oh, they don't need you to be like perfect. They just need you to.
In your scenario, they do. Otherwise, he would bump into, like, you would all of a sudden be aware of that gap between.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about that. In my fantasy scenario,
to work, it has to be perfect.
In my fantasy scenario, yeah. In reality, no. In reality, you just have to not be aware of the fact that you're getting fucked over, and everything else seems like you're making all the decisions.
I'm Cajun. I could eat anything out of the ground, anything out of the tree, the swamp, the river. I am not worried about surviving.
What if they deemed that you needed a license to do so?
I've survived hurricanes. I've lived out in the desert. I've lived out in the woods.
Do you need a license to do?
Not worried about it.
Be Cajun?
To do the to what he just said, eat out of the ground. What if the government claimed that you need a permit or a license requirement for you to breathe, eat, and sleep? Would you obey and comply?
Yeah, that would be a problem. They haven't. They haven't even come close.
That would be a problem? Why is that a problem?
Channel dystopian miniseries actually becomes.
But it's a privilege.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a reaction to that.
It's a privilege to do so.
Anywhere near where the needle is right now, or has ever been in my lifetime.
It's still the principle of the matter. It's a privilege. Why? Because somebody said so.
I'm gonna imagine he hasn't tried to do any of those things without being obedient to the system too, because he says the needle's nowhere near it. I'd say it's at least halfway there.
Just as an example, there is a lady in Florida who got thrown in a cage for having the audacity to commit the heinous crime of growing tomatoes in her front garden instead of her back.
Fucking cunt.
Overreach. But I don't know all the details behind it.
Because it's a privilege to grow them, right?
Fucking front tomato having fucking cunt.
And people should be caged for such a thing. Because they're not enslaved. They're just,
I mean, what kind of an animal grows tomatoes in their front yard anyway? I mean, seriously.
It's a very peculiar form of slavery.
She's even privileged enough to have a backyard, and she still defaces the front yard with such a disgrace.
It is
those kind of people belong in jail.
Okay, chew on this for a while, and I'm going to get a refill. I'll be right back.
We've been doing it all fucking day. I've been doing it all week on this panel.
Get these guys to describe the alternative to what we have now. Oh, well. Maybe I liked your questions earlier. Come back up, OldJoe. You'd have to get more specific with that one. You sound a little fatigued from being up here all week, Denizen.
Those questions make me feel like you're not paying attention, though. So it's like, or here's the thing: even if I take personal responsibility for it, and I'm just that fucking stupid and inarticulate, then still, what's the point of me trying any further? Even if I'm the sole reason why it's not working. You see what I'm saying?
Dan, honestly, I think every single time we talk, we make a little more and more progress. So I don't think the conversations are futile. I just think it's taking a while to get there.
Sure. And I could say, like, even if I don't elaborate now, doesn't mean I don't have to elaborate tomorrow, or that if maybe he doesn't hear it again, maybe next Tuesday, that'll have a different impact, etc.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So I don't think you're failing to communicate. I just think it's happening in a different way and on a different timeline.
I'm going to commend the progress too. I just happened to click on your link, noticing that it was late at night, and just a quick view saw, hey, some progress was made. That enticed me to stay engaged. It's great to see, even if it's a little bit, doesn't matter at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will pose my questions verbally, and I can't believe I'm still awake, but you guys can chew on them. So I think we agreed that the contract that we entered into involuntarily becomes valid once we accept benefits willingly from that arrangement. When we have agency, when we're of age, whatever criteria we want to describe, and we continue to voluntarily accept the benefits of that contract, then we've consented. I believe that's a fair statement, right?
You consent by participation, then it's totally a fair statement. If you're participating, you're consenting.
Okay, so all of those people who have participated and consented are no longer slaves. They're willing participants in a contract.
Yeah, semantically, I would agree. The slave is not the appropriate term for it. Like I said earlier, slaves have graduated to a great status of feudal serfdom or peasantry.
And I disagree with him. I don't think it's consent.
And I can see how you would make that distinction between serfs and slaves. I wouldn't call us serfs, but I can see how I would accept that as a more valid description. Now,
yeah, sure.
How about children?
So would I.
That's where I think there's a problem, because you're accepting benefits once you go to school as a child, but you're not legal until you're 18.
Well, if the child question was the next thing, it's an excellent one. So a child that's born into this scenario without consenting, is that child a slave?
Yes, a serf.
Yep.
Okay, so if you were able to set yourself up in the scenario absent of the slavery, you are no longer a slave as an adult. You've built the society that you feel meets your criteria, and you bring a child into that world who is incapable of consenting. Is that child not just a slave of you then?
Yes, and you're also enslaving it to the system by having it.
Yeah, and now this is the other part of the equation. where I would agree with what Denizen said a moment ago. At first, we were talking about people who are participating willingly and voluntarily. That makes them consenting to it. The other option, though, is what about when you want to opt out? If there's no door to opt out and it's a forced scenario at that point, in that case, it's enslavement, especially for the people that opt out or want to opt out. And for the people who don't want to opt out, in that context, unknowingly, they're still enslaved. But they're not worried or bothered by it because they want to be.
Island of plastic bottles and
I don't think
people that do that. There's
necessary.
YouTube videos on how to do it, and
I don't think that's necessary. So, Guru, from what I understand, you have successfully opted out.
Correct.
So he's not opted out completely.
So the avenue to opt out. Well, no, I'm taking Guru at his word. He says he's opted out. I think I have issues.
Yeah, but he's still subject to the laws and policies of the United States.
But Jeff, the important thing is to cleave into the argument. The more effective tactic is to accept his position. Okay. Because I share your position. I don't think you can opt out. But if Guru says you can, then clearly a path to opt out is available to us because he's proven it.
Correct.
So therefore, there is a path to opt out. People just aren't choosing it.
Correct.
I wonder
so therefore, I'm arguing that they are willing participants, and that they're not forced to stay in the system that they're in, and they're not slaves.
That's where you're wrong, because opting out doesn't mean that there still isn't going to be some oppression that comes to try and force you otherwise anyways. Now, for that, it depends on how far are you willing to go and what measures are you willing to take to stand in defense for that. And I reckon that however far that may be is exactly to the T the amount of freedom you actually have.
Word, brother.
So is the argument that opting out, while possible, is too difficult?
For a lot of people, for sure.
Then
for a lot of people.
Then they've decided their freedom isn't worth that much, and that's their decision to make.
Agree.
Okay, so they're not slaves. And you may call them serfs, but they're voluntarily participating in a social contract that they benefit from.
Now, and again,
voluntarily.
Again, from that level of semantic, there's no dispute,
Okay, so now if we rotate over the children, the only choice with the children is to be born into one type of slavery or another.
You could also say legally that it's guardianship.
Either you're the master, or some other system will be.
Unless if you are.
They
learn to self-govern your mind. If you break down what government means, right? Govern means control or rule, and ment means mental or mind, right? So there's two options in life: self-govern your mind and your affairs, or yourself, or somebody else surely will.
But a 2-year-old can't self-govern.
Correct.
So they have no choice.
They're more submersed into just the government of everything around them until they have that capacity. Just like probably the animals are a little more like that too.
Okay, so
hence programming.
Then I think that we would all agree that really nobody is a slave in our system.
Everybody's a slave.
Slave is an inaccurate term to apply to anyone.
Maybe
it's not as accurate as serf.
Serf might, like, I would even disagree with serf, but a serf is likely a more accurate terminology. Do you see how slave is?
It's the problem with stereotyping. So rather than doing the stereotyping, just break it down to what's actually going on and ask the question: is that healthy or not? Start from there. That's a better foundation to be objective with.
Okay, so now if we extend that argument out, would you say we're living better now than who we would typically call a serf throughout history? Even the serfs in our system that we would, if we agreed that was a term that you would apply, how would you compare their lives to the lives of people who we've typically called serfs?
It's better.
My stupid net went out. Am I back?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't hear most of your question. Would you mind repeating it?
No problem at all. I said if we have said we're going to fit ourselves into a group that we've defined as serfs, we're using some historical context to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is our historical context accurate when we compare our lifestyles to the lifestyles of people who
No.
are typically classified as serfs?
No. In my view, from the most part, society, as you would call it, has regressed.
Like since when? So what kind of time frame are we looking at?
Don't really know because I've only lived as long as I've lived, but I can tell you.
He cut out again.
Did I? Oh, I can tell you.
But part of what he's saying, I agree with. Like if my father grew up
What
on a farm,
official narrative? What are you talking about? Oh,
Yes.
that's on this article thing. I glanced at it. I'd have to dig into the details. I don't know if I'm interested enough.
So I don't know if I
Some
was.
guy that was like
Yeah.
traveling and got stopped and did the sciences thing.
Oh, I just thought of a question for
Get
Jeff I want to
shot.
ask later.
I was
I don't
just
know
saying,
if my answer was fully heard or not, but no, from my view, since as long as I've been alive, quote unquote, society has regressed.
so I
Subjective,
will agree.
though.
I'll take it even further than that and agree with part of your statement. My
Of
father,
course, subjective. My view, keyword.
my father grew up in the 1950s on a farm with no water and no power. He had to go use an outhouse. And he said to me that he felt life was better then than when he was living in his large home with TV and all the rest of it. That was his statement. So I've got to take him. He said he felt less stress. He said
I
he
live.
felt
I live in a lot of environment where those things are not there most of the time, and I completely concur.
okay. So that I think that piece we can agree on. However, when
I'm looking to get to it.
when I
Just go camping.
when I think of a serf, I think of a lifestyle that hasn't been around for 300-400 years. You know, a medieval serf is a terminology that when we're applying it, to me, brings a different image to mind than say a homesteader. Would you agree those things are different?
What are the two dichotomies?
Serf versus homesteader.
Not the same thing.
Okay, so what would you say the difference would be?
One is self-reliant, one is not.
Which would you say in terms of quality of life expectation, diet, health, physical health, disease resistance, which would you say we'd be closer to?
Serf.
See, I wouldn't agree there. I think those serfs led pretty poor lives, and I think their life expectancy was dramatically shorter than ours. A lot of people on the farms, the homesteaders, lived to 100 easy.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what
But I
he's
don't
saying.
think-
Homesteaders live longer.
But
You're
the serfs
agreeing with me.
didn't. No, the serfs didn't. What
Right.
I'm
And the
saying-
serfs now don't
Yes.
either.
Right. Most Americans are closer to being unhealthy serfs than they are to being healthy homesteaders.
What I'm saying is that the comparison to the serf is less accurate than the comparison to the homesteader. And I'm even stipulating that the lifestyle of the homesteader, not all would agree, but I can see where it could be considered superior. I'd be willing to bet if you picked up a lot of those homesteaders and set them in my condo in the city, they'd go batty. They'd hate it. That I don't have any problem. But if you're talking serf, and the reason that we're discussing this is because, in my opinion, sometimes the language is somewhat inflammatory. Serf.
Yeah.
We started with slave.
To you.
We started with slave, which we've now downgraded to serf.
It's
No,
okay
it's still
though,
a
as long as you elaborate what your understanding is, then we can have a conversation, you know, what a word means to you, right?
So my understanding is that both the word slave and serf are not accurate terms for what we are now. However,
I don't think there is
my
one even.
position is that they are accurate. And
And I
serf
would-
is more accurate than slave, and there might be something more accurate than serf.
I don't know
would
how
agree-
much before my day the people of enslaved times, or whatever you want to call it, were embracing their oppression like they are today. But nonetheless, what I can say surely today is I don't see actually an actual word that would suffice to other than a society full of submissive people to their dominance.
Here's why the semantics are important too. what the real issue is here, regardless of whether or not the terms are accurate, is the very thing that you find inflammatory about slave and serf is the very thing that I find to be 100% fucking true and mostly the fucking point I'm trying to convey. So if I let you take away that semantic whatever it is, you're missing the point. But I can still let you call it whatever you want so long as we can agree upon that part, that inflammatory part. That's the part you want to throw out. If you want to call it something else, but we can keep the inflammatory part, then we've communicated something.
I get torn here because there's only half of me that wants serfs to realize that they are. The other half doesn't.
Right.
No, I get.
It's like,
I
okay,
get
stay
what
in
you're
the
saying.
cities.
I get what you're saying when you're torn. It's like the Matrix, and I would put the data in roughly somewhere in the 1960s. I would say there was a dramatic downturn in the intellectual and spiritual well-being of our society right during the Vietnam War. After that, it was straight downhill. That's my speculation.
Like in what area or what metric downhill? Where?
Culture.
The term that's often used is cultural masochism, where people started to hate their own cultures, and you can see it in the fact that you can see it in the fact that when soldiers were returning from that war, people were spitting on them and stuff. They didn't do that when they came back from World War II or Korea. So as a culture, things went sideways. That's before my time. And
We've been disillusioned since Kennedy got shot.
I think people are less happy objectively. That's a very hard metric to quantify, but I believe it's true since that time. I mean, look at all sorts of stuff. I can't own a house. Now, it used to be you could work. There were men who supported families pumping gas, working at gas stations. Now you can't own a house on where I live. You can't own a house on $130,000 a year salary. That's the truth.
And don't worry, for the less happy serf, that's what heroin is for.
But I think
fentanyl now. We don't even get real heroin anymore, man. Fuck that shit.
I think the danger in using language that is inflammatory or too strong is that if you're trying to reach a fringe audience who may not be converted like you are, you may turn them off because they'll see in it something that they see as inaccurate. So it depends on what your goal is. If you're trying to reach...
Yeah, it does depend on the goal. For me, my goal is the opposite. I want to turn away people who are not sincere about leading a life that's self-reliant and self-responsible. That's I'll go out of my way to be explicitly blunt for that purpose, and knowing also that it's only going to attract the sincere-minded individual.
I want to shake you from your mental torpor.
Well, and that's what I thought I heard earlier, was that it was important to wake people up. Right?
Nope, not for me. I'm not interested in waking people up. That's not my objective or goal.
And in my mind, when we're talking about solutions from the perspective of large-scale policy changes, I think it has to be acknowledged that the life we lead now is not the life of a serf, not by any means. Metaphorically, it might be. Metaphorically, there's some argument to be made that we're in some form of serfdom, but actual serfdom, no.
That's where I'm not in line with the objective. I could care less about trying to change the system or fix the system. If the system can continue to get more oppressive as far as I'm concerned, that's great.
You wouldn't
serfdom is far more accurate than capitalism.
You wouldn't like a less oppressive system?
No, doesn't bother me.
Like this.
Are you an anarchist?
Define anarchist.
That's where basically you have no central authority at all in your society of government or anything else.
Not according to you.
I guess so. This is where you're going to have problems if you try and stereotype me and put me in a box. It's going to come with all kinds of different definition-based expectations or whatnot. I am just an individual who embarked on the path of self-reliance and self-determination, and, for lack of a better way of putting it, self-government, and cooperating and allying with other individuals of like mind. And I learned that by doing so, going to far measures of doing so, not only was a healthier path for me, but also gave me a defense to mitigate oppression in doing so.
Are you a David Thoreauist?
Hey, I know what Mr. NudeGuru is because I'm one of those too. He's what I would call myself a political realist. So he
Stereotypes
works with
again.
whatever. Yeah, he works with whatever. He works with whatever tools he's got to get whatever ends he wants.
Hang on now. No way. Am I on a panel with Hank?
You are.
No way, man. I need a
Hey,
picture.
hey.
I'm on a panel with Hank. Come on, Hank. You had a different hat on the other day, buddy. Hank and I were talking about women the other day, and we were talking about the best way to maximize your prospects.
Stay away from him.
He likes that conversation.
Best thing you can do for your life is to stay away from women, and then when you're
It
old,
turns out they like bananas.
kind of back to the level of oppression thing too there from old men. The more tight-knit the oppression gets, the more I see people are squeezed into a position where they can't afford to have their cushy luxury cookie crumbs and have to actually look to alternatives to be more self-responsible. So bring it on.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, that's
the sooner people stop kicking the can down the road and get real, the better.
Accelerationism.
The question then becomes one of the best way out of the scenario. Like there was a good question. I don't know who put it in the chat. He said it's about trajectory, right? So are we moving in the area in the direction of more freedom or less? There's no
in the
doubt.
society you're talking about, you're moving in a direction of attrition.
So in my society here where I live, there is absolutely no doubt. Currently, we're on a trajectory to less freedom. There's no doubt about that. Nobody with any sense would argue that. But I would like to think that there are other ways to reverse that other than burning the system. The system is fragile, but it's also tremendously valuable, eh? When you step back,
think so.
When you step back and think about the benefits you get from it, it's actually amazing. So I would like to save it.
Fuck that, bro.
What are those benefits?
Yeah.
Well, did you drive on a road today?
I mean, without fossil fuels, most of our stuff, we would have it like. Nudification, are you like off grid and like nude all the time and like don't like government and don't like vaccines?
The only way we're here exchanging thoughts like we are over the internet is because of the system. Yeah. That's the reason it exists. We're all taking advantage of it right now. And
the road came from nature.
And the fact that I can be on even in the presence of somebody as famous as Hank. I mean, I'm all for saving a system like that.
I feel like I'm on candid camera.
You have relative order in your society.
And since the roads are there, I'll use them as I see fit, but I don't need them. In fact, I'd rather they just go away. Fuck the roads. Paths lives matters.
I hear that.
Paths lives matters.
I personally believe once that was put to the test, it'd be a lot more difficult than it seemed. I hear that all the time.
Not for me.
I'm going to use them because they're here. But nobody ever actually proves up on it.
But everybody you know who has lived in both realities tells you that one was better. When there was less information, less infrastructure, less electricity, when we were going to shit in a fucking hole out in the woods, he was happier than he is with his TV set.
I don't know anybody that lived as a serf.
Me neither. I don't, and I'm kind of with NudeGuru, but instead of just destroying the system, I would rather replace the B system with the C system. There's too many things to patch, so we just build another system first, run our stuff there, and shut down the old one like we would do with like a computer system.
For sure.
That too is the system working on it. The idea to do that is part of the system of indoctrination being successful.
No, it's just my experience with changing from one system to another. It's just a way to make it. That's just the smoothest way to move from one
that
system
idea
to another one.
Yeah,
it's my experience, not my indoctrination, because it works whether or not someone taught me that or not. It is the easiest way.
Do you think that healthcare is like really corrupt or something? Like vaccines are really bad and all that. We're all gonna die from it or something.
Yeah, everything from the allopathic industry is just stupid.
So you don't believe in like medicines or like vaccines and stuff like
that? What do you mean by believe in them?
Well, do you trust that they work, like the vaccines mainly?
No, sir. No, sir.
So you think that everybody that got vaccinated is going to die or something?
Everybody's going to die.
Yeah, everyone's
everybody's.
gonna die eventually.
I'll just
No,
say
but-
this: there's a strong implication that the consequence for taking them is not a healthy one.
It's a weak. I would say it's a weak implication. Weak implication, weak correlation. At least with the statistics I can find. In fact,
I
it's
think
negative.
trusting.
It's a
Let
negative
me try a
correlation.
different angle. People will lie when there's a good enough reason, and money is always a good enough reason. And trusting an avenue where money is the motivation to make sure that you are a profitable client and a sustainable client is not a healthy thing to be taking something not only to ingest, but especially something directly in your blood without your filter system to put that in check, especially.
Facts.
So, Guru,
Yeah,
I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah,
for
money
you.
sometimes a good enough reason. It's not a good enough reason for me, but a lot of people do think it's a good enough reason, but it is just coupons. So
Sure, and all the best to them.
So, Guru, if you had to predict based on what I've said so far and what you've heard of my thoughts, what my position on the vaccine is, what would your prediction be?
But enlighten me. What is it?
So my position is this. I was just curious as to where you thought we were talking earlier today with Jeff about predicting political beliefs based on a few simple questions. So what my position was that I didn't believe anybody should be forced to take it. I believe the data shows that there are very clearly groups that for whom taking, I got to be careful. I don't want to get Jeff's streams there was some cases. There were some cases where the risk of a certain action that was promoted by the government was higher than the risk associated with not doing it. And for some groups, they fell into that category, which I fell into, and I chose not to go ahead with that.
A majority of people fell into that category, though.
And
to really answer to that, I could have a whole 48-hour stream.
Real quick,
but,
this is an entertainment channel. Disclaimer: we're not medical experts. Don't take.
You know what I wonder if
the CDC would like you to know that the vaccine is safe and effective.
wonder if we
And
should
while
just
it may
avoid
not prevent transmission, it does slow down the transmission.
I'll deem myself a medical expert, but I accept full liability and none goes to the panel host or anybody here.
Yeah, don't strike my channel.
Yeah,
YouTube.
they'll strike the channel down. I did
Okay,
not accept the official narrative. I objected to the official narrative and the response. And
I don't even know what the official narrative was because there never seemed to really be fully clear.
Here it was. You get here.
The official narrative was it's mandate. Take it. You have to.
Like because each country even had their own variation. So for our purpose in the U.S., the CDC and then whatever Canadian Oregon does that. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to that part at all. I didn't keep up with the CDC.
So I did pay attention. I would check both the official narrative and the response. The truth narrative was also dead wrong.
Just from the get-go, if you look at the source,
switching to keep you confused, I believe that was part of the strategy of the narrative.
Yeah.
Well,
it's always at least a bonus.
It's a strategy of all narratives. So
yeah.
So
right from the hop, is the source coming from a source that perpetually proves itself to lie over and over?
Dr. Fauci, yes.
Yeah, well, it was that way on both sides. So
and I'm not even talking just him. I'm talking about just in general, the whole mainstream. And
sure, that chick from the CDC too. I can't remember her name. She's a fucking liar. Rachel Maddow, liar.
Yeah, so
that's probably your first clue to be very, very put the brakes on, right?
Yeah, here's the
thing. How
did
we end up on this conversation?
I think it all ties in together, but we can switch it.
Old man said, "Do you know what I thought about the Vaxxors?"
Yeah, here's the thing.
Oh, okay.
Both the news media and the alternative news media are known liars, and they were really experts on the subject matter. So I couldn't trust either of them.
There's an important.
I mean, nobody was an expert. It was a brand new virus. We'd never seen.
A novel virus.
Just look at the logic behind it, though. If that thing was really real, as what they said, you would have to literally vaccinate every fucking molecule of bacteria in the air.
But you know what? We can have a discussion around the response without talking about the actual product. And one thing I noticed, which would support Guru's position around people being mind controlled, is that I watched people who I'd known for years turn their backs on friends and do things that were absolutely stunning. I'm
Turn their
talking,
backs on accepted science.
well, not even the science. I'm talking about people that they knew for years, family. I saw families torn in half, calling one another scumbags based on one family.
That's not mind control. That's
Yeah, it is.
Subversion.
Dynamic, like it.
I would say it is.
Dynamics.
It's party politics.
It's definitely part of the indoctrination. It's built in to resist anybody
No,
who
this
rejects
is how
the
humans are
indoctrination.
going to behave in that situation generally across space and time. If you put them in that situation, they're going to.
When all the information they're given is that there's two sides,
mind
and that
controlled and programmed, and all of a sudden they just
when all the information,
it's instinctual and it's
Jeff.
What is it? Psychosocial.
Jeff, to be fair,
social psychology.
Have you been in an environment where you've witnessed yourself the potential for otherwise when that indoctrination wasn't in the case, or let's not call it indoctrination, when it was just, say feral or something like that? Have you been in an environment where you've seen humans act that way yourself?
I have seen neurotypicals act that way, and I'm aware of it because I don't, whatever they're doing to like all sync up and act that way, I don't pick up on it. So I'm always the one not doing what they're doing. So it becomes very obvious.
That sounds like still an environment.
Like there's some things like
the same though.
Like protest. I had a friend that he said he like walked by a protest and he just was overcome with this wave to just join. He didn't even know what it was about, to just join it. And he started walking with them and he got like some feeling from it. And I don't feel that kind of stuff. So
I'm talking about people who were not born into the society that you're familiar with, that were left to explore and learn themselves.
Such
like, what's
as
the example of
feral humans?
Yeah, feral humans.
Oh, like well, what about them?
Where you could actually observe and see their behavior and see if the same behavior, if the behavior is the same or not, because that's the only way you could make that claim that would be the case, that it's not coming from mind control and
well, no, you can also, if you can observe it universally enough, you can also make that claim.
Well, not if you're in a universe with mind control, though.
See, I have been in those environments
from way like hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, but I have been in those environments myself, many, and I can tell you from eyewitnessing
it's much more credible to me that people are going to shame and shun somebody that they think is going to bring danger to their tribe.
Based on what information?
And that the whole planet is mind control to have this totally irrational reaction of not wanting a threat.
If all the information that they're getting is that to hate the,
way more sense.
I'm just going to get it out. If all the information they're getting is to hate the other, to otherize people who disagree, and to feel threatened.
You think
but by their neighbors, by the system that's programming them, if all the information they're getting is pointing towards that, yes, that's absolutely the outcome you will get out of most people.
In the city that I live,
asylum seekers required to be vaccinated.
We must hang out with different people.
In
the city in the city in our country, there was 2 Stanley Cup playoff games in 10 years apart. And the home team lost 1 year, and there was a riot that destroyed the city. And then they lost 10 years later, and there was another riot that destroyed the city. And the people that were down there, the authorities, and even the people that participated in the riot, some of them got arrested. Some of these people were businessmen, lawyers, people that shouldn't have been out there throwing rocks through windows, but they were. And there's a hysteria that human beings can get wrapped up in, where their brain no longer functions like it should. And if you get that started with panic and fear, like they did in the scenario that we're talking about, the situation can run away with itself, and people are no longer thinking rationally. Dogs do the same thing when they pack up with one another.
you just described the entire indoctrinative society. The whole thing is precedent on trauma and fear. That's MK Ultra, and that's exactly why atrophication of the mind has been very successful of your societal-based human, and why they don't even critically think to see what's being done to them, what's happening to
I
them.
mean, you're not
Which is
immune
why I
from
want to
that
be
either.
very
Nobody on this
careful.
panel is immune from that.
Which is
Yeah,
why
what is your replacement
which is
for
why I want to
That's
be very
wiring.
the same process that we're pointing to that started those riots and started the other reaction to the pandemic. I want to be very careful that we don't participating in that, starting that again by using overly inflammatory language about our current situation as compared to situations in the past.
Attrition is inevitable.
point
You could say
is
that NudeGuru gave up his techno slavery to wilderness slavery.
I'm a slave to nature with one way or another. There's no getting around that, and I love that part. That's great.
So do we need extra slave owners or not?
Right.
As long as they're
Yeah,
meat.
but you want.
I mean, I need to breathe to stay alive, right? Unless if I want to give up being alive and just, off myself, I need to breathe.
Would you give up some of your freedoms for some form of benefit that you can outline?
I haven't found one that's been worth it so far.
You give up the freedom of movement to be in a shelter and warm.
No, I don't know if I can. How's that? Can you
Because-
elaborate on that?
Because if it gets to 10 or 15 degrees below zero, you'll be staying in your house for the evening to sleep unless you find another source of keeping yourself warm.
Strange that you went to nature to be the coercive force there. I think we already agreed upon that.
Well, you can start a fire, you can stay in
ultimate
someone else's
coercive.
house, you can stay in a car. So no, you don't necessarily give up your freedom of movement to not.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
like if
could
nature,
use my movement to go somewhere warm. That's another option. This is all just
but you
working
would-
with nature.
Yeah,
if
but you would
nature
be
is a
forced to find
coercive
someplace
force, why
warm.
does Dick? If I
You wouldn't-
accept that nature is a coercive force, why do I have to accept that Dick Cheney is also a coercive
Well,
force?
speaking of nature, I got to pee. I'm being coerced to go pee. Right now.
The problem is, Guru, you would be forced to seek another place that met the conditions that you require. You couldn't pick any place.
Yes,
You'd have
the
to pick-
conditions that he naturally requires, not the conditions that are being imposed upon him by Jack, Jill, Bob, Steve, and the other fucking guy.
Right.
One
I'm
is more desirable to me.
So, Guru, would you agree that restricts your freedom after a fashion? You can't just go anywhere. Your freedom is already. You don't have ultimate freedom. You also can't fly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there are some of your desires, some of your freedom is already restricted. It's a matter of degree.
I don't desire to be free from my natural requirements.
So do
what
you
would
wear
be your
clothes?
ideal system of like living life as human beings? What would you take away from our current system and replace?
Hold on, let me just say one thing because you're cutting out for me. Not only do I not desire to be free from my natural requirements, that's the system that the natural system of requirements where I find enormous amounts of benefits from. Okay, your question was it DaFreak? I didn't hear
What
yours.
would you? What would be your ideal system? What would be your ideal system? Like, what would you take away from our current system, and what would you replace it with? What would be your system for the world?
Yeah, I get this question a lot, and my view is why do we opt as a default position to always fall back that we need even a system?
Yeah.
Why don't we just work with nature? I mean, in my view, if we have to have this thing called system, nature is already perfect.
Well,
aligning with
nature's
with perfection would be the logical thing to do, because if you don't align with, the only outcome you can have is disease and imperfection. That's what you have in the corporate world.
Well, nature's a violent, evil bitch, so that's why we don't want not to necessarily align with it in certain ways.
Yeah, she's a coercive whore.
Yeah, but how would you take care? How would you take care of things like clothing and shelter? How do you handle those entirely?
Very good question. That's part of self-reliance. Self-reliance 101. Know how to work with the elements. Learn what natural shelters are available to you.
Are you cooperating with others? Like, do you purchase clothing or shoes or? Okay, so that requires.
I cooperate with others, but I don't need to purchase.
But that still requires some form of system.
Just sharing.
outside of nature?
Just sharing. Kind of like when, you know, you have your friend
Have you
over for
met? Do you
dinner
know Jack
and you make
Talcott? Have
them
y'all met?
and you make them a dinner,
He
and you
does,
know,
yeah.
at the end of your dinner when they leave, you don't charge them for it, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, so you've just replaced currency with some other form of exchange.
That
No, I
works
said
on the
sharing.
small scales. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
work on a national scale.
but did they
Absolutely.
return? Do they might give you? They might in turn share something with you.
Maybe, maybe not. Depends.
Okay, but so your clothing and stuff, where does that come from?
Nature.
Where does your
You-
PS5 come from?
Yeah,
I don't have a PS5.
Yeah.
PC
Played a video on
gamers.
that earlier. He
I'm
told you
going to
where it
make an
came.
argument that the technocrat
Ha, ha,
slavery is better than the Mother Nature slavery, because under the Mother Nature slavery, women were completely oppressed and had no options.
Oppression comes from man. So what do you mean by they were oppressed?
I've been oppressed by women.
Somebody had to kill the bear and the lion and plow the field. They certainly weren't going to do that.
You mean oppressed by the bear?
Right.
Oh yeah, it's self-defense then. You gotta learn that.
So the technocrat slavery is better than the Mother Nature slavery.
Not
to an
not in
extent.
my experience.
No, if a woman would to come under your, under marriage and your leadership, that'd be different. But
I wouldn't
since,
do either of those things. So
they're independent and stuff, this is a better system as for them, particularly.
I wouldn't do either of those things. And there's plenty of women who operate the same way that I've learned how to operate, and they don't do that shit either. That's all corporate minded.
And if they're reliant upon the same men to protect them from the oppression of nature, then it's still at the whim of those men. So they're still ultimately not free. And
Right, but they're not oppressed in that regard in the technocrat slavery.
How are they not? The natural oppressions don't cease to exist. They can only be compensated for by whoever is strong enough to oppose nature.
I have a companion I have a female companion right now who endeavors with me and has been for about the last 6 years.
Right.
That's all it is, companionship. She can come and go as she please. I have no expectations of her being here tomorrow. Neither does she. It's just the way it works.
How
you don't, so you don't ever know when you're going to see her
dig in a
again?
day.
Sorry that both of you were talking at the same time there.
Yeah,
one at a time, if you will.
How deep of a hole could she dig in one day?
How deep of
So,
a hole
so you
could
never
she
know
dig?
when you're going to see her? It's just like whenever she decides to drift back in?
She's been directly with me on my endeavors for 6 or 7 years. Yeah, something like that. I know that she's
so there is some kind of stability to it.
Oh, we're not reliant on each other. No.
No, but I mean,
What do you mean by stability?
Like or like regularity to it or predictability to it. It sounded like she just comes and goes. You both just come and go whenever. Like
Yeah, there's no
whenever.
just because we're companions to each other doesn't mean there's any restriction. We don't have any imposed rules on each other or anything like that.
Would you communicate, like if somebody
right? Do you know when you're going to see her next? Or
yeah, like if she was gone for a month, would you
like that?
become concerned?
It depends. That's too vague.
Like if you do you guys kind of keep in touch and say, okay, look, I'm leaving, I'll be back sometime in the next couple
Oh
of
yeah,
months?
sure. So there was times where we didn't, like when we actually met online, and that's a much longer time ago that we were communicating for a good 7 years before she came here, just online.
Oh, wow.
And during that time was when I embarked on my expeditions, and she didn't even know when I left sometimes, and she actually, that's one of the reasons why she wanted to come here, is because she was so intrigued about seeing that lifestyle and learning what I was talking about. So she asked if she could come here, and I said yes. That's how that went.
If one of you just sort of didn't come back, would there be a time frame after which you'd say, hey, look, I'd better go looking or make some inquiries to see what happened here?
At the current present, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Y'all live together?
Of course. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought she had her own place, and y'all just kind of
No. She's
showed up.
yeah. There's a certain amount I will say, and certain amount I won't for doxing. But she's from France. Okay. And she moved here, and she's been with me ever since.
Okay.
Hey, can somebody just quickly, it's hijacking the stream, but just quickly take me through the doxing thing. What happens here? What do they do to people, and what are the consequences? Is it like bothering you at your home, or because I've heard a lot.
So I've been
Depends who you
doxed
ask.
before. So they put public information out, just pretty much your legal name and address, and afterwards nothing happened to me. So,
okay.
So other people may get harassed continuously, but when I got doxed like 7-8 years ago, no one cared.
There are people who make a business out of fucking you over at the chance that they can get. You ever hear the saying "loose lips sink ship"?
Yeah. Some people make a business out of it, but I'm just not important enough, so it didn't make a difference.
Yeah, a lot of times people will be a blip on the radar. See, for me, my position is the stuff that I talk about is so blunt and no holds barred. I literally represent. If people took win and hold to what I talk about enough, it would be a threat to the so-called establishment. That would make me a target, right? So kill the messenger is a reality, and I'm not naive to that. I've experienced that in my personal life and learned that, it's best to take precautions.
Yeah, I wrote same thing for me, but I decided to cloak myself simply by digging in and saying, well, it's not that important. That's why I can be on cam. That's why I can travel.
Right.
That because I decided, well, I'm not going to hide. I'm just going to, here's the thing. And I read Chris Voss's book. If you don't like it, you can negotiate with me. Where should I move my position to?
Right. For me, it's a protection thing.
No, it's a protection thing for me too. But I think my method's more effective protection.
And everyone has different privacy needs too.
Okay, I'm gonna take another stab at going to sleep for the evening. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, I need to do that too. I don't know why I can't. This is probably our longest stream ever. I don't know why I can't break away from
That's a good one.
This stream's 8 hours long.
Derelicts. I'm just gonna hear the same exact conversation tomorrow. I might as well get rest up for it.
So you had another stream that was 8 hours, but you ended then. So this was a bit longer than the last stream. Plus the machine lies in the stream, so you kind of took over for his long stream position. He's gonna be active in a couple more days.
Yay.
Well, we'll be here tomorrow at our usual time. And thank you to the new audience and the new viewers. The best way to follow us is to just subscribe. We're here every day, 7 days a week at 2 p.m. Central, and then we're starting to do more of these evening streams. So if you subscribe, you'll get notice of when we do the evening streams. And tell your friends and let everybody know if you enjoyed, etc. Hank, you have anything you want to announce or end on?
I got pictures of the eclipse. I went to Erie myself. I took pictures of the eclipse. I'm going to sort through them today and tomorrow, and I'll post a channel update to show some more of my
okay.
pictures.
It'll be on your YouTube?
Yes.
Let me get that.
What did you think of Flow State's broadcast, Hank, this evening?
I liked it. Women like my bananas, so.
Despite of the chaos?
I am the chaos.
All right.
Which is why I don't get blown away by lesser chaos agents.
Nude, do you have anything you want to put out there?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me up. Great panel and conversation. Appreciated and enjoyed it. Thanks for people who asked the questions. As I previously mentioned, my main objective and intention being around here is to help people who are interested in embarking on the path of self-reliance and self-sufficiency, self-governing, that type of thing. So if anybody is sincere about going down that path and wants some advice or consultations, some know-how tips, and so on and so forth, I'm easily reachable. That's what I'm here to do. And you can reach me either by email or on my, I do have a channel, and on the About page, there's a ton of ways to get a hold of me. Also, the link that I gave to Jeff to share earlier, it's my pre-launch website to a hub that I'm working on. It's got all the ways to reach me there. So if you want to share that again, Jeff, by all means, feel free to do so. Other than that, I bid everybody a good night, and thank you for having me up. We'll see you again very soon.
And thank you for
See you
joining us
later.
tonight. Really enjoyed it. DaFreak, anything from you?
If I could just ask Denizen one more question about his near-death experience.
Yeah.
In relation to the time that you were physically not your body, and the time that you were, in that outer space experience, how long do you think that time period was in each realm?
Seconds. Yeah.
Okay. And
maybe a minute.
Wow. But do you feel like on the spiritual realm side that it felt longer than that?
Yeah, a little bit, not much. I was just more aware. Like, my brain was much more time efficient, and like, instead of thinking in words or just pictures, I was able to think in entire concepts. So like, one word or one flash in the mind would be like a whole, conversation that you and I just had over these last few hours.
Understood. Thank you. I've got nothing else. I'm just a consumer out here, so I don't have anything to promote or anything. But I look forward to, again, questioning Denizen, and next time I want to get into the whole God theist thing and see where that goes. Thanks, Jeff.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you too. Good to see you as always. Denizen?
I think I'm at Denizen-X on YouTube and at Digital Denizen X on Twitter. My Discord link is on my YouTube About and on my Twitter profile. Discord's the best way to get in touch with me.
All right, let me try to pull up the channel. Why can't I find it?
Can you find mine at least? I put in a
Yeah, I threw yours in there. It should be in there.
Excellent.
I just can't find Den's. I see him on other panels, but I don't see his actual channel. If you have a link you want to drop in the back, I can throw it in the chat.
Yeah, let me type this up. I think it's youtube.com/
is it dangerous Denizen?
at Denizen-X.
I wonder why it didn't come up. Let's see.
I'm remoted into this computer, so it's clumsy right now. Trying to get the link.
Oh, Lord, Nathan.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Larry David. All right. Okay, there you go. Yeah, peace out, Lubas. We'll be here tomorrow, hopefully. I gotta set my alarm for the first time. I hope I make it. If I'm not here at start time, it's because of this. I'll be there eventually. But yeah, I'll be there. So I'll see everyone tomorrow. And
peace.
Thanks for hanging out.
See ya.
See you, Hank. Take care. Take care, Dan. All right, I'm going my ass to bed. See you tomorrow. Good night. Bye.